3. Councilmember Olivier, Councilmember Quintero, and Councilmember Zhang.
All right, and now we're going to have an invocation and a flag salute. If everybody would stand, we're going to invite Pastor Chu Kwa Zhang to please approach the microphone and lead us in prayer, and then we'll salute our flag.
To the Almighty God we trust. We praise and honor you this morning. O Lord, be gracious to us. We long for you. Be our strength every morning throughout the day and every day throughout the year. Bless these leaders of the Fresno City with wisdom and knowledge. Be with them that whatever they decide to do will be beneficially to our city and to our citizens here. Be with them that they will fully understand on how to serve their citizens and lead them to the prosperity that they ought to have. Protect them. Encourage them always to do what's right for the people of this city, that we will live happily, peacefully throughout the year and many years to come. In the name of Lord Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Thank you, Pastor Zhang. We have a couple ceremonial presentations. Well, we have one really big one. But before we get to the Pride Awards, we have a proclamation of National Night Out from Acting President Baines.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'm going to present the proclamation for the National Night Out Award this year. So every year, Chief, how many years have we been doing this with National? 31 years. 31 years we've celebrated a National Night Out. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief. No, right. And listen, we know that's true. No, I know. Yeah. So listen. For 31 years, there's been a National Night Out Day where the neighborhood watch, the police departments, and community groups all come together and have a safe, clean environment where the community can come and have a night out. I participated in I don't know how many, not 31. Raj, you may have participated in all 31. Okay, I'm pretty close. I participated in many of them when I was a police officer. The chief makes it around to, I think, every single one that goes on in the city, Chief, don't you? Yeah, everyone, I tell you, and I want to say this. When I was a police officer in Southwest Fresno, we had ours. I know every district, every policing district has one. I know the chief came every year to ours, and he also made an appearance at all the other ones. We have several officers that make the rounds. But I want to give the real chief an opportunity to talk a little bit about Neighborhood Watch and National Night Out.
Oh, as you said, this is the 31st annual National Night Out, and we did start over 31 years ago, and I think we've been involved in it for so many years I can't remember. But the important thing is that it does promote police-community partnerships and gives awareness of crime, drug, and violence, and it's important for neighborhoods to come together. And according to our stats and the stats from the National Association of Town Watch, of which we are also members, there are going to be 37.8 million people that are registered in over 16,124 communities, not only in the United States, but in Canada and in the Air Force, the military bases, and Virgin Islands all over. So it's a big deal. It becomes and it's always held on the first Tuesday in August. I know it's a little hot here in Fresno, but come out, we'll have something cold to drink. We have 4 citywide scheduled, one at Frank H. Ball, one at Stony Brook Apartments. In southeast Fresno, northwest is Quigley Park, and northeast is El Dorado Park. So we all asked you to come out and join us. It's all free with the support of some of our council members and some of the other organizations in Fresno.
All right. Thank you, Roz. Chief?
Just briefly, Roz has really been the driving force, Roz and Fred Clark, and they've got their sidekick, Debbie, here now, who's the new vice president, and probably there's a succession plan in place for that. But we really encourage people to get out, not only on National Night Out, but throughout the course of the year, because we fully understand that government can't do it alone. Police department can't keep our neighborhood safe alone. We rely heavily upon our folks in the neighborhoods to get to know each other, and that's the purpose of National Night Out, truly to get to know your neighbors, to take away the anonymity of those criminals that are in those neighborhoods, and to be able to keep an eye out for each and every one of the neighbors in there. So with that, I just encourage folks to take part in National Night Out, as well as Neighborhood Watch throughout the city. And we have a social media now called the Next Door program, where people can log on and to have a social networking Neighborhood Watch within their neighborhood. So thank you.
And now, Madam Clerk, would you read into the record the proclamation?
Whereas the National Association of Town Watch, NATW, is sponsoring a unique nationwide crime, drug, and violence prevention program on August 5th, 2014, entitled National Night Out. This year, the 31st Annual Night Out provides a unique opportunity for Fresno, California, to join forces with thousands of other communities across the country in promoting cooperative police community crime prevention efforts. And whereas police community partnerships, neighborhood safety, awareness, and cooperation are important themes of the National Night Out program. Locally, the Fresno Neighborhood Watch Association plays a vital role in assisting the Fresno Police Department through a joint crime, drug, and violence prevention efforts in Fresno, and is supporting National Night Out 2014. And whereas it is essential that all citizens of Fresno be aware of the importance of crime prevention programs and the impact that their participation can have on reducing crime, drugs, and violence in Fresno. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Councilmember Oliver L. Baines III, do hereby call on all Fresno citizens to join the Fresno Police Department and Fresno Neighborhood Watch Association in supporting the 31st Annual Night Out, and declare August the 5th, 2014 to be National Night Out Day in the city of Fresno.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Baines. And now we have the presentation of our quarterly or summer quarter Pride Awards. So I'm going to have City Manager Bruce Rudd and our clerk, Yvonne Spence, join me at the front, and we're going to start passing out some great awards.
Mr. President, as you work your way down there, I'd like to acknowledge retired Assembly Member Sarah Ray is in the audience today. She did a great job for us while she was in the Assembly, specifically in Southeast Fresno. So welcome, Sarah. Good to see you.
Okay, well, while the clerk is getting all dialed into new technology because she's running with a wireless, we're going to run old school over here and use a mic. This is the time, we do this 4 times a year, where we recognize, more importantly, your co-workers recognize a number of employees out here who go above and beyond the call of duty on more than just one occasion. This is a great event because not only are we recognizing the employees, I see a lot of family members here. This is an opportunity for us to say thank you both to the employees as well as to the families, because
a lot of that means long hours, weekends, late nights. And so that extra effort is recognized because we do know that there's times when someone doesn't get home in time for dinner, and that can be tiring, or they miss a softball game or a little league game or a soccer game. We're not in Canada. So this is where we get to say thank you. I also want to make a couple of comments. This is also the only time, or only 4 times, we allow the park staff out long enough on an outing.
And it shows.
Because as you will see, they get a little. They're happy to be out, but we take them back, back to the office and keep them under lock and key for another 3 months. I also want to take one moment because we do have a retiring member of the city family, Mr. Dean Huss. Dean, I want to recognize you in front of all the other co-workers in the council today. Dean's been with the Department of Transportation for 38 years. And as you can tell, Dean was 15 years old when he started with the department. So I think he's got the 2 G's in line or in the sight. So it's a goal. That's golf and grandkids. So Dean, congratulations on 38 years, and congratulations for your retirement. And thank you for the time with this organization. So with that, Steve, we're ready.
Okay, we're ready. Let's see, this is a really exciting time. I get to read all of these fantastic write-ups first before I actually announce them to you all. So we're going to start with the Airports Department and Emily Madrill. Emily has shown outstanding dedication not only to her division, but to the entire department as she served as interim executive assistant, performing all aspects of the job timely, correctly, and professionally, while still supporting the airport's projects division. She consistently produces efficient, flawless work while remaining friendly and providing exceptional customer service. She is a genuine team player, treats everyone with respect, and goes out of her way to help others. And she was nominated by peers from 3 different divisions in the department. Congratulations, Emily. Next, we're going to recognize Erica Camarina out of the City Attorney's Department. Erica joined the City Attorney's Office in October 2009 after working in the private sector as a civil litigator. Erica is a complete team player and key in the City Attorney's Office's ability to obtain successful litigation results. Not only does Erica possess all the required qualities expected of an excellent civil litigator, she has a great attitude. Erica handles a heave and diverse workload, and no matter how stressful or demanding her work entails, she maintains a positive attitude, often with a sense of humor. We especially value her ability to transition between the various duties she has, such as responding to police officer-involved shootings, handling her litigation caseload, and appearing at code enforcement appeal hearings for various departments. Erica is extremely deserving of this recognition, and we are delighted to recognize her as our Employee of the Quarter. Well, this one is special because it's for my department, and it's for Cindy Brewer, who is not in here because she's out there setting up for your reception afterwards. So that shows how dedicated she is. I'll read her write-up, though. Cindy is deserving of this recognition as she has worked tirelessly with changing the agenda process to ensure a smooth transition. She is always happy to help other departments with their questions and concerns. She also excels at customer service. She goes above and beyond what is normal and always makes sure that our customers are well taken care of. She has been coordinating the Employee of Service Awards for many years and always does a wonderful job with these ceremonies. Cindy is very deserving of this recognition. Now we have a few employees out of the Department of Public Utilities, and we'd like to start with Neil Hoppus.
Wait.
Oh.
Elvis is in the house.
Oh, Elvis. So you have to be over there. Because I try to snap the pictures. Thanks, Cindy. Do you want a picture?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so turn around. Thank you. Come on up, Neil. So you have to be over there so you can get in the picture. Yeah. Okay, so Neil Hoppus was nominated Employee of the Quarter in recognition of his continued performance, positive attitude, and consistent level of professionalism since 1987. He demonstrates leadership and is always ready to work where needed in any capacity. Recently, Neil stepped up in an acting role as a Water System Operator 3 on short notice and didn't miss a beat. He was able to finish the job handed to him and for a couple of weeks took on all the duties of the position. We would like to say thanks and keep up the good work. Okay, next is, yeah, 3 more. Maggie Padron. Is Maggie here? Maggie has been nominated Employee of the Quarter in the Utilities Billing and Collection section of DPU for mastering the payments process. She always has the information that might be requested of her. Maggie runs the process flawlessly week after week and can always be depended on. She is very professional and is definitely an asset to the division. Congratulations, Maggie. Okay, next we have Margaret Silsby in the Department of Public Utility. Is Margaret here? Okay. Let me give just a couple words about why Margaret got nominated. As one of the division's account clerks too, Margaret has been proven to be a positive addition and a great asset to the division. Margaret has shown what it means to be a team player and dedicated employee. She is always willing to lend a hand wherever possible. Some of the things her coworkers said about her is that you're sure to be greeted with a warm smile and an upbeat, positive attitude. In addition, she has been noted by her peers to be timely and very thorough with her work. So congratulations to her. And last but not least, out of Department of Public Utilities, it's Carla Watkins. Carla has proved to be a vital member of the Wastewater Management Division team. She has demonstrated a tremendous technical and leadership skills. Carla manages the administrative service section of the Wastewater Management Division. Carla has taken on a complete ownership and responsibility for several critical financial projects in the division. Carla has embraced and championed the division's transition to the balanced scorecard. One of Carla's greatest strengths is her skills and ability to be a team builder. She is very conscientious building and plays a vital role in ensuring the division has a high-functioning management. Thank you. Moving on to DARM, we'd like to congratulate Judith Yelton. Would you please come up? Ms. Yelton has been with the city for over 15 years. She is an outstanding employee, exemplifies professionalism, and is such a pleasure to work with. Ms. Yelton excels in her job and is most efficient. Her job duties include the difficult task of dealing with a public that routinely do not know what they need. She helps them and at times maybe helps too much, setting the bar very high for those who have to cover in her absence. Judy was nominated by several of her co-workers, and they say that Judy is always helpful with her fellow workers. She is always friendly, pleasant, and happy to go the extra mile. She is a joy to work with. And when she is not here, nothing goes right. Great job and congratulations, Judy. And we're moving on to the finance department. Cheryl Ringenberg is the recipient. Cheryl, are you here? Knowing Cheryl, she's in there working too, right? Okay. Just a little bit about Cheryl. During the last quarter, she handled one of the division's busiest seasons. Along with daily demands for printing and graphics, Cheryl coordinated and administered the production of the budget CARF, and the mailing of over 3,000 flexible benefit packages. Also during this time, the division received numerous compliments for Cheryl's efforts, so congratulations to her. Next, we're moving on to the fire department, and the first recipient is Kevin Driver. Kevin has been a member of the Fresno Fire Department since September 2004. He has played an instrumental role in the training division. Kevin was the co-director and co-editor of the Rapid Intervention video for Operations Area Training. While filming on the set of the video, Kevin showed the ability to give directions as well as take direction. His dedicated countless hours in the editing process of the video shows the quality of his work. Kevin actively assisted the training division by creating maps and developing IAPs. He also took on logistics tasks for wildland training exercises and assisted in an instructor for these exercises. Kevin is also part of the live fire cadre, taking classes and dedicating his time to helping with control burns for the college and our local cadre. The training division is extremely fortunate to have dedicated individuals like Kevin to assist in making training a priority. The department thanks him for a job well done and appreciates his continued service. Next in the fire department is Justin Hill. Justin has been a member of the Fresno Fire Department since April 2004. Justin is a valued member of the department who exhibits the best of our core values. An example of this attitude is Justin's commitment as the communications unit team coordinator. Not only does Justin work as an engineer on one of the city's busiest fire companies in Southeast Fresno, but he coordinates the programming, maintenance, and use of hundreds of portable radios employed by the department. A recent project involved the complete upgrade of all department radios. Timing and quality of service were crucial to the success of the upgrade, as radio communications on the fire ground are essential to the firefighter effectiveness and, more importantly, safety. Through the efforts of the communications team and Justin's leadership, the upgrade took place without negative impact to service. The department commends him on a job well done and appreciates his continued service. Congratulations. Also in the fire department, Judy Huss. Is Judy here? Judy has been with the city for 29 years. She has worked in numerous city departments, but Fresno Fire Department has been proud to have her as a member since September 2005. Judy's contribution to the department during this time has been numerous, but it's her continued support and guidance on a daily basis to the entire department that we wish to acknowledge. She works tirelessly to ensure things run smoothly. Her knowledge, planning, and multitasking skills are instrumental to numerous department processes. A recent example of her superior skills is taking on the Fire Investigation Unit report writing through dictation. This has allowed investigators to spend more time in the field pursuing arsonists, and the department would like to applaud Judy for her daily efforts and willingness to take on new assignments. We would like to acknowledge how much those efforts are valued and respected. Thank you, Judy. Next is the ISD department and Felipe Santana. Day in and day out, Felipe has single-handedly taken care of the convention center events. He provides a great service to the city as he provides internet, phone, and data services to events such as Disney on Ice, the circus, the Miss California pageant, 59 Days of Code, and other events held at the convention center. He provides excellent customer service, ensures that customer needs are met, and ensures that the events are properly managed. He is hardworking, dedicated, trustworthy, and a reliable employee. He is truly a great asset to ISD and the city. Congratulations, Felipe. Next is Parks. Pam Hoffman. Pam Hoffman is recognized. Pam Hoffman has been employed by Parks After School Recreation and Community Service Department for nearly 10 years and currently oversees Holmes Playground and Biddy Sports Program. She and her staff currently offer a diverse array of programs. This summer, she was also responsible for adding themed week camps that include cooking, science, and survivor skills. Under her leadership, the indoor soccer program has increased its numbers dramatically from last year and has provided 161 children on Saturday. Pam's supervisor describes her as a dream employee who will do whatever is necessary to get the job done. Pam is always willing and ready to take on any task that is asked of her, and she does it with a positive attitude and a smile. For these reasons, the Park After School Recreation and Community Service Department is pleased to recognize Pam as the Employee of the Summer Quarter. Congratulations. Wow. No kidding. Yeah, congratulations. Yeah, I know. I hate to follow that. Next, we have the Personnel Services Department, and Tammy Williams is the recipient. Tammy Williams has been a senior HR tech with Personnel Services since June 2nd, 2008. She is currently supporting the recruitment team with the proctoring of examinations, working closely with the department's subject matter experts on exam content, validation of pass points, and scoring of the exams. In this role, Tammy has excelled in developing sound internal processes and has been instrumental in meeting scheduled testing dates that meet the needs of our internal customers. Tammy has really defined the role and has demonstrated her ability to multitask as well as taking ownership of the testing process. Tammy is a pleasure to work with, and we are pleased to recognize her contributions as Employee of the Summer Quarter in the Personnel Services Department. Congratulations. Okay. Next is the Police Department, and we'd like to start with Detective Henry Garcia III. On January 13, 2014, Detective Henry Garcia III was selected to work on the MAGEC tactical team. Since he has come to the team, he has been one of the most statistical team leaders in nearly every category. Most notable is his performance this quarter so far, with the recovery of 20 firearms on 12 separate investigations. An example of this work includes a traffic stop in the area of Strother and Thorne Avenues in the Southwest Policing District. This vehicle, occupied by several West Fresno gang members, was leaving a funeral of a recent homicide victim from a gang-related shooting the week prior. The driver of this vehicle pulled over, and the right rear passenger ran from the vehicle with a gun. The subject discarded a loaded .45 caliber handgun with an extended 30-round magazine. He wrapped his gun in his Rest in Peace shirt, depicting the image of his fallen gangster comrade. Henry was able to obtain information from the other parties in the vehicle that led to the identification of the outstanding suspect. It is because of this ongoing drive to do his best that Detective Henry Garcia deserves this special recognition. Congratulations. Also in the Police Department, Jeremy Kuckenbaker. Officer Kuckenbaker is a member of the Homeless Task Force and has been with the unit since its inception in July of 2013. Officer Kuckenbaker brought a unique and diverse level of expertise to the unit, to include his time as probation officer and a degree in psychology. Officer Kuckenbaker has been a vital member of the task force and, due to his unique experience, has been able to foster several relationships with agencies that have greatly assisted the Homeless Task Force. Recently, he was videotaped during an encounter by some young men who posts regularly on YouTube. While it is apparent that this was an attempt to embarrass or otherwise try to make the department out to be the bad guys, Officer Kuchenbaker took the opportunity to turn the encounter into a positive one and went above and beyond what was required of him. This video wound up going viral and was watched all over the world. The department received several positive emails about the encounter, including one from a gentleman in Australia who praised Officer Kuchenbaker and the department for having such a professional officer. Officer Kuchenbaker is a courteous, professional, and well-rounded addition to both the Homeless Task and the Fresno Police Department. Congratulations. Next in the police department is Officer Michael Martin. Officer Mike Martin is assigned to the division's Youth Liaison Officer. Mike was instrumental in ensuring the success of the program. For example, Mike has partnered with a key group of collaborative community partners such as Youth Leadership Institute, Boys, Men of Color, Hope Now for Youth, Fresno Street Saints, Center for Community Transformation, Life Arrow, and many others. Mike's most recent collaboration include bringing numerous nationally recognized training programs to Fresno, such as Strategies for Youth, who trains school resource officers on how to communicate and interact with youth or high schools' campuses. The training allowed for an open and positive dialogue to help youth understand why officers take certain actions. For these accomplishments and many more not mentioned, it is with great pleasure we select Officer Martin, Employee of the Quarter. Next in the police department is Ann Tipton. Ann has served as the Regional Training Center Administrative Clerk for the last 3 years. Her service varies from scheduling to invoicing and everything in between. She serves as a primary liaison with a large number of agency users of the RTC and as a point of contact for training vendors, law enforcement academies, fire departments, and the military. Ann works closely with the Fresno Police Department's Fiscal Affairs Bureau and has an extensive knowledge of the California Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training Procedures and Regulations. Additionally, she assists with arrangements for out-of-town training department members. Her pleasant and knowledgeable demeanor is a great asset for the RTC and allows her to serve as an ambassador for Fresno in welcoming out-of-town agency personnel to the RTC as our guests, many of whom have become regular customers. Congratulations, Ann. Moving on to the Public Works Department, we'd like to start with Therese Edwards. Therese has shown on many occasions that she is the face and heart of Public Works Department. Numerous times she has gone above and beyond to help fellow employees resolve issues they are struggling with. She is also a plethora of information regarding the inner workings of the city. She is very professional and friendly to everybody who comes into the department, and her personality and personal skills could be seen throughout the city in how she greets others. For those reasons, Therese Edwards should be chosen as Employee of the Quarter. Congratulations. Good job. Another person in the Public Works Department is Ron Hunt, and Ron is not able to be here today. I'll tell you just a little bit about him, though. He is a senior heavy equipment operator in the Street Maintenance Division. Ron has been with the city for over 20 years and spends most of his time operating the asphalt milling machine. He excels in any assignment that he's given, and he is a very talented equipment operator, a good leader, forward-thinking, and does what's necessary to get the job done. So we congratulate him. Also in the Public Works Department is Fabolia Lopez. Fabio. She has helped with numerous items. Most recently, she was able to obtain an A-Mod from Caltran. Her professionalism and approachability is refreshing. In short, in the short time she has been in the design unit, she has established a great working relationship with Caltrans, especially with Chuck. It was this report that allowed us to obtain the A-Mod. She has mastered the utility agreements with Caltrans right away, resulting in a savings of over $100,000. Caltrans is now using her paperwork as an example and has become their official model. She exemplifies the type of person that should be recognized as an outstanding employee. Fabolio is a true asset and the type of support staff that continues to make our job easier. Congratulations. And Bruce Mitchell, also in the Public Works Department. Bruce Mitchell is a lead worker with street maintenance, landscape maintenance division. He is dependable and an efficient time manager with an extensive background in landscape maintenance profession. He has taken on every challenge and assignment with a positive attitude and continues to exceed expectations by completing his assignments on time while providing a safe working environment for his crew members to work on a daily basis. His work is of the highest quality and he requires the same of his crew, which is reflected in their work. Bruce is a great leader, teacher, and continues to go above and beyond to provide the best service for each and every day and for the citizens of Fresno. Congratulations. We're going to move on to the Department of Transportation, and we're going to begin with Cesar Alvarez. Cesar is the administrative clerk at HandyRide and is well liked by coworkers and customers alike. He always goes the extra mile to help others and has an excellent customer service skill. Cesar helps to provide orientations and IDs for the HandyRide paratransit customers and is always there to lend a helping hand, provide directions, or even just open a door to make sure that they have a good experience every time they walk in the door. Overall, Cesar is a great person to work with, and we are all happy he works at FACTS. Congratulations. Also in the Transportation Department, Adam Peter. Is Adam here? Yeah, I think he's driving. Oh, okay. Okay, he's on vacation, but just a little bit about him. He works the graveyard shift as a bus mechanic, too. No. In the short time since he transferred from fleet management to FACTS maintenance, Adam has undertaken some of the most challenging troubleshooting and repair assignments. His technical background is superb, and he is very conscious about his work. When he finishes one assignment, he quickly looks for more. Adam rarely misses work and gets along well with other employees and supervisors. Adam is a solid performer and can be counted on to get the job done timely and correctly. So congratulations to Adam. Also in the Transportation Department is Ken Phillips. Is Ken here? Yeah. All right. Ken is a heavyweight, excuse me, I always say that. He's not a heavyweight. He is a heavy equipment mechanic and has been with the city since 1998. He has been covering 2 positions since another employee left city employment. Ken works very hard and has a good work ethic. Ken is now training the person hired for the vacant position. He has a great work attitude and works well with everyone. Ken deserves a job well done from everyone at Fleet. So congratulations, Ken. Okay. And our last recipient also from Transportation is Steve Sanchez. Steve here? No, he's driving. He's driving. Okay, so just a little bit about Steve. He has been a bus driver since December 16, 1990. He has received many awards for safe driving. He also received many compliments over the years from FACTS passengers acknowledging Steve as a driver who performs his duty in a professional and helpful manner. For many years, in addition to his regular driving duties, Steve provided service to his fellow co-workers as a platform instructor. He has been one of the most helpful and knowledgeable platform instructors we have had. His knowledge is only exceeded by his professionalism. Steve has a friendly, easygoing smile and works well with his coworkers. His dedication and hard work is greatly appreciated, so we congratulate him. And that is all of the recipients for today, and I'd like to thank them. And congratulations to all our recipients, and for you and your families if they're here, and coworkers, there's a reception out in the foyer. And we hope you take some time to enjoy our reception for you, because we like to honor you a little bit more. So have a good day. Thank you.
We're going right back at it?
I think.
Just turn this off. Yeah.
I think we're taking a break. I think. Oh, okay. We'll get all my papers off. Okay, thank you. Right there. Thank you.
Maybe I'll let everyone.
Todd, let me give this to you.
Madam Clerk, can our other two councilmen, can they actually cast votes from the seats out there? Okay. All right. Thanks for delaying us, Mr. Caglia. All right. Now we're going to move on to the approval of minutes for some previous meetings. We have two sets, the approval of the June 26, 2014 FRC minutes and the approval of the July 17th, 2014 council minutes. Madam Clerk, were there any changes to those?
There aren't any changes. However, we're going to lay these over until the next meeting in August. We're trying to transition into the new system.
Okay.
And so they'll be ready at the next meeting.
Okay, so we're not going to do that today then?
No.
All right. So do we have any council member reports or comments this morning? Councilman Olivier.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to acknowledge the presence of, he is not here, he's on a tour of the building, but his name's Andrew Giglio, and he is my job shadow for today. He's 13 years old, and he attends Edison High School, and you'll be seeing him throughout the afternoon. So I wanted to extend a special welcome to him wherever he is. So
Right on. Thank you. Any other council member reports or comments? All right, the screen is clear. Madam Clerk, we're on to the approval of today's agenda. Are there any changes to today's agenda?
Yes, there are. Let's see, the first item is 14-229, which is on consent. The appointment of Carl Johnson and reappointment of Timothy D. Lowe and Craig Sharton to the Fresno Housing Authority is continued to 8/21. The rest of the appointments should stay on the agenda and be voted on. And then on the 10 a.m. item, appearance by Ike Ruel will be continued to another council meeting. And then on the 2 o'clock workshop regarding the general plan, just want to state that no public input will be given. It's strictly informational for council. And for file ID 14-192, it's being removed from the agenda by staff, and it pertains to an agreement with Univision at Fire Station 13.
All right. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda with these corrections? Do I have a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes 6-0. Now on to the consent calendar. Are there any council members that would like to make a comment or discuss any of the items of the consent calendar? Councilman Quintero.
Mr. President, I'd just like to pull for informational item is one of the first ones, ID number 14-152, authorizing the chief to specify Taser International for the body-worn video cameras.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other council members want to comment on that? Then now we're going to open it up to the public to discuss any of the items on the consent calendar.
Good morning, Mr. President, and good morning, council persons. On this consent calendar, what I'm saying today is I want you to do a good job on it. I want you to read and do some investigation on whatever comes up. Just don't pass things through because you never know when it might come back through the federal government or some kind of agencies on anything on this agenda that is approved. And like the solid waste thing that was up here the other day, we was contract with the solid waste up here and the landfill with the county of Fresno is expired in July of this year. That was that solid waste stuff out there. And then that solid waste has been used around here in these flower pots. It's never been approved by the Federal Environment Protection Agency or anything around here because they stopped that project and by saying and people putting it around their houses because it never been approved. It might give the people some kind of a problem. So, and then that laser, I talk about this here, that was on this agenda, we talked about, they revised it. But I also hear that they got cameras just like they got around here. They can hear your voice. The public should have awareness of what's going on before they even make a vote on it for their comment because we're in a war and we're in a siege. We never know what might goes on. We only have one communication out of here because Comcast, they put it that way maybe about 10 or 15 years ago here. And then if anything happened here, we won't know anything about it because they can block us out. I just want you all, that's the reason I come down here, just to be aware of what's going around, be aware of what you're signing, do a lot of reading investigation because you don't know who's working for who around here, and you don't know what's going on around here because I'm hearing that they got some agencies in here that's running our government back here, like some consultants, and I got the paperwork here, and I'm going to talk about them too because the federal government is going to have something to say. It's going to be a lot of trouble. So just be careful on what you guys say, what you write, and because you never know who's who, and just make a sound decision on what you believe, because that's why you're here to voters, and I want you to be careful. Thank you very much, sir.
Thanks, Barbara. Are there any other members of the public that would like to address any of the items on consent today? Do I have a motion to pass the consent calendar? And a second? All in favor? Aye. Motion passes 6-0. So now we're going to revisit the item that Councilman Quintero wanted to talk about a little bit. Item 14-152, that's a resolution authorizing the chief to specify a TASER International.
Good morning.
You're not wearing a video camera, are you?
He is.
Okay.
I guess I'm
That's
on
why you got
video
him to
here,
the
I'm
front?
there.
Okay.
Everybody's on video. There.
No, I say body worn.
Oh, body worn. No.
Yeah. Chief, can you tell us a little bit about the cameras? And I know it's going to be a big benefit to all the to the entire city, and just how they're going to work and that type of thing. I think it's a great thing to.
We've been looking at started out several years ago looking at cameras to place on our police cars, but we realized over a period of time that oftentimes the video in which they capture on a patrol car is only that which is in front of the patrol car, and oftentimes it misses that field of view that is important to us, and that's the officer contact that they have outside of that field of view. And so we started exploring the body-worn cameras, and we started doing that a couple of years ago, field testing a few of them, and ultimately, about a year ago, we assigned 5 of those body cameras from their TASER Axon cameras to members of our homeless task force. So they've been wearing them for the past year, and we have had very good feedback from those officers in terms of the flexibility of where the camera can be worn. It can be worn on the collar of the shirt. It can be worn on a pair of sunglasses, on a helmet. There's multiple places where it can be utilized so that you can get the point of view from the officer. And in different circumstances, and talking to the same individual, they may move that camera to allow for the appropriate point of view. This video camera also allows us to capture the video. It has a 30-second buffer so that the officers can make contact with someone, hit the camera switch to turn it on, and it will automatically go back the previous 30 seconds to capture that. And it is stored on the cloud, so all of the information is stored remotely. It can be accessed by multiple users, including the DA's office, for the purpose of prosecuting cases. We don't have to make copies of it and send it over. They can access it remotely via the cloud. And the benefit for us, obviously, is there's cameras everywhere. There's cameras all throughout this chamber, and we know that. The problem is oftentimes when our officers get involved in an incident, the video footage that is provided to us may be from a different view that doesn't give us the view of the officer or the perception. Sometimes that video doesn't start immediately, so it only captures a portion of the incident, and it does not allow for us to have a true picture of what occurred and what led up to perhaps a confrontation. And we also know that that video that is present out there ultimately ends up in places that like YouTube and so forth. So this gives us the ability to equip our officers in the field, uniformed officers, with body cameras, as not only can they more accurately capture the contact that they had, it will give us a true picture of what that encounter was, which will certainly decrease the investigative time on personnel complaints. And we do know that when people are on camera, whether it's a police officer or a citizen, oftentimes behaviors change, and that change is for the better. And that's what we're hoping for. We know in other law enforcement agencies, complaints against officers have decreased dramatically. Use of force by officers have decreased dramatically. And so has litigation against law enforcement decreased dramatically because of the presence of the camera, as well as the ability to retrieve that data later. So those are the reasons that we are pursuing it. You can see in the council item we've been able to take advantage of some state grant money, $70,000, as well as the general fund money this year. And that allows us to purchase 100 body cameras for our uniformed officers. They will be deployed on a voluntary basis to begin with, as well as some probationary officers. And the contract allows for a 3-year warranty of those 100 cameras and all replacement parts, as well as 3 years of storage on the cloud. So that's really the basis, and I got Deputy Chief Foster here to talk about any other specifics, and also have a demonstration of the camera. Sergeant Robert Dewey from our Homeless Task Force can actually demonstrate it, if you like, briefly, and show you how it works.
Yes. Do they also have like speakers in them? And
yes,
that type of thing?
the camera does capture the audio and as well as the video. With the exception of that 30-second buffer, it doesn't actually activate until the officer hits the button and turns it on. But that 30-second buffer, the 30 seconds of video prior to it being turned on, that's video only, not audio.
So they'll be able to record the conversation and
Yeah, in fact, this morning you saw Officer Kuchenbaker from the Homeless Task Force. He actually was able to use one of his video cameras to encounter someone. He was being contacted by somebody, and they actually videoed the entire conversation and put on YouTube. But our officers frequently use that in the other way.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna have Robert come up. Just a demonstration like you did yesterday.
The camera itself has only two pieces. It's pretty simple. It's got the camera here that's mounted, as the chief said, either on your collar, lapel, helmet, sunglasses, headband, multiple different ways to use it. Everything is housed within this small piece, the DVR itself, the camera, the microphone. The only other piece to the system is a battery pack that's connected by a cord, and that can be worn on your belt, in a holster, it can be worn in a pocket. Again, multiple different places. There's a holder to put it inside of your chest if you want to use your vest as a background. And that's pretty much the entire system in itself, just the two pieces. The camera, once it's activated, as the chief said, it's got a 30-second buffer. It's on now. So as I'm talking to you, this is being pre-recorded. So if I were to activate it at this moment, the prior 30 seconds of my explanation would be caught on video only but no audio. And the advantage that we've seen in the field for that is, while we're trying our best to activate it in all situations that we think are going to be beneficial to us, as police officers, there's often times when things happen without our knowledge, and it's instantaneous. And sometimes we aren't able to capture that initial contact, maybe where a suspect is running at us with a weapon, or you can't turn it on in time to catch the initial disturbance, say, between a domestic violence. By activating that camera after the fact, I'm still going to be able to capture whatever it is that was on that video, either by my eyes, if it was one on my camera, or at least a frontal view of what's going on prior to that situation. And a lot of times, as the chief said, the videos that are shown to the public only capture maybe the use of force. They don't capture what occurred prior to that. So the camera is going to be able to capture both those instances, and from the officer's point of view, which in 90% of the cases, that's the one that matters the most. Once the camera is worn throughout the day, it's got a 12-hour battery life, and depending on the type of video you want to record, the resolution, it's got up to 10 hours of video record time, which is more than enough. The average officer is probably going to capture about 2.5 to 3 hours of actual video time in a 10-hour shift. So it's got more than enough time. We've never come close to running out of either battery power or of video storage. And once we're done for the shift, both pieces unhook. They go into a docking station at the dressing stations. They download instantaneously into the internet, to the cloud, so there's nothing the officer has to do at that point to activate that download. It does it for them, as well as it charges the battery pack for the next shift. And that, for the most part, is the camera. The only other addition to it, which we are testing in the process now, is because it's Bluetooth capable, you can use any smartphone or pad. So we have these Samsung Galaxy pads that we're testing out right now. And the advantage to this is we can capture not only the video after it's been recorded to review it in the field prior to downloading it for report purposes, but it actually gives us a live feed. So if you give me just a second, I'll power it up to show you really quickly. So if you guys can see this, This is actually what's being recorded on the video right now. So the advantage to this is not only we are able to put it on our bodies where it's going to best capture the video during our shift, to adjust it for height and width and whatnot, but we've also found it useful because it's Bluetooth capable. I can remove this entire system from my body, wrap it to a pole, and now I can look around corners without having to put an officer in harm's way, look up into an addict, maybe take it off and put it in a covert spot to capture, some type of a undercover operation or something. And because we have this live feed, it's like having a video camera inside someplace where you normally wouldn't be able to go. So it's got a lot of advantages.
And with council approval today, how soon do you see the equipment on the street?
Morning. We have an agreement with TASER that we can have the equipment in 30 days at the police department, have the tech staff from TASER to come in to do the on-site training to those officers that are going to be wearing the equipment, and then we can deploy at that point.
Thank
so it's
you.
relatively quickly.
Okay, that's great. And Chief Dyer, just so you know, Deputy Chiefs Foster and Farmer told me it was all their idea. Okay.
That's where all the ideas come from.
Just so you know. No, they say great ideas.
All right.
Motion to approve, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Quintero. Councilman Olivier.
Thank you, Council President. Chief Dyer, just a couple questions about how the bid was awarded. If you could explain the process.
I can let Deputy Chief Foster talk about that, but we went through a sole source exception that's allowed for by the city. And the reason was because of some of the unique benefits that we talked about, the distinct features of flexibility of camera placement, the ability to secure it on the cloud, and also to be able to remote it access it remotely from various locations. But those are some of the unique features that we have found with the TASER Axon that are not with any other camera. And so maybe I can have Deputy Chief Foster.
That really does answer my question.
Okay.
So this was the only way to go because it offered our department the only features that
we felt that there were some
needed.
distinct, unique features that provided us with the most flexibility of use, storage, and remote access, not only for us internally in the department, but also for the district attorney's office. We did not want to get into the process or habit of having to make copies of video that we take during the course of the day and then send that over to the district attorney's office for prosecution, because that could be very, very cumbersome. Now we can simply tag it. Sergeant Dewey didn't talk about it, but you can tag on the video, you can tag certain information for evidence, and then the DA's office is able to access it for prosecution purposes.
And my final question is, what was the second bidder, the second company that you looked at? What was the competing bid? Or
He can talk about it's sole source exceptions, but he'll talk about it.
Correct.
There were other vendors that contacted us to certainly entertain an offer, but they didn't have the capacity. As the chief said, one of the main focal points of this is the dissemination of information. And you take the information, instead of downloading it to a disk or utilizing a server that certainly is going to be more cost prohibitive, you have the ability to utilize cloud technology, and you can send all of the relative information to the various users, such as whether it's the courts, DA's office, via the internet, via cloud technical cloud-based service. So that's one of the key advantages, in addition to the placement, as Sergeant Dewey said. So the other vendors do not have that capacity of TASER International.
Very good. Thank you.
Councilman Brand.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Is this the first time the ACLU has actually went in agreement with the PD?
Yeah, I think this is a day of celebration. Yeah, first time we've truly, fully agreed on an issue, and they support body-worn cameras as we do. There's always the debate on how long you should store that information, but the law is pretty clear in California. You store it for for a 1-year period of body-worn camera video. So you're absolutely
So
right.
hell is frozen over?
It's a day to celebrate.
Anyway, thanks for all your work on this. I think it's a great idea, and I'll support
Thank
it.
you. Thank you for funding it too, Council. I mean that in the mayor's office and the city manager. Thank you.
Chief, I've got a couple questions I wanted to ask about. So, when we take the video, does it become the property of the Fresno Police Department and the city of Fresno, and it's not available for private use, private individuals that were caught doing something or in a fight and one of our officers comes up, they can't use it to try and prove something on their own behalf. Is that correct?
The video is under our control. We are the ones that give access to that video. If there is a public records request of a particular incident that was captured on that video or believed to be, then that public records request will be looked at, and depending on what is on that video will determine what we release and whether we have to do any redactions. For example, if there was any juveniles captured on the video, we would not release it. If there was anything of a sensitive nature, we would not release it. But there is the ability to have that video provided through public records request.
Okay, and then when we record an incident, prior to uploading it to the cloud, can that video be edited?
No, the video cannot be edited, nor can it be deleted by any of the officers using it or any of those individuals in the review process. There is one license provided to an agency that does allow for the deletion of video if, in fact, video was captured in a location that it shouldn't have been. For example, an officer accidentally has that camera on when they went into the restroom, or an officer accidentally had that video on when they went into some type of a mental health facility, something of that nature, then we would want to have the ability to delete it. But we have established protocol as to how that occurs in the organization, and that license actually rests with the office of the chief.
Thank you very much. All right. I think the screen is clear. So we have a motion and a second by Councilman Baines is the second. Motion by Councilman Quintero. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Now, we are done with our contested consent. And we are on to our general admin items. Josh. Our very first general admin item, 14-172, are actions pertaining to the North Willow Avenue widening project, and that's from our own Public Works Department.
Good morning, Council. Lal Gunwardena, Design Services Manager, Public Works Capital Management Division. Item before you pertains to Willow Avenue widening project, 0.25 miles south of Nice Avenue to Shepherd Avenue. Staff recommends that the Council adopt the Fifth Amendment to the Annual Appropriation Resolution 2014-95 and award a construction contract to Avison Construction Incorporated of Madera, California, in the amount of $2,199,899 for the Willow Avenue widening project. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We're going to go out to the public and see if the public would like to comment on this item. And if not, we'll bring it right back up to council.
This agenda, I don't know who's writing this new agenda, but it's very complicated. And the audience, they're trying to fool me, but they can't fool me on it. But this is the Public Works Department, and they only asking for a certain amount of work that they need to have done, and I think we should help them all the way. Because by me looking over the city of Fresno, all of our annexation, all of our sphere of influence, all of this here, to Clovis and everywhere, they're doing a good job. It's beautiful out here all the way across, everywhere. That's why Archer called it the Tale of Two Cities. They put a lot of work in, a lot of time in, a lot of money in, and I admire them for it, and I give credit where credit is due. They brought us a long ways. I just want them to work for us. the city of Fresno. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, this is on Willow. Is this the entire street of Willow as it dissects the city of Fresno? All right, then, so it goes through several different council. Would any of you gentlemen like to make a motion? All right, we have a motion. We know Willow goes through Lee's district anyway. We have a motion. Do I have a second? All right, we have a motion and a second by Councilman Zhang. All in favor? Aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 6-0. And a similar motion, or a similar presentation, is 14-173, actions pertaining to the McKinley Avenue traffic synchronization.
Council, it's Lal Gunwardena, Design Services Manager. The item before you pertains to McKinley Avenue traffic synchronization project from Highway 99 to Clovis Avenue, which is in District 1, 3, 4, and 7. Staff recommends that the Council adopt the finding of categorical exemption pursuant to Section 15301C of the CEQA guidelines and award a construction contract to Custown Electrical and Data Incorporated of Irvindale, California, in the amount of $833,370 for the McKinley Avenue traffic signals synchronization project from Highway 99 to Clovis Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. This is so similar to the last item. Are there any members of the public that want to address this one?
This is what I'm talking. This is going to coincide with what the chief has done with his project with the cameras. And the cameras here, they're going to put them all over the city of Fresno. And I see District 3 is involved in this process too, 3, 1, and 4, and 7. At least we know what's going on. We can, and this has been out there in, Seattle. This has been going on a long time. This was in New Mexico when they had that investigation out there. They got to see what's going on. We just get modernized with this city so we can know what goes on inside of it. I say whatever they want for the cameras to see who's out here, what they're doing, put it out there. Because we never know who it is, where they're coming from, and what they have in their pocket to take us out. So we got to be very vigilant. That's the whole game. That's what the same thing coincides with the chief and his what he wanted, because he can see the process that's going on around him. He got the witness and evidence. Nobody can say, well, I didn't do it. Yes, you did. We got you on camera for our purpose. And that's what these gentlemen here is doing. And they've been out a long time, but in other cities. But now we just bring it here to Fresno because I followed that a long time years ago. Thank you very much.
Barbara. All right, then, do I have a motion to approve the synchronization along McKinley Avenue? Do I have a second? Motion and a second by Councilman Baines. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes 6-0. Now we are on to item 14-178, also the similar project, actions pertaining to the Bullard Avenue traffic synchronization project.
Lal Gunwardena, Design Services Manager, Public Works Department. Item before you pertains to Bullard Avenue traffic synchronization project from Marks Avenue to Willow Avenue. Staff recommends that the Council adopt the finding of categorical exemption pursuant to Section 15301C of the CEQA guidelines and award a construction contract to Crosstown Electrical and Data Incorporated of Irvindale, California, in the amount of $755,808 for the Bullard Avenue traffic signal synchronization project from Marks Avenue to Willow Avenue. Thank you.
Any members of the public like to address this item?
Mr. President, this is that synchronization project, the same one we've been talking about in the last 3 items. Now it's out there where I'm at, Marks in that area where you are too. And we also need it because that veteran home, we got that big freeway coming through there, the Veterans Boulevard. Then pretty soon we're going to have more big, tall buildings, better houses, what they got already out there. It's on the block to be approved for people of color. So we need to have the best security the best watch and the best of everything. If we're going to go and put anything up in the city of Fresno and the annexation, and if they're an influence, we want to go top of the line. And what I'm saying, this gentleman here and his crew are doing, they're modernizing the city of Fresno and bringing us from the stagecoach days to the reality. So I appreciate them bringing this forward. Like I said, Mr. Quintero was here when they came to City Hall. Dan McQuill and them all was here. Dan Fitzpatrick and them. They took up all the security away from us. If we, through Comcast, all the things that used to tie us into all communication around the world, we don't have them no more. We should bring that back up and see who has the control. Now, these people here bringing these cameras in, at least we do have some idea what's going on in our city. Because we're in the war, we're in the siege. Look at Israel. They ain't putting no brakes on nothing. They going full steam ahead. And all these countries out here, and all the children remind me of Jim Jones and everybody else in South America and Guyana and everywhere. It's a mess. It can't be like it used to be on Southwest Fresno. They call us the jungle. Because it's done a lot better since Chief Dynam came over there, and we got it all straightened out. No gangs and stuff. The drugs and stuff is all gone. And then the people in South there just want to live better, but we don't have the money and stuff to go update through that code enforcement messing with them. They ought to let us alone and just let us build around us, because we can take care of ourselves. But the cameras is welcome, and you guys are doing a good job. So if the cameras do happen to be out there, it would be a benefit to us too, because that's where the first place they'll go. That's where they're going to hide. Come out there with me in that field, knocking on my doors like they already doing in the middle of the night. I told them if they come in my house, they ain't going to make it out of there, because I'm going to stand my ground, and I meant that. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Barbara. Well, I'm very happy to see Bullard getting synchronized, so I'll make a motion to move forward with this item. Do I have a second? So I have a motion and a second by Councilman Baines. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 6-0. All right. Now we are done with general admin items, and we are on to City Council item 14-210. Yeah. Did I skip something? Oh, yeah, I lost it in there. Okay, thank you. All right, we are still on general admin item 14-199, acquisition of a 2.46 acre parcel located at 6135 North Golden State Boulevard. And that's our Public Works Department. Yeah, didn't highlight it.
Good morning, Council President and Council members. I'm Pete Caldwell from the Senior Real Estate Section of Public Works Department. This item pertains to the right-of-way acquisition for Veterans Boulevard to add a new interchange to State Route 99 between Shaw Avenue and Herndon Avenue, as well as a new city roadway improvements. The Veterans Boulevard project is being funded through Measure C Tier 1 funds, citywide regional street impact fees, state transportation improvement funds, and regional transportation mitigation fees. The property owner, George Dakovich and Son, Incorporated, has agreed to the negotiated settlement excuse me, of $930,000 for the full acquisition of his property, including the office buildings, warehouse, and 3 storage buildings. The city retained Kelly P. Stevens of Real Property Analysts to appraise the property. Mr. Stevens worked under Larry Hopper, MAI. The property owner exercised his rights for a second appraisal and employed James Palmer, MAI appraiser. After we received the information on their second appraisal, we contacted Mr. Stevens and Mr. Hopper with regards to reviewing Mr. Palmer's appraisal. With that added information, we reached a negotiated settlement of $930,000 with Dakovich and Sons. The property is located at 6135 North Golden State, near Bullard Avenue, and is located in District 2. This acquisition or project will not have any impact on the general fund. If there's any other questions, I'd answer them at this time.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go out to the public really quick. Any members of the public like to address the acquisition of this piece of land for Veterans Boulevard?
Seems like to me, this is another veteran project out here on that boulevard. But it's like taking, if the property owner, if they want to sell their property, that's fair with me. But if they don't, and then have to come to me too. I would like to know what's going on. But if they came to a conclusion on to pay that amount, $900,000, I want to make sure that's enough money that they're paying for that property instead of what they feel the property is worth, because they're giving up their life savings and their property and stuff to help this project that they want. So what I'm hearing this gentleman say between his costs, I understood that they made agreement to go through this here, come to that settlement, and that's going to benefit the project and the people that's coming through there. So I don't see a problem with it. And I just say, make sure they give the guys enough money out there for his property, and make sure that you do a good job out there with the money that the federal government and the people give you to help with that highway for all the people that's going to be moving in that direction, be used not for administration, but be used for the project. Because I'm seeing a lot of that money is going to the administration and then putting cheap labor out there on not only your property, but other properties. I want them to put them the top of the line. If we're going somewhere and out here in the community, let them give us the best, and then don't just come up here and ask for a certain amount of money to get rid of the property owner. Let them get their just the amount of money that they need for their helping you all out, because it's not fair. Thank you very much.
All right. Are there any other members of the public who would like to address this? Then I'm going to make a motion to approve that property acquisition for Veterans Boulevard. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Olivier. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 6-0. All right. Now we are on to City Council Item 14-210, a resolution by the Council of the City of Fresno, California, supporting California Assembly Bill 69. That's from myself and Councilman Brand. I'm going to let Councilman Brand start off.
Thank you, Council President. This is really a kind of a common sense approach, something that we don't see too often in Sacramento. And it only affects one aspect of the cap and trade. This is the fuels under the cap regulation. And what it would do, because there's other parts that will raise electricity and other utilities, this is focused strictly on gasoline prices. I don't think anybody's going to debate the high cost of gasoline over the last 10 years and the impact of the recession, particularly on Fresno and the Valley for the past 5 or 6 years. In fact, we've never fully recovered. We have double-digit unemployment, 25% plus high poverty rate in the city and the county. And under the current proposals to go effective January 1st, gasoline could go up as high as 76 cents a gallon, directly related to this fuels and cap provision. And to give you an idea, because I've got to put a few statistics in here, the average driver put in 15,000 miles per year, averaged about 15 miles per gallon, added another 79 cents per gallon. That's roughly about $800 per year, roughly $65, $66 per month. And for a lot of people in this town, that's a lot of money. And that's not putting food on the table. So we're in support of the proposed AB 69 being brought forward by our former colleague, Henry T. Perea, to the California Assembly, that they would basically put this, I'll let Steve finish off, put this off to delay the implementation of this cap on fuel tax for Californians. Steve?
So, as co-sponsoring this resolution, Lee has practically said everything that really needs to be said. I would just remind everybody that Fresno and our entire Central Valley seems to somewhat lag always behind when we come out of a recession. So we're a little bit further behind the rest of the state. And so I think that this a tax increase right now upon gasoline is really going to be detrimental to our ag community and really all of the citizens of the valley. We just are not ready to pay more taxes for gasoline. And like Councilman Brand mentioned, this group, the California Drivers Alliance, it's a nonpartisan group, and they are reminding us that their estimates show that our cost of gas just in California will go up between 16 and 76 cents per gallon. And that's just really detrimental to California's economy. It'll eventually move businesses to places that aren't charging this additional gas fee. So we're in support of the City Council of the City of Fresno passing this resolution and expressing to the governor that we don't feel like our community is in favor of this type of gas increase. So I have Councilman Baines punched up, and then we will also go out to the public. Councilman Baines. All right, we're going to go to the public. Any members of the public like to address this gas increase?
I would give Governor Brown a one-way ticket. I ain't gonna say to where because I'm on this here television. Because he knows he's trying to furnish. He took that cap and trade and gave it to them bullet train people up here, and we don't even know where that bullet train is gonna go. He out here running around in Mexico and everywhere else. He's not even take care of the business of the Fresno, city of Fresno, county, or of anywhere, state of California. He not need to get off his stuff and act like his daddy did back in them old days. His daddy was a true soldier. When he was Governor Brown, I remember him too. No, we don't need to. We need to support with this guy's resolution, so we don't have to go raising the gas taxes up and everything else up because we don't get, like you said, fair share of our money for this San Joaquin Valley anyway. They trying to make us a slave state while they live good up there in Silicon Valley, all the way down up in here. Because that bullet train man said it right here one day. I was at that last meeting here. We're not no slave. Them days is over with. They wouldn't have that money if it wasn't for the people no way. Like you just said, Mr. President. All your taxmen, all the money from the gas, all the mileage and stuff that we spend, and they want to put more money on top of us with that cap and trade. And Brown just got through talking about it a long time. We're going to put all this cap and trade money for all these many years. He supported it for them years. We won't be having nothing. My question to Governor Brown is, how much is he getting paid for? It's against the law to get money from these organizations if he don't know what he's doing. Do we got a conflict of an interest statement filed so the people know what's going on? All these projects is going against the people, and the people wouldn't put him there in the first place, and he's working for all these special interest groups and not working for the people of the city and the counties of the state of California. I think you need to resign, Governor Brown. That's where you need to go. Resign and retire. No, not taking care of California. You're not doing anything. You're taking our money, rob Peter to pay Paul, and it's not fair. Do what you got to do, City Council. Go against him. Don't let him get that cap and straight. Don't let him take a dime from us no more. That's all they do. Take our money, like through redevelopment, all these projects we used to have down here, use it for his benefit, and we don't see what goes on. The voters say don't raise no taxes, don't borrow more money. Next day, he borrowed more money anyway. No, you guys the boss of this. Get him. Thank you very much. That goes to you too, Mr. Brown.
All right. Any other members of the public like to address this item? Councilman Baines. Jean.
So who else is within the valley that's is signing on to this? Do we know?
I don't know. Lee, do you know?
Lee, do you know
other
what other
members?
cities are part of this signature effort?
I know that from the state. I'm sorry. I believe there are other cities out there.
All right, go ahead.
Councilmember Zhang, as a matter of practice, the Assembly Member's office goes out to each city council in the district. So, without knowing for sure, I can make a very educated guess that Assemblymember Pereira's office staff are going to each city council and asking city councils throughout the district for resolutions of support. So we can contact his office to find out which councils have signed off on it at this point and which ones they still have yet to go out to. I'm fairly certain of that.
Okay. So, but in terms of what we do know is that at best we just have the request that's going out right now. We don't have any confirmation which cities in the valley are on board or have signed on board or have signed on the resolution.
I can find out within 90 seconds. I can find out in 30 seconds and come back.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
I think this is an important thing that Assemblymember Pereira is working on. So I think it's worth calling. I'll find out.
Yeah. Anything with our partners with COG as well and League of Cities in terms of their input or discussion on this particular issue? Lee? Somebody?
I'm sorry. Say it. Repeat the question.
What about COG or League of Cities? Because when we do these stuff, League of Cities has always been kind of our point entity when it comes to state legislation as well. That impact or not impact, have we had anything in terms of their weight on this discussion at all, or have they decided to stay neutral? And this is not an indication whether this is a good bill, bad bill, or anything at all. I mean, these are questions that I think it's important for at least us to weigh in for not only our sister cities here in the Valley, but also entities that represent our interests at the state level, whether they be the COG or Council of Governments or even League of Cities. But it looks like you have some answers, member.
I do. Councilmember Zhang, a representative from Assemblymember Pereira's office, will be here in council chambers within the next 30 seconds to answer your questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
But in answer to your question, Member Zhang, I think this is a common sense deal. I think that if it's obviously if it's passed, it's going to impact the entire state of California, because the Valley itself is a sea of poverty, and everybody. In fact, some communities are much worse off than we are. You go to Orange Cove and to Mendota, you got unemployment at 30, 40, 50%, and the chamber supports it. So I think it's us taking the lead as a city, one of the biggest cities in the San Joaquin Valley, and the fifth biggest city in the state of California, to say this state needs a little relief. The people, particularly at the bottom end of the economic scale, that are disproportionately affected by these regressive type of taxes. I don't know, Marlene worked for the member Perea.
Councilman Zhang, the literature provided also tells us that it's a growing coalition, and here's some groups across the state who have joined: Californians for Affordable and Reliable Energy, California Urban Partnership, California Water Alliance, and the Kern Black Chamber of Commerce. I guess we could add a Fresno Chamber of Commerce to that. And so, do we want to wait until...
I mean, we're going to have him here. Yeah, I do have questions. Just as I've said before, it's not an indication whether this is good or bad, but I think the people that are part of this coalition, ones that we know, right, that we have, whether it's the chamber, we know the chamber, League of Cities, we know. I think those plays an indication on how valid the legislation is. It'd be a different point if the legislation goes and we ask, is anybody else supportive, and it's quiet, and there's no, there's not a strong coalition, or there's nobody else supporting, then we have to sit back and kind of just analyze, okay, well, what does that mean? Why aren't other cities in the Valley that say we have all this impact, and yet they're not on board as well? So I think just want to make sure that we ask the appropriate questions and be part of the appropriate coalition.
Right on, Councilman Baines.
Since we're waiting for a member of Assemblymember Pereira's office, I'm not even sure that I'm going to vote on this one way or the other, because I have electric cars, and I'm not even sure that I have to worry about gas ever again. So I don't even know if it's fair for me to vote on this right now. So I'm going to encourage all of you guys out there to not even worry about gas prices, whether it's going up 16 cents or 76 cents. Go electric. Thank you.
You said electric cars multiple. Are they, all right. Yes, ma'am. Could you approach the microphone?
I got a question.
Councilman Zhang has a couple questions about this. Just introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Raj Recker from Assemblymember Pereira's office.
Hey, Raj, I was just asking about some of our local cities and then organizations that we look to when we look to combine our voices at the state, on issues that matters that affects the entire Valley.
Oh, yeah.
And, where if COG had an opportunity to weigh in, or League of Cities had an opportunity to weigh in, and then what's been some of our local coalitions that we traditionally have partnered with on these type of issues.
I know that the Fresno Chambers already did a letter of support. As far as the local cities around here, Mendota, Parlier, Reedley, Dinuba, and we definitely have the resolutions on hand, and Kerman, Fowler, and there's, I believe, Selma are they're on the agendas, are going to be placed, so they'll be taken up. So we're getting all the support for this. And then it's not just here in Fresno County. I mean, we have support from Kern County, the Kern County Board of Supervisors. I know the Tulare, I think it was the Tulare Board of Supervisors took it up their last meeting, and they supported as well. The list is just growing. I know there's other organizations that are working the bill as well, and so they're reaching out to the counties outside.
Anything at all from our League of Cities?
You know what? I'll have to double check. I believe COG was going to take it up,
Okay.
but I don't remember if I saw the resolution come to me, so I'll have to double check. But I can let you know for sure when I get back to the desk and confirm.
Maybe this is a larger issue question. You know the gas tax, and especially with this, the cap and trade idea. You know how much of that comes back to the valley?
The exact amount, I don't know exactly how much of what percentage would actually come back to the valley.
Okay. Because some of these funding sources, I guess, is through the governor's autonomy and how he looks to replace certain ones that he cuts. And so I'm just kind of curious if he had the plans already for this and what he's actually allocating here in the valley based upon some of these increases in terms of the gas.
Yeah, I don't have the numbers. I know I can get that information to you from the Capitol office. I know they've been working on it, but I don't remember what the exact number was.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Raj.
No problem.
And I appreciate the hard work to bringing at least looks like the majority of our local cities together. I think my only question is probably just to see what we're actually losing and not losing in terms of the cap and trade or how the governors did.
I can get you that number.
Okay.
Guys,
I appreciate it. Thanks.
No problem. Any other questions?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Screen is clear. I'll make the motion, or Councilman Brand, would you like to make the motion to approve? Well, I just did. Will you second it? All right, then. We have a motion and a second.
Just quickly, hey, Bruce, any perspective on administration on this one? Just no? Okay. Thanks.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 6-0. All right. Are you happy, Barbara? I thought so. All right, and now we can move to the 10:30 item, a joint meeting of the City of Fresno and the successor agency, redevelopment agency to the City of Fresno. Councilman Baines, I think I turn this over to you then. Is that right? RDA.
True. Yeah, you're right. Okay. All right. So we're going to open the meeting for the joint meeting of the City of Fresno's successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency of Fresno. We have one item one item to discuss today. Am I reading that right, Madam Clerk? Okay. I didn't see the adjournment. That's it, right? Okay. I didn't see the adjournment. Okay. I'm going to open up the meeting, and we have one item to discuss to adopt the finding of categorical exemption pursuant to Article 19 for a project on the 450 M Street at Santa Clara. And we also want to award the contract to Marco Construction Group. City Attorney, can we take these items together?
Yes.
Okay. Marlene?
Thank you. This is an item to award a contract to Marco Construction, the lowest bidder, to install a wrought iron fence around the historic homes. And I think this will complete or near completion of all of the work on the historic homes. In any event, today's item is to award the lowest bid for $69,177.28. If you had questions, be happy to answer.
All right. Take it out to the public.
Hello, Miss Marlene. Marlene has been putting herself in a big position, wearing some big shoes. I hope you got her big enough. On this project, she's not asking for very much. I still understand how the legality of this here assessor agency, especially when it's supposed to, assessor agency supposed to be a group of people that's not involved with this city council. So I don't see how the city council and Marlene can be with the redevelopment, and she's with the city of Fresno. I think it's a conflict of interest here. I want to know that you all got a conflict of interest statement filed, because matter of fact, we didn't hire Bangs to be assessor agency for the city, for assessor agency for Southwest Fresno, or the rest of you all here. But if you're going to bring these projects up here illegal, I want to have a chance to speak, Mr. President. I approve this project here because I know she's doing a good job on what she's doing, but you don't know the facts. So I want to speak on unscheduled oral communication for the assessor agency. There should be a spot there for unscheduled communication like the redevelopment had, and that's when I like to speak, sir. Thank you very much.
All right, any other comments from the public? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Do I have a motion to approve? A second? It's been properly motioned and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Item carries 4-0 with members Capriolio, Olivier, and Quintero absent. This now adjourns the business for the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you, Marlene. Well, they had communication about that, but then they won't have an extra one.
No, I'm talking about for that agency. That's a different process from the city of Fresno business.
No, we don't. It's a joint meeting, so we have one unscheduled communication session.
It's considered a joint meeting, so it's just, yeah. But we will have unscheduled coming up, which you could address that if you'd like at that time. Let's see. Madam Clerk, I've been skipping around my agenda. I'm still trying to get familiar with the...
It looks like you're done with the 10:30, and the next item is 10:45, unless you want to go closed session.
So, are there multiple items in closed session today?
There are two. The VEGAM item we've scheduled for 3 this afternoon. The other AIG item may take 2 minutes, so I would do it at the same time. I would suggest the next item is 10:45. Squeeze in unscheduled communication right now.
Yeah. We will do unscheduled communication right now, where any member of the public can talk about any of the items on today's agenda or anything on their mind.
That's the only place I can talk and don't get in trouble with you at, Mr. President. That's right, Bruce? You know what? This has been really puzzling to me, and I'm glad that Marlene and the successor agency board and everybody's here. I'm going to look directly at you because you are our president, Mr. Banyu. So when the assessor agency was having their paperwork, having their agency downstairs, they gave me papers out there. So one of my papers that I have here is showing where we got consultants here, 3 of them, and I got the signatures on the paper where they're saying that those consultant firms, like redevelopment, they're getting paid money to do fraudulent work to change them out to the way these consultant agencies have to do them. And I got the papers with all their signatures on them. Then I have another paper right here from the same folk from a different part. It's telling me, like Swearengin, she want to go to the controller's office, but the people here saying the only one going to be, when you go to the controller's office, we got to get somebody up in there. That's my personal opinion, because if someone else get that position, the redevelopment agency would all be going to the federal government and all these outside agencies, and everybody's going to be up under investigation. I got the paperwork. I got all the signatures. I got the paperwork from the assessor agency with all these houses, all them vacant houses from redevelopment. I mean, by the hundreds of them. They're going to change their names. They're going to have them do fraudulent work. Conspiracies, they're going to change everything else, these consultant firms, and I got the consultant firms' names, papers, and everything, the signatures from the agency's meeting they had downstairs, back over here. I got all their paperwork. They gave it to me. And then there's the things the public's not supposed to know, I got them too, because they gave them to me, public records. Now, if something fraudulent going on, And if Mayor Ashley is going to Sacramento just to cover up the work that Free Development has done for that position, because that's her position to have when she gets there, before it goes to the government or somebody else, other agency that might get the redevelopment agency or City of Fresno in trouble, we got these 3 agencies here, consultants, firms doing all this work, $300-some thousand. They're getting paid a lot of money here to do all this work. So it's not fair. There's some fraud going on. And here's the papers here. Here it is. X item 9, material, EOC, property maintenance contract, oversight board obligation, annual disclosure tax allegation bonds, Clapper, assessor agency obligation, CalPERS unfunded balance and invested obligation, EPA grant, contract and duplication service, storage, contract, family lease, liability, insurance, property sales, disposition of agencies' property, administration budget. That's only one of them. I got some more. Here's another one. They got all their signatures. Marlene Murphy's all over these papers. And this one here is coming from Marlene Murphy to these people around here, and they got the consultants all up in here. The consultant is supposed to do with all this crooked stuff on you guys' back. These are the papers. Somebody going to jail up here. Swanton want to get up in that position, maybe, my personal opinion, so she can stop all this before it goes to the federal government or anybody else that's in control to see what they've been doing up here. Now, I'm going to give them to the district attorney. I'm going to give it to Barack Obama. I'm going to send these papers out of here, but I want you guys to have the first pick on what I had to say. That's what Pereira tried to stop me from over the board of supervisor. So let Barbara don't say too much. Give her a time cut off. But they can't stop me on nothing.
Well, I think you'd be more than welcome over there.
You know what? I'm always welcome.
I mean, I would encourage you on Tuesday mornings at 9 a.m.
Do you? Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Any other members of the public?
Thank you.
Any other? All right. Now we just have 3 minutes. We have 3 minutes, which is not time for a real break. So we're not going to dismiss.
Don't move. Stay right here.
Yeah. Everybody, please take some notes. Use their highlighters, but don't leave your desk. We're going to, in 2 minutes, we're going to move to the next item, which is 2 different items. And City Attorney, can we hear both of those together? Yes. The 1045-1, 1045-2. All right. Let's see. Fresno Municipal Code to add Article 6.5 of Chapter 10, authorizing citizens to file administrative complaints for municipal code violations involving public nuisances. And the second part is a bill very similar, amending the Fresno Municipal Code relating to the administrative hearing process. And so, our city attorney, please present to us.
Yes, Council. The two items today are both related to code enforcement. The first is a concept related to small claims court and superior court. In small claims court, the filing fees are relatively low. Anybody can come in and pursue a claim against another individual without a lawyer, and you have a judge make a decision, and then you're able to move on. It's a streamlined process, moves fairly quickly. So the concept is to mirror that for code enforcement with the city. We've been working on this for about a year because it entails a comprehensive scheme from beginning to end to mirror what would happen in small claims court. With me here, I've got a number of lawyers in the office that have worked on this, Brandon, Tracy, Mary, and Erica. And I'm going to talk about the small claims code portion of this first, and then the related portion dealing with the administrative hearing officer and procedures, where we've looked at some things to provide some more certainty to that process, some greater efficiency, and some increased due process, too. Since Erica has been doing some of those code enforcement hearings, she's going to come up and talk about some of the details of that. In the first part, again, the key is to mirror what happens in small claims court. And so this is a result of, before getting this appointment, my unit in the city attorney's office handled code enforcement for the last 7 years. And I'm sure all of you have gotten the calls, our office has gotten the calls, the mayor's office, where a constituent calls in, complains that the neighbor down the street is doing something, and then you have to tell them on occasion, well, we simply don't have the staff to take care of every problem. We can't send a code enforcement inspector out for everything. The lawyers couldn't handle everything. We've got a city of 500,000 people with, I think, a couple of 100,000 parcels. So we've got more than we possibly could handle. So the concept here is that any citizen can bring a complaint about a nuisance violation, something that's being done in violation of our municipal code, and have an administrative hearing officer here make a decision. So they would act as if, in a way, they're a code enforcement inspector, but they wouldn't have any law enforcement powers or anything like that. So the process would require them to first determine what the violation is. Weeds are too high, car up on blocks. They added on a section to their house that without getting a permit. Those types of things that are all enumerated in the ordinance, the types of violations that could be pursued this way. And then the complaining person would first have to document that and send a notice to the occupant or owner of the location where the violation is taking place and give them 30 days to fix it. And if they don't fix it, then they can bring a complaint to have it resolved. So after the 30 days expires, if they still haven't fixed it or if it's ongoing off and on, then they can file a complaint with the city. And what we would do is provide forms available on the internet where anybody could either fill it out online or at least download it and fill it out, make it very simple like small claims over in Superior Court. We would have to come back and determine what the filing fee would be. We'd have to do a fee study to determine that. In small claims, the fees go up to about $100, and then they charge additional fees for various things, a response, additional motions, and those kinds of things. But the concept is to capture whatever the city's cost would be in the filing fees. So this would be as close as we could get to being cost neutral for the city. The only real time involved would be for the administrative hearing officer. So they'd have the notice, the right to cure, the complaint. They would file it. There's also provision that for an indigent person that they can request a waiver of the fee, and then the DARM director could determine whether or not to waive the fee. Then after that process is begun, if the person who is claimed to have committed the violation doesn't respond, there can be a default judgment if the hearing officer finds that there was a violation. Or if the responding person contests it, then a trial must be set within 60 days. A trial is simply showing up here in City Hall with our administrative hearing officer. It could take 30 minutes, like Judge Wapner, and have it decided right there, and then he must timely get out a written decision based upon the evidence in the hearing. So that's the process. If we were to approve this, we'd come back and prepare what the fee would be, prepare the forms, and then also there would probably be some kind of administrative order to deal with this. There are some safeguards we've built into the system. If the city attorney's office determines that there has been a case filed that's completely without merit, we can dismiss it. So the city retains that prosecutorial discretion to get rid of meritless claims. Also, if for some reason there's an overwhelming number of claims being filed, we have no idea whether it might be 1 a month or 1,000 a month. The city manager retains the discretion to put a freeze on any new claims, just to get a handle on that. I would anticipate that we may need to hire an additional hearing officer to deal with this. He could be paid on an hourly basis, so we wouldn't be committing to more than would be necessary to cover these hearings. So that's the concept. And again, we think that this may be a benefit to the city in that we are shorthanded. Our office is shorthanded to deal with things like this, and code enforcement is too, so this would at least open up an opportunity for the public to have these kinds of issues resolved. Now, if you want to consider these together, I'd also invite Erica to come up and explain what we are proposing to deal with some of the procedures for the administrative hearing officer also.
Please.
Good morning, Council President and Council members, City Manager, Clerk. As Doug has already indicated, the item before you is a proposed ordinance to amend sections 1-405, 1-407 through 409 pertaining to the administrative hearing process and procedure. The purpose of these modifications is to basically streamline the process and hopefully provide for a more efficient and orderly process on a going forward basis, especially if the council decides to hire an additional hearing administrative officer. The ordinance has the proposed revisions bracketed, and so I'll just go through what revisions are being suggested and kind of cross-reference with the ordinance. There's 5 different areas that we're proposing to revise. One of them applying to the employment contract for the administrative officer. We are seeking to have it be revised to reflect that it be a 1-year term and compensation being on an hourly or a flat rate basis. This change is reflected in Municipal Code 1-405A, which is on page 1 of the ordinance. We also removed a provision there that requires that a person may not be appointed to serve as a permanent hearing officer if he or she has served as a temporary hearing officer within a 1-year period. We felt that if we remove that provision, it would allow you guys a little bit more flexibility. If you wanted to have someone come in and actually perform as a temporary officer on a trial basis, you could do that without preventing them or prohibiting them from applying for the permanent hearing officer position. The second item to be revised has to do with scheduling of the hearings, and this is 1-407E, which is on page 4 of the proposed ordinance. And if our Madam Clerk would so indulge, we did, in preparing for this presentation, note that there's a couple of changes that we're going to make with respect to paragraph E on page 4. As you can see, the bracketed area is what's being revised. And what we're adding is essentially that the scheduling of the hearings be conducted on a timed basis. And this allows for our staff to come out and be pulled from their respective schedules and not have to sit around and wait while we're paying them to have their case called. If it's at least a timed item, we know when it's going to move forward. The only exception would be with respect to parking citation appeals. We do feel that those, as they are conducted now, which is basically all those appealing a parking citation, are on the calendar at the same time because those go rather quickly and a lot of them don't even show up. And so what I'd like to do is in that bracketed area, Madam Clerk, if you can write before the second sentence, which begins with no appeal hearing shall be scheduled at the same time as any other hearing, we'd like to add the language before that to reflect except for routine parking citation appeals, no appeal hearing shall be scheduled at the same time. And then at the end of that paragraph, the very last sentence, it currently reads, the notice of the hearing to the appellant shall include a statement as to the appellant's rights as provided in subsection 1-507C, That should actually be 1-408C. That was in the original code, and over time the code's changed, and that particular reference to that subsection has never been changed. And so since we're amending it, we might as well update that section as well. So it should be 1-408C. And those are the only changes there. The third item that we are proposing to revise is with respect to continuances. There apparently is an issue with respect to just having matters continued because people either come unprepared or what have you. We'd like it to be a little bit less discretionary on the administrative officer's part. The parties have to show good cause if they're going to request a continuance, and excuses like, oh, I didn't exchange documents ahead of time should not be sufficient enough. Basically, the hearing officer needs to, or the appellants need to prove to the hearing officer that there's good cause for a continuance, and that's on page 5 of subsection A of section 1-408. The fourth area that we're seeking to revise has to do with the manner in which these hearings are conducted, and we're hoping that these revisions will allow for a more orderly and, basically a more orderly fashion. And so they begin on page 5, section B and D, and what we're doing is proposing several guidelines for the hearing officer to comply with respect to presenting oral evidence, examining witnesses, admissible relevant evidence, and the admissibility of copies and reports. Right now, right now, the hearing officer is not obligated to comply with the Code of Civil Procedure or Rules of Evidence, and so, which we're not changing. It's still going to be a somewhat informal process, but if we at least provide these guidelines that are required, then hopefully there will be a little bit more consistency with every hearing on a moving forward basis. And then the fifth revision is in paragraph or subsection 1-409G, which is on page 7 of the ordinance. And this has to do with removing the discretionary authority from the hearing officer to either increase or decrease citations. Right now, the hearing officer does have that discretion to either increase or decrease, and what we're suggesting is that those citations are fixed rate. They're set forth in the code or the master fee schedule, and he should not have the discretion to either increase or decrease those fines. Now, that doesn't change the fact that if the parties want to enter into settlement negotiations, they can do that. So, for example, at a fire appeal, if Deputy Chief Henry wants to reduce a citation, he can do that. He has the authority to do that, but the hearing officer, if he finds that there is a violation and it is legitimate and the reasonable costs are substantiated, then the fine is the fine, and that's what it should be. So those are the proposed changes. If you have any questions, we're all available to respond.
Right, thank you, Erica. So we'll go out to the public first, and then come back up, and Councilman Quintero will be first when we come back up. Any members of the public would like to address this item?
I do. I'll wait for you to give him your attention. Oh, he finally get a chance to be president? I don't blame you. All this paperwork, what they're putting here, they brought it here to be put on the agenda back years ago, maybe months ago. Now, all of a sudden, they want to come and change it. But when I see here a bill introduction amending the Fresno Municipal Code to add Article 5, 6, 6.5 of Chapter 10, authorizing citizens to file administrative complaints for municipal code violations involving public nuisance. People here have freedom of speech. When these people here, our attorneys, when they need somebody to help do their work for them, they send them off. Even the police work, get other attorneys. Even mayor, they got other attorneys up to $800,000. They don't even use them. The attorneys that we have here, job is to, one of them is to make sure that the council persons have all the paperwork and make sure that they do know, correct them on, give them advice for anything that they need to make sure that it's correct. My observance of our attorneys here, they haven't been given the advice that our council persons or city manager, the ability to run this government correct. So as people need to see these problems so they can make their decision on what this Constitution put us here, check and balance. So if this is what the Constitution was performed, check and balance. Everybody has no more power than the other. The president don't have more power than the House of Representatives, Congress. Nobody have more powers. They can balance each other. But when I see here, every time something don't go in their favor, they want to come and make a resolution to change it to benefit them, adding more judicial powers to themselves, which they can't handle the judicial powers that they already been litigated to them through being hired. The city council has the authority to fire any of these attorneys on a split second. They work for the city council. That is not a boss of themselves. They can't make their own rules and regulations on how the process is being done unless it's something to benefit them or something to harm them. And I haven't been seeing this with all these projects been coming through here, that they should have been given advice to our city council through redevelopment, prisoner joint power financing, the assessor agency, all the people out here of all these land issues up to the development departments. All this money belongs to the city of Fresno, and I want to see that money come back. I haven't seen an attorney up here bring none of these issues that we supposed to have our be informed for all of our newer city councils that didn't know all these things would have had a better idea and grip on what's going on in here in City Hall. I haven't seen that, and I've been coming here almost 30 years at one zone there on Fresno Street. I don't see how we got to Peach Street in the first place. I'm objecting to all this here. Bring it out into get more information on to what's going on before you make your decision.
Right, Councilman Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Erica, got a couple questions. Thank you all for all the hard work you put into this. I can tell it was very time-consuming. One of the concerns, I guess, from the public is, and maybe if you can touch on it, how it fits in with this, is the amount of signage at convenience stores. Does this also include where a citizen can drive by and say, this really looks bad in my neighborhood with all these beer signs, and I know, there's a certain compliance within how much can be put in a window on a convenience store, signage on the landscaping, that type of thing. And if a citizen wanted to turn that business in, take a picture of it, and come through the process, would that be part of this?
My understanding of the new proposed code is that if it meets the definition of a public nuisance, then yes, they would. Okay.
Well, they're not in compliance with the signage, so that's a public nuisance.
Okay, well, if it is a public nuisance, then yes, I would.
Yeah. Councilmember Quintero, temporary and portable signs in violation of our code are specifically covered.
Because I know one of the difficulties is a lot of these convenience stores wait till the weekends when code isn't available, and they'll go out and put them out after 5 on Fridays, right. And then take them down on Sunday night.
And that's an excellent example of how our citizens and our residents can get involved and actually do something about that online with the new.
Okay, so this also would be included in
yes.
part of this.
Yes.
Okay, well, I want to thank you all for cleaning it up, and as Doug mentioned, specifically thank you and Brandon, Tracy, and Mary, And I know Tay early on met with, thank you for that, with an organization of the convenience store owners. It's an association here in town that they had a big concern about that, and they felt, we all get a bad rap lumped together when it's only a few stores that have all this signage on the landscaping on weekends, and we get the bad rap. And they were willing to go out on their own and take pictures and work with that. One of the things that I'd like to do is to get this association to meet with you and the attorneys that worked on it, and just for clarification purposes, because this is one of the really big issues, because they felt it'll just be a cleaner Fresno overall and help them in their sales as well. Everybody's on a level playing field, and it's been a big concern of theirs for quite a while. It's a great group to work with. So with that, Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to approve. Good job. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Quintero. Councilman Baines. And we have a second from Councilman Zhang.
Thanks, Council President. So I definitely get the concept, and like the idea. I know where we're going. I think I have just a couple questions. Do we have an annual review built into this, or something like that? At least the first couple of years.
We didn't provide that, but council could easily add that.
So I honestly don't know what my reservation is, but I have one, and maybe just because I'm not I'm worried about the unintended consequences. I think. Well, I know that's what I am worried about. I can't think them all the way through. So I definitely would want to see if the maker of the motion would be willing to add some type of review period in here, where we can kind of just come back and take a snapshot if the council approves and sees what happened. I'm worried about the abuse of this by citizens in retaliation against other citizens. I'm worried about the abuse of it and citizens against retaliation against other businesses retaliating against other businesses for whatever reason. There are some businesses in my district that don't like any other business in my district, and you know who I'm talking about on Olive. And so I'm just those types of, and I know Erica addressed that, or either you, Doug, or Erica did address the frivolous ones that we can basically red line right out of there. But I'm just worried about how we would catch, if we could catch them all and whatnot. You did answer the questions about fee waivers, so I appreciate that for the low-income population. I was wondering, another question I had is, if you don't have the internet, how would you just come down to City Hall and you can do all of the paperwork here? And is the process done in a way where someone that does not have internet access would be able to go through it?
Sure, we could provide the forms here at City Hall too.
Okay. Had you planned on that, or had you planned on a total online process?
No, we had not planned on the internet being the only means to file a complaint.
Okay. Okay.
And also, I might suggest on the prior issue is that we could provide council a 6-month report and then bring it back within 1 year for a public review if you'd like to do that.
Yeah, I think that probably would give me some comfort. Sal, are you okay with Well, Doug just suggested a 6-month review with another. Okay, I probably would need that with some comfort. Like I said, there's something that has given me pause about this. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but I've learned over time to trust my instincts. So I think I appreciate you adding those additions. I'm curious to hear what my colleagues have to say as well. Can council members start this process against citizens? Can I drive in Sal's district and just open up a bunch of complaints?
Yeah. Any person who is an adult and competent to testify could.
The adult part, right?
Councilman Zhang.
Thank you. I think when it comes to these type of things, I'm always, and Doug, I've had conversation with you about this. Once the decision's made, what type of really teeth do we have even in this administrative process?
Right. Once the administrative hearing officer makes a judgment or an order, then it would be enforceable just the same as if a city inspector had prosecuted that action.
Okay.
So it could be a fine. It could be potentially in getting our office involved at that point to get in and enforce it, potentially getting an injunction, depending upon the type of problem it is.
Yeah. So, counsel, one of the things that when I talk with our city attorney about this particular issue, it's just not some of the complaints that we've had, whether it's the dog barking, and at some point our hands are tied even within, but even some of the expectations that we as electeds are responsible all the way up to the court, that we're that it's our job to take them to small claims court and to stop and do all those things. At some point, there is allowed, whether it's through small claim or kind of a civil procedure. And prior to that, and even they have a hard time understanding that at some point they're going to have to be the one to actually move forward. And then when you bring the court issue up, the legal issue up, it's very intimidating, especially to go to the court system. Is so. Let's just say it's a different world in that to understand the process, the procedures, and the costs associated with that. And I asked him, is there a medium way that maybe what we create here, which we already have a system in here, but to make it easier, but also less intimidating for citizens that wish to, even prior to go to the court, that this process that we allowed here, and is that possible? And I appreciate the work that all of our city attorneys have put to this to really make what we already have existing. We're not putting anything new, folks. Just remember that. But to what we already have existing, to make it definitely user friendly for our residents. And we're still going to get residents. I think this, that believe that this is something that council should be doing, and that we should be enforcing all this stuff. But at some point, we have to also encourage our residents to be this final piece, because it makes it. At least for me, for us to enforce anything at all once we make the decision, is that they take that piece of the ownership as well, because there's a limit to what we do, because we don't live there and we don't see those negative impact all the time that our residents would. And so that was one of my biggest peeve in terms of what the process we have, and asking the city attorney to really see what we can do. And I'm in a way like member Baines, not sure what this would look like or how heavily used it will be, but I hope that this opportunity gives our residents a little bit more teeth. And one of the things that my office will continue to do is also encourage this as well, to see how this process works. Because if it does, I think it'll give us an opportunity to for our residents to be more engaged and help us in terms of those issues that really falls into more of the civil area, I think, but less intimidating, and the waiting list in terms of the court and all those stuff. We already know the issues that they have already over there. So I appreciate the 6 months review. I think that will help out. But I think just making sure that this new process is accessible, and how we communicate it to our residents, that they understand how this works, and then to kind of follow at least those first couple of ones that go through, see how this thing works. I would love to kind of get an update once we start having a number of those that are utilized by our residents, and see how effective or not effective this goes. Okay, but thank you very much, staff, for really coming through and see how this thing goes. Thank you.
Councilman Olivier.
Now we know why Erica got Employee of the Summer Quarter. Excuse me, Councilmember Olivier.
Oh, no problem at all. I have a question about privacy. So if neighbor A begins a complaint on neighbor B, are they hidden? Are they protected? Because we, for example, we get phone calls in my office where they want to turn in the guy across the street for having a junk car in their yard, but they say, "Oh, please keep my name secret. I'm afraid that person will come out and clobber me." So how does that work with this?
All right. This procedure would not be for that kind of person. There would actually need to be somebody who's willing to send the letter saying that these violations are occurring, and then willing to prosecute the action. so there would not be anonymity for the complainant unless they were to find somebody else to do it for them, somebody who actually could go out and perceive what's going on too.
Okay.
As far as privacy of the person who's claimed to have violated something, this does prohibit the observer from entering the property at all to observe anything. They have to do it from outside the property.
Okay. Thank you. Wait, it would still do it the same way they do now. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Is that it, Clint? Councilman Baines?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Councilmember Zhang for really, his comments. I think that gave me a little more comfort, for sure. And I forgot to mention this, and I apologize. I really wanted to give kudos to Doug and the staff on this. Clearly, this was not an easy thing to do. It took a lot. I can only imagine the amount of time and complexity of trying to mirror an entire civil process and bring it here and house it up under here. So great job, great work. I meant to say that because I actually do realize how difficult that could have been from a legal perspective. So I wanted to acknowledge the work that was done by the staff and your leadership on that, Doug, as well.
Thank
you. Doug, I know that one of the benefits of going last is these other council members have asked a lot of the stuff I was going to ask. I do want to re-ask a few things, and it's going to sound like, why are you asking that again? But I think this is very important for our citizens to get it clear, and I know that there's a few of them that will probably end up watching this over the next week on local access stations or something like that. So it seems like somebody else is going to simplify this and say, this is about Fresno residents being able to turn in each other. And that's the motivation of the city wants to do this. I've heard it possibly because we could raise more money if citizens start turning on each other. And then the money comes into the city and we don't have to do anything for it. Can you address, why the city could really use this item as opposed to that type of concept?
I could see that claim, but it's really mirroring small claims court. Instead of somebody having a complaint against somebody else for money, this is a complaint against somebody else for violating our municipal code, causing a blight on the neighborhood, that kind of thing. It's really not much different than somebody being a witness to something, except they must pursue it themselves. The person who pursues this won't make a dime. There's no way the prosecutor of the action can make any money. In fact, they have to front the filing fee. If they prevail, they can get the fee back. But there's no financial incentive in it for them at all. As far as the city, we're not going to make money on this. It is designed to be cost neutral as far as the fees. As far as the fines are concerned, they're put it into a blighted neighborhood fund was the plan to use the money. But overall, I doubt it's going to make any money for the city.
And I would like to throw out a couple examples and see if we can, safeguards for this type of thing. About a year and a half ago, I got called to a property. Councilman Zhang knows about it as well. A guy built his fence too high, and we had to force him. He had to remove that fence, and he wasted a lot of his own money. And he should have checked with the city first. But then he got extremely upset, and so he went around the city looking at other people's fences that were too high. So he just took it upon himself. I'm going to be the new code enforcement for the city of Fresno. And I think he got a list of like 30 other people. And then, as Councilman Quintero pointed out to me, some of those other people, their fence had been built 20 years earlier under a different circumstance. So, of course, he didn't know that, but and all of a sudden the process gets kind of clogged up. Is there any type of safeguards against somebody going too far with this process?
Well, one is it does provide for our prosecutorial discretion where we can dismiss meritless claims. Another thing we could add, similar to small claims, we didn't do this, is limit the number of complaints you could file within any 1 year. We could put a limit to 5 complaints, 10 complaints, whatever you might think is reasonable.
You know,
per
I'd be
person.
I'd be very interested in that, and I know Councilman Quintero is going to speak after me, and we talked a few minutes ago about it. Councilman Quintero, and I really want to hear your thoughts on this, but you know, could we limit it to 5 complaints? So one neighbor gets to do this 5 times a year. That's a lot. I mean, I can't think of. It's very rare that I've had to complain on my neighbors or something like that, but I want to safeguard us from this 1 or 2 individuals in each neighborhood that wants to go out and they think they're gonna start wearing a police officer's hat and all this other kind of stuff, and that kind of bugs me. So would you be?
Yeah, that's an excellent suggestion. I think it'd be really good to do that because it saves a lot of time and effort on the city's part of it. And realistically, the way the council can look at this is that it just becomes another tool in the city's toolbox that residents have access to. Whether they want to use it, it's up to them. But I like both of the points that you brought up and Councilmember Baines to add on. But if you look at it as another tool in the toolbox, it becomes available. And I mentioned one of the associations earlier that I'd met with the convenience store folks, and I believe Councilmember Zhang did too. But I think in our initial meeting with City Attorney Yukamoto, she had made it very clear to them, you're going to have to put your name on this. And they said, fine, we understand that. We'll be happy to do that. But I like the limits, and I like the review that you included in that. Yeah, I think it's great. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah.
You made me think about something. Doug, could we just make it so, whether or not we have limits or not, to just make it so that a person has to have standing, some type of, whether they live in the neighborhood? I mean, I mean,
They have a home or business within a certain distance of the
yeah,
property?
something, because kind of like the guy that rode around the city looking for, he got 38 complaints. I mean, I don't want to. I shouldn't be able to drive around in Lee Brands or Clement Olivier's district and just direct start filing complaints that I don't even live by there. I don't work by there. But I'm just thinking, develop some sort of standing where I don't know. Could you do something like that?
Yeah, or maybe something leaving it to the discretion of the city employee that's reviewing it. Say, "Oh, this is the same."
Yeah, like you don't even live here, you don't
and
work
then
here,
say,
you drove by a house and you didn't like
discretion to
it.
say enough's enough.
Right. We could put in there that to file a complaint, you must reside, own a home, or own a business within a certain distance of the property that you're complaining about. Maybe
because
half-mile?
theoretically, some neighborhoods may have certain violations that, quite frankly, the people in the neighborhood don't care very much about. I may not like it, but I live across town. I don't want to be driving over in someone else's neighborhood that I don't live, work, or play, and saying, "Hey, Steve Brandow has a really big truck. He's parking on the lawn. And I live in West Fresno. That we need to do something about that." So I would like to see, if you could, to have to formulate some type of standing. I really like the idea of capping the number of complaints any one person could have to.
Okay.
And that kind of leads in to my next part, which was going to be about water, specifically about the new water regulations. There's still a lot of confusion out there. I asked city manager last week to really clear that up. So the city of Fresno is not passing out $500 fines to anybody. But, what we don't need is we don't need somebody that's going to take it upon themselves to be the water guru.
That's not included.
Yeah. Okay. That's not included.
In fact, George Hofstadter brought that up yesterday, and we looked at it, and the enforcement mechanism for wasting water under our code's a little bit different. You have a different department doing it, and it can lead up to shutting the water off for the property. So right now, that would not be included in what could be prosecuted.
Okay. I'm kind of glad, because we don't need somebody to take it upon themselves to be driving around all over town looking for water wasters just because that's their own agenda. All right, cool. Well, with these corrections, I think I can be supportive of it. Let me see whether. Oh, I wanted to ask a question about. You talked about a little bit about the hearing officer. Right now, these things end up in front of a hearing officer. And you talked about we might need to add another hearing officer. Is that correct?
Right.
So, and does our current hearing officer have the ability to increase or decrease fines?
Well, he would not be allowed to increase the fine over and above what the code provides. But what we are seeing and hearing from staff people in the departments is that very frequently there's a fine of $100, $500, whatever it may be. Even if it's a repeated violation, he reduces the fine when he hears a sob story from the person coming in.
Okay.
Well, I just don't think I should have to pay that much. And the effect of that is that code enforcement, the police department, the fire department they've told us they become frustrated that it's difficult to get things enforced and get compliance when the hearing officer is routinely reducing fines.
So we really have one hearing officer that does this work. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the name of that hearing officer?
Ed Johnson.
Ed Johnson. And when do we provide a review of that position?
No. He was hired last fall on a 3-year contract.
Okay.
And we're not permitted to remove him because we don't like his decisions, because he has to remain somewhat independent. But we can add additional hearing officers and assign different duties to different hearing officers.
And so that's why I think when Erica was speaking, we can add to this provision that the hearing officer cannot change the amount of the fine.
Right. Council sets the fines, and they are what they are. If council wanted to put a range on the fines, then they could have done that.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you very much. Let's see. Councilman Quintero, you're up. Okay. Councilman Baines?
I just wanted to say that I'm okay with if you develop standing, then I don't necessarily need a limit. So if a person has standing, then I think that addresses my issue overall, from them not being able to drive around the city. So I'm okay with standing.
Well, with the limit of 5, too, that would help take care of that issue, too.
All right, Doug, I have another question then. So this process adds an additional tool, as Councilman Quintero pointed out. But the traditional tool also exists. If somebody wants to engage this process and still remain anonymous, they call 621-CITY. Is that correct?
Right. It doesn't affect what we have been doing at all.
Okay. All right. So people can access the city. If they want to remain anonymous, they do what they've always done, which is call the city, let our code enforcement engage the situation. But if they want to take it upon themselves and they want to fast-track the process, because a lot of times the city gets bogged down trying to do these things, if they want to fast-track the process, they can take it upon themselves.
That's correct.
All right. And then can we have a review then right after the first of the year on this?
Sure.
Our first 6-month review?
Will do.
All right. Cool. Thank you very much. We had a motion and a second. And the screen is clear. All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
Council President, there was some. I'm going to make sure that the additional amendments were included in the motion.
Yes, good correction. Good correct. Thank you. They are included. Okay, so we don't have to revote. The motion passes 5-1 with Councilman Olivier voting no. All right, and that concludes everything that we have scheduled until after lunch. And so we are going to go into lunch until 1:30, and then we'll come back and take up the second half of our day. Thank you. That is 14-181, actions pertaining to a consultant contract for the high-speed rail station area master plan.
Good afternoon, President Brando, members of City Council, Jennifer Clark, Director of Development and Resource Management. This afternoon for your consideration is a consultant contract and associated appropriation for a master plan concerning the area surrounding the proposed high-speed rail station. And staff recommends approval of the items. The consultant will prepare a comprehensive real estate development strategy, an economic opportunity analysis, and an infrastructure and financing plan. The contract is not for the design or construction of the station itself, rather the area surrounding the proposed station location. This contract does not commit the city to high-speed rail. In short, this is a business plan for the area from G to L streets and from Stanislaus to Ventura streets. Now that the foundation has been laid with ongoing land use and infrastructure projects, we can make the most of this economic analysis. The plan presents an opportunity to capitalize on the active and latent development potential in the heart of downtown. AECOM was selected as best qualified due to its vast experience with similar transit-related economic studies and its proven history with developed projects nationally. Funding has been secured from both the High-Speed Rail Authority and the Fresno COG. Local match will be in kind through staff time needed to manage and monitor this contract. Scott Mosier, Public Works Director, and Monique Emerson, Supervising Planner, are also here to answer questions. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Jennifer. All right, are there any members of the public that would like to address this item, the high-speed rail design plan for the downtown station area?
Mr. President. Now, if I can see. Okay, I was at the Board of Supervisors meeting that Tuesday.
Tuesdays, 9 a.m.
Okay, I was there. Thank you very much. And they disapproved it because all this is in court. The Rail Authority from Bakersfield, all the farmers, everybody was involved. They all disapproved. They said, we can't go over the voters because the money, they didn't match the money. Now, how can we approve a railroad and this guy, he just going to push his way through and make like he's the boss? Because I asked him when they had a meeting here, who's your boss? Nobody knew. Then they told us here, he said, this valley here, Central Valley, going to be worse than any Mississippi part it is. So if he thinking we're going to be a Mississippi state running around here, why is he getting our money and taking it down the road for somebody else and going to take that Gilroy exit out there and take the roads from them, doing it a piece at a time, when the voters have spoke? We're going over the voters, we're going over the lawsuits, the judges, we're going over everything if we give these people any one dime until we see the outcome of this project. If either the people that's for this project, and I think they might have a conflict of interest, might be getting money from these folks or got money up in there, which I seen on the agenda. We got to pay them back something. Why we got to pay them if nothing has been approved? They don't even have the money to match them. This is one of Governor Brown's little pet projects, and I questioned about that with that tax and trade what came up earlier. Giving them that money, which we're supposed to have to take care of all the people, of the citizens of California. Now, why are these people instead, and even Mayor, why is she going against the people in all these lawsuits? Let the judge see what happened. Borger said, we put it in Pugin, and one more, Larson, he's waiting to see the outcome of the judges. How are we going to come and keep on something going on when we don't know what is going on? So I'm asking you, why should you take the risk of giving $1 million or something to keep this project going, and then it hasn't been approved if they can go or not? This is all I'm asking. If some reason why our mayor is steady pushing this thing on and running for controller and supposed to be over this whole project when she haven't heard from the people, or she's not listening, or she got an interest in it. And I see a conflict of interest. It's not fair. You make your decision, make your judgments. Look at what's going on around you. Mr. Bong and Bangs want to know, listen to somebody else. Listen to the people in Bakersfield, all these other people, all the lawsuits, everybody, because that guy, when he came here, I was sitting right here that next day. He's going to look up at the calendar from Washington, D.C., He didn't know how much, who owned the thing. He don't know how much money. They don't even know who owned this train. Where that money going? All they know, they stealing from us, your voters. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Barbara. Any other members of the audience like to address this item? All right, then. Jennifer, I guess I'll ask a couple questions. So, Jennifer, what's the timing? How necessary is it that we spend the money or we take in the money to start this plan right now?
Our agreement with the High Speed Rail Authority expires in June of 2015. There's a possibility that we could extend it, but we'd really like to set the economic groundwork now. What are the financial incentives and what are the financial benefits of developing in this area? How does this impact other investments that have been made in the area? It's a really good start for a business plan and infrastructure plan for this area surrounding the potential location of the station.
Okay. All right, so listening to you doesn't sound like anything is imminent. Nothing, there's no reason we need this imminently. We have to begin something in order to meet some other requirement. It's just, is that correct?
We have a grant that we were provided to conduct this study, to capitalize upon the development that will occur around the station or could potentially occur around the station. There are other ongoing efforts in downtown, the Fulton Reconstruction Project, the BRT station, obviously Amtrak on the other side of downtown. 40,000 people work downtown every day, an opportunity to capitalize on how can we utilize and best manage the land use plans that have already been laid in that area. In terms of, is there something imminent that we have to do right now? No, but we wouldn't have this grant in the future.
Okay. About maybe 8 weeks ago, I came forth with a resolution really questioning the rail project right now. And at that time, I wanted to pass a resolution of statement from the council. But my fellow council members felt like it wasn't a good time to do that, to pass that resolution, because a judge's ruling was imminent on the project. And so it was supposed to be within 2 to 3 weeks. It's been 8 weeks. And so I'm going to ask that we delay the decision on this until after we hear from that same judge that we were hoping to hear for a couple months ago. And so I'm going to ask for more time to continue this item. I'm going to make a motion that we continue the item until after we've heard from that judge. It's real similar, and it's in agreement with what we did 8 weeks ago, which is, in other words, let's wait and hear what the final judge says about does the state of California have the right to proceed with this item, despite the fact that it doesn't really match what the voters voted for. And so I'm going to make a motion to continue, and we're going to hear from other. Okay, so I have a motion and a second from Councilman Olivier. Councilman Jean.
The planning grant. You said that we received part of this from the planning grant, or that we for the money.
Correct. The agreement actually, we took action, or the council took action in 2011 to appropriate a grant from the High Speed Rail Authority for the purpose of an economic study surrounding the station. And then we were additionally awarded funds through Fresno COG Overall Work Program, the OWP. And so we've had the funds. We received that second amount of funds in 2012, conducted our RFP, and are prepared to offer a contract now. So we do have the funds awarded to us, and it's ready to go.
Okay. So we went and asked for the funds to do this particular project here. Where, if we don't use it, what happens to the fund, or what's the time frame? Do we know?
I'm going to let Scott Mosier answer that question.
Good afternoon, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works.
So out of the money, 200,000 of it is state Prop 1A. That would basically just, assuming high-speed rail goes forward, it would just go into the rest of the corridor. High-speed rail might look at another city to do a station area planning grant to help, plan land uses around where the station would be. 700,000 is federal stimulus money for high-speed rail. So again, if it's not spent here, in theory, that would be part of that money that would just go into the corridor. And the COG money, as far as the 120,000, they would put it into some other project, some other planning study somewhere else in Fresno County.
Okay, so if we're so maybe the question is not time sensitivity here, but if it's 200 and we don't know, as our council president has said, that whether it's 8 weeks or however the judge makes their decision, even though there's activities that's already progressing with work with high-speed rail, you have 200,000 Prop A money that we would say right now we're undecided what to do. Does that money, is it ours to just keep for whenever, or how does this work?
The grand total is $1,020,000.
Right.
$1,020,000. So it's not the city's to keep and put on anything else. It's money specifically for this study. So if the city did not want to undertake it, again, it would go back to high-speed rail and back to Fresno COG for other purposes.
Well, maybe let me ask it this way. Maybe the decision says, we haven't decided if we want to use it for this yet. Because of this, can we still hold on to it until we decide on it?
I think
let me try to take a shot at that.
Please.
It depends on how long. And first of all, let me clarify. 120,000 is coming from the COG under a planning grant. $900,000 is being funded by the Federal Rail Administration as a planning grant that just happens to be going through high-speed rail. So if someone decides not to do the project, that $900,000 is still available for this planning grant opportunity. The 1A dollars are the state bond dollars that would, if someone decided not to do the project, is all we're talking about. The issue with the timing is that we did do an RFP, and at some point in time, Council, you're going to have to make up your mind whether we're going to do this, because, again, this has nothing really to do with whether or not there is high-speed rail in downtown, but actually the economic impacts of all the other activities that are occurring downtown. If you choose not to do this, then we would reject the bids and not do the economic analysis. So in a lot of ways, you've got the federal government and the COG putting in over $1 million towards this. The high-speed rail project funded from state or local taxpayers is $200,000 in the overall scheme of things.
No, I just want to make sure that, is there any other points you, Scott or Bruce, you want to add in there? I mean, are we, because I wanted you to have an opportunity to kind of add whatever we want to add on this particular issue, because I'm supportive of it. So I'll wait till the motion second here and see what the vote turns out, because I'll make a motion to approve, because as I've said, whatever our personal feelings about high-speed rail or not, this is about having that opportunity that we were able to get some unique chances with some additional funding, taxpayers' money that we fought really hard for again, and that we can take advantage in terms of the larger discussion of high speed, really do something that's beneficial to the city. And so I'll wait, but folks, let's understand what this is trying to do here, and where the money is, Council. And I'm pretty sure we'll have more time to debate specifically about high-speed rail, and I'll look forward to those discussions as well. But this is not necessarily on that, because the money from high-speed rail is not the bulk of it. It's a small piece that allows us to do what we have to do to prepare. And we talk about being proactive. We're talking about making sure that we have the right studies and taking advantage of all those things that are happening downtown. Well, this is giving us that to really do a more strategic and more comprehensive plan. So unless there's a better reason than let's see what the judge says about high-speed rail, Council, I urge you to really make the decision for what we've been trying to do for a long time in trying to improve our community and trying to improve the downtown, because at least I've heard from the majority of us is that we believe the downtown is more than just the downtown, that it affects the entire city and also our county. So please, I would urge you to vote no on the current continuance, and let's take care of business and let's do what we have to do and make those tough decisions, and we'll deal with the high-speed rail when it comes up. I'm done.
Also, I just wanted to add briefly back to the origins of this. Rather than the state could have come in and said they'll do their own planning study and say, here's where we should put a surface parking lot, or here's where there should be a structure, here's where you should put your higher density multifamily land use. The state didn't do that. They approached the city and said, we would like to make this resource available to you so that you can develop a plan as the city of Fresno that you want in this area, keeping in mind even the siting of the station really was driven by the city. Initially, the state was looking at putting something across from the baseball stadium, and there was a strong city desire to push it north up to the Mariposa location. So they're really trying to make that available to the city rather than just a unilateral state plan it for us. Again, that was their desire. I think there are some things that we hope to gain, or at least, again, speaking on the planning side, from that, the land use economics of how do you make this type of development work just in downtown in general. So those were some goals that we'd hope to accomplish from the study. Thank you.
Councilman Baines.
Thanks, Council President. I like Councilmember Zhang won't be supportive of a continuance. I really, Council President, didn't really hear a kind of a real rationale as to why to continue. We have, for the last several years, we have accepted planning dollars, so that, and the reason we have is to make sure that our city is prepared in the event that high-speed rail happens. I'm not exactly sure that waiting on the legal system to just see what they say is a reason for us to deny our obligation and responsibility to plan for an event. And beyond that, the planning dollars are larger than high-speed rail. It's not just about high-speed rail. It's about a larger plan for our city, which is really our obligation here. So if there were kind of a reason where you wanted more time to understand this better, but simply to just wait for a judge's ruling. I remember when you wanted to bring your resolution, and I think the comparison of your resolution to us accepting planning dollars is very, very different. It's a very stark contrast between that. You were going to ask the council to take a position on high-speed rail. This is simply doing our due diligence as a city in planning for high-speed rail, which we've done all the time, which you've supported before, by the way. Just the planning. So I think that this agenda item is consistent with what we've done in the past, whether we agree or disagree on high-speed rail. This council has always said, hey, we still do have an obligation to protect our citizens and our city from what could happen. And I think that this really is consistent with that. So I won't be able to be supportive of that motion absent some more compelling evidence as a reason to continue. But I certainly wouldn't be in favor of just continuing to wait on a judge. I think that we have a duty to our citizens to act in spite of that. We have no control over the legal system, but we do have control over how we plan our city and how we move forward. If in fact the judge, takes another 6 months to rule, listen, the project is still going forward. The dirt's being moved, parcels are being purchased, things are happening, and the last thing we want is for our city to be behind the 8 ball. And we've kind of made an affirmative choice to make sure that whether we agree with it or not, that we wouldn't be behind the 8 ball. So for those reasons, I won't be able to support it, Council President.
All right. Councilman Brand.
So your motion is to continue for how
Continue.
long? How long?
Until after the judge makes a ruling on the validity of the project.
Okay, and Scott? And we don't know when that time is?
No, it's supposed to be early this fall. Now is the most recent thing.
So we're talking about at least 2 or 3 months?
Couple months,
Okay.
yeah.
So would be the impact of delaying what we're doing now?
I think I'd want to ask either Jennifer or Wilma to perhaps speak to that item.
Again, our agreement with High Speed Rail Authority expires in June of 2015. There's a possibility we could extend that contract. We really want the best economic and business analysis that we can get. And so the more time that we have to conduct that, the better. If we delayed this indefinitely, the consultant could choose not to perform under the current agreement. They can say, too much time has expired or has passed, and we would have additional cost requirements or necessities, and so the cost of the contract might go up, or they may not be available to conduct the analysis for us. So it would be in the best interest of the city to start now so that we could begin the analysis and complete it within a timely manner. But we can always request an extension. It may or may not be extended.
Is there any cost to the city? This is all grant funded?
Our match is an in-kind match, staff time to manage and monitor the contract.
Okay. Do you believe that if it's done properly, that the city itself, business, residents will benefit better?
Absolutely. It's creating a business plan for downtown, regardless of whether or not, or this area of downtown, regardless of whether or not the station is ever located there, really will provide a good opportunity for local businesses and potential development to look at downtown and say, hey, they've laid the groundwork, they're ready for new development to occur.
Okay. Thank you. So, really, I'm no fan of high-speed rail, but I'm pragmatic, and in this case, the train's left the station. This is going to come. I know I've talked to Member Zhang about things like Veterans Boulevard, and I don't see any value in just a symbolic hold up the deal. And I definitely concur with your philosophy, but to me, wearing the hat of a city councilman, not as an individual, I still think it's our best interest to move on and do the best we can. And myself and Member Olivier and Borges about 3 years ago had a press conference, and was not to say against high-speed rail, but make sure the city does what it can to ensure that there's a smooth transition. People at the state and federal level have made those decisions that it's going to come. So our job is to make sure that we can, best prepare the city and our business people to benefit the best they can and smooth the transition. So I don't see any value to discontinue it. So I would probably vote no.
Okay. The $900,000, that's coming from the Transportation Department. Is that what you said, Bruce?
It's coming from the Federal Rail.
Federal Rail. But not necessarily for the high-speed rail project.
It's been made available, but it's been made available for this work.
Is it part of the $3 billion that the federal government, and the only $3 billion that the federal government's giving to this project?
Yes.
So it's part of that?
It's part of the ARA dollars.
And then I guess then the remaining part is from the state of California's portion of what was dealt with in Prop 1A, another $3 billion, right?
Right. It's $200,000.
Okay. All right, then. I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay, motion fails. Those voting no are Councilman Zhang, Councilman Baines, Councilman Quintero, and Councilman Brand.
Second.
So now we have a motion to approve the item from Councilman Baines and a second from Councilman Zhang. All in favor? All opposed? No. Motion passes 4-2 with Councilman Brandau and Councilman Olivier voting no.
Council, this matter included an appropriation resolution that required 5 votes, so that part would not pass.
What does that mean?
Means technically you have a contract without the ability to fund it,
Okay. Thank you.
unless somebody were to move for reconsideration right now and possibly get 5 votes.
I'll move for the reconsideration.
So you have a motion for reconsideration and a second.
And Bruce, would we have to rely on general fund dollars to fund this? I mean, if we have approved the motion and we're not going to approve the source of funding, obviously the work has to be done. So,
what we would have to do is come back with another appropriation resolution identifying another source of the $200,000. Well, actually, it's going to be a 400 because it's a, Scott, if you would, it's a match on the high-speed rail. My point is that we'd have to come back with a new appropriation resolution identifying the additional funds from another source, such as general fund or Measure C flexible or something else.
do we have any idea where the source of those funds?
It could be general fund, gas tax, Measure C flexible.
Right. So thank you. So I think my point to my colleagues is, we just approved the motion to accept staff's recommendation, but we would essentially force this body to use our own dollars to fund this, which I don't necessarily think that's you all's intent either. It would probably be in the best interest to accept the money, for one of you to accept the money, so we don't have to figure out the general fund or Measure C dollars or other sources that we may not really want to pull from. I would ask that you reconsider. I don't think that's your intent at all. I really don't. So.
You have a motion. Did you second that, Councilman?
Yeah, we have a motion to reconsider to allow the fifth vote.
Councilman Brand.
I mean, what we have in front of us is just a daily, practical way to do business in the city of Fresno. I don't see this as a vote that philosophically says that you or Mr. Olivier are in any different, or myself, or any different position. We simply need to put the business of the city of Fresno first. And ultimately, a judge will, make a ruling, and we'll follow that ruling one way or the other. And again, I don't philosophically disagree with you, but I think I'm appealing to you and Mr. Olivier just to prevent, one, the general plan from potentially having to absorb the cost, and two, to do the best for what we do here for the people of Fresno.
My thought is that if we wait, see what the judge says, and the judge rules that the project's going forward early this fall, High-Speed Rail will be more than happy to continue this grant on the general fund. So I don't really see that as a point that really appeals to me.
I think that's the point. Even if a judge makes a decision, this study will be conducted anyway. And so the $200,000 would be allocated towards this because it would be a contractual obligation by the High-Speed Rail Authority. One option for council to consider or reconsider is approve the appropriation resolution as it is. We will work with the consultant on the multimodal components. I think Polite Task 8. And Wilma, could I ask you to speak to that? Because they can conduct all the other work, but other than trying to connect all the modes of transportation to a station, and if the judge rules that we're not going forward with this project, we can always then come back to council, or we would amend the contract to eliminate that scope of work because it will no longer be needed. But if the judge doesn't rule, then we wouldn't have to amend the contract and the project would go forward.
Bruce, when is the station supposed to be built?
Council, I'm not sure that if there's an official date yet. That's a lot of discussion about that initial operating segment. I've heard as early as 2018, and I've heard up to 2021, but I've heard right around that range. However, I guess I would point out there are some things to consider and some immediate tools. For example, the Greyhound station is impacted by high-speed rail and appears that it would need to move. We're exploring some possibilities through our business relocation side to see where they could go. But if high-speed rail station is a go, ultimately, Greyhound would probably like to get back into that general area. And the question is where, because their current site is problematic. They'll have to move. And so there are a lot of things like that would provide additional certainty to businesses with the plan.
All right. So even in that, and Councilman Brand, I heard what you said about, just putting on the hat of a city councilman/planner, which says that we need this money as far in advance as possible. We need to start planning today for something. We don't know when it's going to be built yet. And I agree with that. And a lot of times I operate like that. But I also have to answer to the taxpayer, even in District 2, and I have to listen to their concerns. And so in my opinion, this is still, you're talking about advanced funding for a project that hasn't crossed the wire yet and hasn't been able to show about 80% or more of its funding stream. Some of us are waiting to see if this project, we can be shown the funding stream for this project. We're going to vote, for instance, on a water issue later on today, $410 million. Our planning department, opposite of High-Speed Rail Authority, our planning department has every single dollar scheduled, where it's going to come from and how it's going to come to us. And then people like it or dislike it. So I'm not talking about the like it or dislike it. I'm talking about a project that doesn't have a funding stream, and it's going to impact our city. Yes, it would be great to take every dollar available to our city and design something out there, for sure. But without that funding stream, I've got question marks, and I'd like to see the judge rule if the state of California can continue without a funding stream for that project, and with it being so far away from what the California taxpayer voted for. And so, yeah, I do have to wear a city councilman hat and a city planning hat occasionally, but I also have to wear a taxpayer hat occasionally too. So I'm not gonna change my vote.
So, Councilmember Brandt, and I hear you. That's why I'm suggesting that perhaps a motion that approves the contract with the particular task associated with the multimodal aspect, because this is an economic infrastructure. There are a number of components of this. The high-speed rail and the interconnectivity of the station is a specific task. So one consideration or an option for the council to consider is to direct staff to execute the agreement, but place that particular task and the cost of that associated work in abeyance until which time that a clear direction is made by the courts with regard to this project. Therefore, the other tasks outlined in the project, and Ms. Kwan, could I ask you to go over the other tasks very quick, the other deliverables, because that might provide. Yes, it is. So, Wilma, if you could, please.
Yeah, so Wilma Kwan, Deputy City Manager. The consultant agreement is included in your packet, and it includes the scope of work for AECOM. And as Bruce indicated, and bear with me for a moment, in particular, there are tasks. Task 7 in particular talks about the development and the market and financing plan, and that goes over in detail the 3 studies that Jennifer called out in her presentation. And Bruce is correct. We could work with the consultant to put off the items that are directly related to the high-speed rail station that are planning-related tasks, like the parking, multimodal connectivity, et cetera. And so I could work with staff very closely to make sure that that happens.
Yeah, Council, if you look at the staff, the contract that was included in your staff report, specifically page 23, task 8, It's development of multimodal transportation connectivity plan. We could hold that particular piece of work and the associated costs of that work in abeyance until a final determination is made.
Councilman Olivier.
My question is for you, Council President. When is the judge expected to rule make his decision?
Well, the judge is expected to rule on May the 14th.
Of next year?
No, of this year.
Oh, of this year.
Yeah. So
it could be any day. I mean, is there anyone who knows the status of the
Well, I was just
the proceeding?
in the County Board of Supervisors meeting the other day, and High Speed Rail Authority themselves are talking about early this fall.
Okay. So it could be just a few weeks. Could we, yes. I mean, if we're talking about building a station in 2020 or 2021, I think a few weeks wouldn't be too much to ask to wait for that ruling. That's why I supported your motion.
Councilman Olivier, I'm not going to change my vote. They're asking if you can change your vote also then. Do we have a motion to change the votes then? How does that work, City Attorney?
I would recommend at this point you take separate votes on the two sub-items, the first on the appropriation resolution and the second on the contract, since they take different amounts of votes.
I have some clarification. Did my punch not show up, Council President?
Yes, Councilman Zhang.
Okay, thank you. So, City Attorney, in terms of the appropriations here, whether it is asked to be bifurcated, I guess that's the best way I can use it. Does it require a fifth vote?
Yeah, any amendment to the budget, which an appropriation resolution is under our charter, requires 5 votes.
Okay, and if it doesn't, then it has to come back here, or where does the administration's authority on the budget?
It could potentially come back. The other possibility is if the budget already contains another viable source of funding, then that may be available too.
And that's not there yet, right, Bruce, in terms of another viable source? Huh?
I mean, we could go back, but it's too early in the budget process to start making assumptions as far as what we could or couldn't identify as a funding source.
Okay, so just let me think this out procedurally. There was already a motion. Second, we passed it without the sufficient vote to do the appropriation, but the item has already been passed and to execute. It's just that we don't have the money. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So what then happens if the reconsideration doesn't happen?
Yeah. Either way, we're going to have to come back with a new AAR. If we're not going to accept the 200 or whatever from the Prop 1A, we'd have to come back with a different source of funds to backfill that amount.
And the only amount is the 200 then that we're looking at?
Well, yeah, we'll have to appropriate the whole $1 million, but we'll have to make
because that's what I thought would have to be appropriated, the entire $1 million, because I mean at this particular point, unless when Member Baines comes up, I mean Member Capriola comes back, there's a change, or I thought he was punching in today anyway. Maybe this item can be continued till he comes in.
We could always come back on the 21st with the same appropriation resolution, or another resolution with a different source of funding identified.
Okay. And you said, Council President, when you say it was this, that you thought that you heard it was this fall, what was the fall? It was a couple of weeks away?
Yeah, September's what I heard.
September?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm going to assume that it's not going to make a difference in your case whether September or November. It's still a no now. It's going to be a no then, correct?
Well, once a judge says that this thing's good to go, that sends a signal that California can start spending money. I mean, they've been spending money continually without the final approval. There's been a lawsuit. We know what those are like. It'd be like us continuing with a project while we're being sued to stop it. So it's very odd, but that's what's been happening, and I'm just saying that's not responsible on my part.
Okay. So I'll rephrase this question. If we come back and there's another continuance from the courts, then the current position would be the same, that we would wait until the court makes a decision, correct?
Yeah, repeat that one.
So we come back in 2 weeks and the court hasn't made a decision. They say for another 2 months.
Well, for me, it will be.
Right. That's
Yeah,
what
for
I
me
want
it
a
will be,
clarification.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And because it would make a difference in terms of the vote and the request now on what it would look like, since you're not going to make a difference unless the only change that would make a difference for you is the judge's decision. If the judge or the court hasn't made a decision, then it is what it is today. And so I guess the question then goes to Member Olivier. I'm assuming that would be the same thing, right? If the judge doesn't make a decision, then it doesn't make a difference. It would still be a no at that time.
Asking you, Clint.
Okay. I also joined the council president in waiting to see what the judge has to say about it.
Right. So
obviously, I've voted several times in support of this city's direction and goals as it pertains to high-speed rail. But I do think that that it would be prudent to wait in this case.
Okay. So, counsel, I mean, it would seem the majority of the body is looking to move. We have a missing council member, I guess. You know.
I have a compromise I'm willing to offer.
All right.
You just want to, why don't we postpone till 2 weeks when we come back from vacation, and Councilman Caprioli will be here, and up again in 2 weeks, as opposed to waiting until the judge makes a ruling. That would give a majority of council the ability to rule.
I was going to make some closing comments, but I'll let it go right now. Yeah. Member Baines, go ahead.
Yeah, Councilman Baines.
Okay. Well, I don't know how your compromise works, because we've already taken a vote and passed the resolution. So the only thing that we're contemplating right now is a reconsideration, and if neither one of you are going to are inclined to move your position, there's no reason to take another vote or continue it. It just would be up to the administration to find the source of funding. And while I can certainly appreciate very much your position on wanting to protect the taxpayer, you know, I do too. And essentially, by not appropriating the funds that have been allocated, granted from the feds and the state, where in the case of the federal government, all the taxpayers of the country have put in the case of the state, all the taxpayers of the state have put in, you would be then asking the administration to have this work be laid completely on the burden of just Fresno taxpayers. I'm not exactly sure that that's your intent either. They would be forced to come back with funds that we use here specifically for our citizens, not with the ability to leverage those funds and spread them out. So we would bear the full burden of this on our citizens, when we have an opportunity now to leverage the funds from multiple sources. And the other thing is, you know, while I can appreciate disagreement on high-speed rail, and you know, you made some comments philosophically about high-speed rail, and I don't necessarily want to get into that today. I don't necessarily believe that's appropriate, but the voters did vote on high-speed rail. The state of California did vote on high-speed rail. There have been lawsuits on high-speed rail since it began, and I have a feeling that there will be lawsuits up until even when it's under construction, because I think that people would want to stop the expansion of it throughout the state. So before, when we passed these items, these planning dollars, there were lawsuits that were occurring when we didn't know when the end date would be. And this body approved it then with outstanding lawsuits. There have been dozens of lawsuits on high-speed rail. I'm not exactly sure that this one lawsuit that we're all hanging our hat on, that we don't know when it's going to occur, is really consistent with what we've done in the past. It's just one lawsuit, and we've always voted under a lawsuit. So, if there's going to be, no intention to move it, my direction would be to staff to simply prepare where the funding would come from. I mean, there's nothing more to vote on today. So, I'm going to rescind my motion, and staff will come back with where the funding sources will come from. And listen, if at that point, the only options we have, because this council body has moved it forward, then if the only options this council body has to vote on at that point is our local sources of funding, that would be a shame. But this is a very sad thing, in my opinion. It's a very sad thing. I think that we're breaking with consistency of what we've done in the past. So I'm going to withdraw my motion. I don't think that it's clear to me that there's not the will to move forward. So are you okay with that second, my withdrawal? Okay.
All right. Thank you. Councilman Olivier.
Well, I just wanted to share with my colleagues on the council that there are a couple of ways forward on this item. We are an incomplete council right now, and Councilmember Capriolio returns in 2 weeks. And all that the council president and I were asking for was to wait until the judge weighed in on this important issue. So, I mean, there are two ways forward there. I think that I speak for the council president when I say that. So there are two members of this body who are uncomfortable with voting yes on this item today. That's all that is. And I don't think it's appropriate to question our love for the city or our commitment to the city. Council President Brandow nor myself have indicated that we want to see general fund money or any other fund money spent on this project. We just asked for more time. So I think it's unfair to cast us as those two council members who don't care about the city, those two council members who are irresponsible with taxpayers' money, or those two council members that want to be obstructionists. Just speaking for myself, and I know that Council President Brandow can speak for himself, but just to speak for myself, I have some grave concerns about this project and the impact that it will make in the city of Fresno. And 3 years ago, Member Brand brought up some of the press conference that Member Borges and we had, and those questions went unanswered, and they were never answered. And so that was a signal to me that maybe there's trouble in paradise, and that maybe it's not going to work. And so I'm just a council member, just like any other of you here, and I'm just concerned. So I won't change my vote today. That's not to say that that with more information and more time, and maybe this judge weighs in, that maybe I'll have a change of heart. I'm not so obtuse that I won't change my mind up here, and everyone in this room knows that. And so I think that it's perfectly within our rights as elected officials representing constituents in the city of Fresno to say that we need more time and we'd like to be more prudent. That doesn't mean that I don't love the city or care about its future or how every penny of important revenue is spent. So I thank you, and I won't change my vote.
Councilman Baines.
I just wanted to make sure that Member Olivier wasn't inferring that I said that you were being obstructionist or you didn't care for the city. Or okay, because actually none of those terms came out of my mouth, and you all know me pretty well, and you know that wasn't my intent. We can certainly disagree, but I was not saying those things, and I don't want that to be. I don't want it to be reported that way. That was my intent. So I just wanted to clarify what I was not saying.
All right, then. I think we are on to the 2 o'clock.
Council, before we move on, just to be clear, the record or the minutes should show that item 2 passed, but item 1 failed.
That's if that's the interpretation of what happened. I'm good with that. All right, then. We are at the 2 p.m. item on our agenda. It's a workshop on the City of Fresno's draft general plan, and that's presented by our Department of Resource and Management. And it is a workshop, so it's really for the public to be able to be informed as well, but it's not a time for the public to have input. And so mostly it's an initial learning process for council members, and we can ask some questions and stuff like that. And then moving forward, there'll be other opportunities for the public to make comment and as well as council members. So, Ms. Clark, please get us started.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon again. We know that you have a 3 o'clock item. We understand that this is a workshop and an opportunity for you to ask questions. Also want to encourage you to ask questions anytime of staff. We're available to answer those questions, and public comment is still being accepted. So that I wanted to say that this is a really big day for my staff. They've spent many years working on this document, and it is the result of hundreds of public meetings, thousands of comments that have been received, and countless hours that have been spent by staff, by the public, by our community on making this document really a blend of many, many voices and the vision for our future. So it's really a tapestry of ideas, of thoughts, of visions, of where we could go as a community. And we are really proud of what we have accomplished here. And so I wanted to say that and to say thank you to my current and former staff for all the work that they've done. So a brief outline of what we're doing today. So a background of the planning process, the goals, what does build out mean within our community, an overview, a very broad brush overview of the chapters, just what is there so that anyone who's interested, it might whet their appetite to read more in the plan, and then what the next steps are. I would like to thank Mark Steele, who is part of our consulting team, for being here today. He will actually make the presentation for us. He's been here from the beginning. He helped the Citizen Advisory Committee actually visualize the alternatives and visualize what this would look like once we started working towards the general plan. So I'd like to welcome Mark Steele to make the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. And in respect for your time, we'll be brief. What we're really here today to do is to sort of outline the plan and not really get too much into the detail of it, because we know that you all have it for your nighttime reading along with the MEIR. What is a general plan? The state law requires, by state statute, that every city have a general plan. And so it needs to be a comprehensive long-range plan. Typically, they have about a 20-year horizon, and typically they are updated about every 10 years, although most cities really only do theirs about every 20 or 25 years. This plan, Fresno last updated their plan in 2002. So you're doing pretty well in terms of moving along and updating your plan as time goes on and doing it efficiently. What is a general plan? Well, the state requires a general plan to be divided into certain elements or chapters, as we might think of them. And the state requires 7 of these chapters or elements. And the required elements are land use, circulation, open space, conservation, safety and noise, and housing. Now, there's some optional elements that we've chosen and you have agreed to, or we've all chosen, I should say, to add to this plan, which we think are very important. Economic development and fiscal sustainability. From the very day one, we recognized that was a really important issue in this general plan. The other is historic and cultural resources. It's an element that is important to the overall community character, and it's important to your downtown in particular. Healthy communities, which is something that we think is equally as important so that your population can live in a healthy way. And then an implementation section, because what good is a plan if you don't know how to do it? Where are we? Right now, we are with that green dot that says we are here. The general plan public review has been released. I think you have it. It's out for public review until August 18th. And so comments can come in during this next period, which is about a month to go. The draft Master Environmental Impact Report was also released this month, and comments are due back on that about September 8th. The Development Code, which is your zoning ordinance, will be released also in September, and by the end of the year you should have all of these documents together and hopefully completed, certified, and voted on, and you'll have a plan. Well, in 2010, we started this process with working with your community steering committee. It's actually called the General Plan Citizens Advisory Committee. And I might say, just take a moment, that that was a terrific committee. It's one of the best committees we've ever worked with. It was extremely well balanced. It represented your city very well, represented all interests from developers to residents to education, all sort of aspects of the city were in that group. It worked well. It was a serious group. They worked hard, and they participated. And in fact, this plan is really a reflection of them. With that group, we started with a thing called a map atlas, which is basically analyzing and documenting all the parts and pieces of the city. It's the basis on which the plan worked. And so this group evaluated all the current conditions of the city through that map atlas. We developed working papers. The working papers, which I think you probably all have seen from time to time, focused in on the subjects of economic analysis, urban form, healthy communities, transportation, and resource conservation. From that, working with the committee, we developed 5 different alternatives, A, B, C, D, and E. This group selected alternative A and modified it to some degree, and that's been the basis of the plan. The public participation involved about 160 stakeholder interviews, which went on for quite a bit. We talked to a lot of people in the community, 100 neighborhood meetings, 24 public meetings, and we had several appearances here and in front of the Planning Commission. And out of that process, 17 goals were developed. And those goals really have been the backbone of the plan itself, and it reflects the community's wishes, the community's vision for their city, and the community's goals that this plan should fulfill. And those goals have really been the guiding principle behind each of the elements. So as you go through the document, you will find each one of the elements or chapter will state one of those goals or more, and will develop policies and an action plan that are based on those goals. There are some big ideas in this plan, and the big ideas are really to protect, preserve, and promote. By that we mean protect the public and private investment, which includes job creation, preserve neighborhood character and community values, which includes all of your neighborhoods, and promote investment and reinvestment, particularly in downtown. Downtown has really become one of the very important parts of this general plan. Now, the general plan talks about a couple of threshold dates. There's a horizon year of 2035. That's when the plan supposedly is really focused, not supposedly, is actually focused on in terms of its capacities. But this plan also goes beyond 2035, understanding that beyond 2035, life still continues, things will continue on, and and development will continue to, and growth will continue to happen. In fact, a lot of discussion was had, and a decision was made, and a recommendation has been made to retain the existing sphere of influence as was established in 2006, even past the 2035 date. We have found that development can continue past 2035, well past 2035, and still work successfully within that existing sphere of influence. So, what is the capacity of the city? Well, the capacity of the city really has been developed based on population projections by the Department of Finance. With those population projections, this plan will accommodate the growth that is envisioned to the 2035 and beyond dates. The city guides where the growth is located, and that's another purpose of the general plan, of course. That's where our role comes in and your role comes in. It's to decide how that growth is going to happen. We can't make the growth happen. We can't create people Well, we can to some degree, but we can't create that population. It happens through all sorts of reasons, but we need to, as planners and stewards of the city, we need to figure out where they go. The map that's in front of you shows really some of the fundamental concepts of where it really goes. And I often talk about it as being like a big smile of Fresno. You'll notice there's growth areas that are on the west, in the south, and in the east, and they tend to be in a big arc that runs to the south of the city. And those are growth areas. Now, in addition to the residential build-out, we do need to provide jobs, and we need to provide employment and places for people to work and run their businesses to support the population. So we do also have a non-residential build-out that does accommodate the kinds of jobs that are projected for this population through the same period. And you'll notice on this chart that it deals both in square feet and jobs. In other words, it talks about, this chart will give you an idea about the number of jobs that are projected and also the amount of square feet of industrial space, office space, and job space. The second chapter is on economic and development and fiscal sustainability. The economy and the plan itself, the land use and all the other elements of the plan really are interrelated. There's no way to separate them out, and I think that oftentimes the smart land use actions really result in a much more robust economy. The economic development element has some goals to improve our business climate, support local startups, and encourage innovation, attract and recruit businesses, support a skilled and educated, well-trained workforce, and achieve fiscal sustainability. It's important to note also that for every industrial job that's created, 1.6 additional jobs are created in the community to support that job or to support that industry. And in terms of high tech, there are 5 additional jobs. The multiplier is 5 times. So every high-tech job that you can create in Fresno will create an additional 5 jobs in other related areas. So that tells you that it's really important to create those jobs that support those businesses. Chapter 3 is the urban form, land use, and design chapter, and this really sort of sets the overall sort of physical form of the city. It establishes a structural framework. It establishes a character of the city. It establishes the centers. And it creates a kind of a tapestry of interconnected communities throughout Fresno. It strengthens your identity and sense of place, for sure. But one of the things that we've been careful about doing is making the most of existing form, existing conditions. In other words, this is not a plan that says, oh, let's start from scratch. This is a plan that says, let's take the existing form of the city and work with it. And it's interesting, of the 17 overarching goals that I mentioned, 10 of them are directly affecting land use and urban form. Now, one of the things that you start with is this urban form, this form that I mentioned. And you'll notice on this map that there's the corridors that really organize it. And you can see by this plan, this is a plan, by the way, that illustrates the areas of change for the most part. It's the whole city, but it's illustrating the areas where you're going to change land use. So you can see that the changes in land use are focused in those growth areas that are on the west, the southwest, and around on the east and southeast. But it's also focused on the corridors of Blackstone and Shaw and Ventura. And so those are the areas that this plan focuses on, but they are also the areas of the city that exist and that are really form your backbone. For example, what's happened over the years is that as the city has expanded out, we've seen a lot of vacancies and a less than robust economy along Blackstone in certain areas. So we'd like to see some of that brought back. So this is the overall land use diagram that is from the initiation of the general plan. This is a diagram that the plan is built on for now, but it's a changing diagram still. So during this next course of public input, staff is looking very carefully at all of the various land uses, and they're taking public comments of all the landowners that are interested and responding back to them. And in fact, probably this map's going to change a little bit by the end of that period in August. Now, a part of the overall plan, by the way, is the downtown plan. You're all very familiar with downtown. It's a really important part of this plan, but it's important in its own right. The approval of some of the plans that are happening downtown now, like the Downtown Neighborhoods Community Plan, the Fulton Corridor Specific Plan, the Fulton Street Corridor Plan, will follow and be approved after the approval of the general plan. Now, in order to support this sort of urban form, which focuses a lot on corridors, as we mentioned, the BRT is going to play an important role. The BRT and density, the BRT and land use are linked, absolutely linked, because the BRT depends on density and depends on people, and the ability to supply density in places for people to live depends on transportation. So we have phases. I'm sure you know about them. There's the first phase, which is Blackstone and Ventura Kings Canyon, and later phases will be Shaw and California. Along with that, these three growth areas that we mentioned are very well detailed in this plan. There's the growth area due west of 99. There's the southwest area, which is southwest. It's below 180 and west of 99. And then, of course, there's the eastern area, which is called the Southeast Development Area. These areas represent the most land use change of any place in the city. I'd like to note also, though, that within these areas, even though there's a lot of land use change, the majority of land use still remains single-family residential. There are a lot of other uses that are brought into these areas to create complete neighborhoods. So there will be mix of uses, but still, when it's all over and done with, they still are primarily, or the majority of them are single-family residential. What are the residential land use classifications, in fact? Well, we've got several of them. We've got low to medium density, which is mainly single-family homes. That's typically the kinds of properties that you see in homes that you might see in subdivisions. You can see a picture of one up there on the right. There's the medium to high urban neighborhoods. That's a mix of housing types. These tend to be more pedestrian in nature. They'll be a little bit smaller, maybe be some duplexes and so forth. And then higher density that are things like apartments and some twuplexes, fourplexes, duplexes, and patio, maybe patio apartments. Now, we also have mixed-use land classifications. Certain areas we envision, and Blackstone's a good example. There's a real opportunity there for some mixing of uses where you might have some residential mixed in with commercial. Maybe Blackstone, for example, shouldn't be all commercial. Maybe there should be more residential in it. Maybe there's too much area for that. But these kinds of uses, it's been found in many cities around the state, have really served to really intensify and make the cities much more vibrant places to live, and ultimately brings business because a good place to live brings the kind of people that are actually the young folks that come in and start up businesses, and they become the real job creators. Along with that, you see the commercial land use classifications that you'll see throughout the city that provide all the commercial services and commercial opportunities. And these, again, will be retail services. They go anywhere from the small mom-and-pop stores up to regional centers. Employment remains a very important element. The employment land use classifications, they tend to be two parts. One is industrial, the other are business parks. That could be high-tech or not. There's office and research, and some retail uses that are associated with them. Some of the other land use classifications that you'll see in the general plan are open space and buffers. That includes parks and trails, but it also includes some of the buffers around the city that protect agricultural lands. Public facilities, this building, county buildings, schools, colleges, fire and police stations, all those kinds of things are public facilities that all need a place in the general plan itself. The next chapter is about mobility and transportation. And mobility and transportation is really not just about cars and buses, but it's really about a network of the system. And it's a system that should, when it's running optimally, will offer you a great many different transportation options. Those options mean buses and somebody the other day was talking about Uber cabs, but buses and bicycle, walking, anything and any way to get around. You have a pretty good system here, so a good deal of this plan simply makes efficient use of the existing transportation system. It's important that it's safe, that it's attractive, and that it's easily accessible, and it's well integrated. Bikes and paths and trails, really the general plan is supporting the bicycle, pedestrian, and trail master plan aspirations. That's a good plan, and that's a very significant part of mobility through the cities. As I mentioned, it's not just about cars and buses. And then you've just had a discussion, I think, about regional transportation. So you have some regional transportation that exists and a possible big piece. It's that big red stripe there. Who knows? But you have an international airport, a commercial airport, a private airport. You have 4 state highways. You may have a high-speed train. Fresno becomes more and more connected with the outside world, with the region. And as that happens, we believe that will also bring more economic prosperity, however it happens, whether it's through high speed or whether it's continued air accessibility or continued highway accessibility. Parks, open space, and schools is Chapter 5. It's an important one. The parks are very important in Fresno. Right now, your park system is gauged to provide about 3 acres of park every 1,000 students, every 1,000 people. The plan proposes increasing that to about 5. And that includes local parks, little pocket parks, things in subdivisions, other kinds of city parks of about 3 acres per 1,000, and then another 2 acres that are regional parks and trails. Some of this is going to require some additional parkland. This map shows, and it's a little hard to read because of the colors, but it shows actually existing and proposed parks throughout the city. The idea is that everybody should be close to a park, and ideally everybody should be able to walk to a park. So close means maybe a quarter mile. With the school system, the schools in Fresno and a lot of cities really act as the focal points of the neighborhoods. I think if you ask a lot of Fresnans what neighborhood they live in, they'll tell you what high school they're near. And so the idea of partnering with districts to find locations for schools to meet the needs of students, but also of the neighborhoods and collaboration with all the colleges, universities, and the other opportunities that you have here to make education really a centerpiece of Fresno's plan. Element 6 is public utilities and services. And that includes the police and fire departments, public utilities, wastewater, includes your water system itself, includes solid waste. And it really is a framework for the city to be able to manage your infrastructure and services, identify areas for improvements, and maintain the city in its working parts and pieces. Element 7 is a chapter on resource conservation and resilience. Resilience is about making sure the city is successful regardless of any sort of environmental or economic setback. That's an important concept that is something that we think that this plan really attacks and that you should continue to take care of. This chapter tries to set forth some ideas about maximizing public investment, maintaining quality standards, promoting water and energy conservation, and preserving ag land. Chapter 8 is historic and cultural resources. This is one of the tools to protect, preserve, and promote the city. And in fact, it's interesting to me and a lot of us that you have a lot of areas that have a very the buildings are historic in some cases, but there are areas that just feel like they're part of the original city and they're old and they have a historic quality about them. And fortunately, a lot of them are right here. They're downtown. They're downtown buildings. There's some really wonderful buildings that have a lot of charm and a lot of quality that are downtown, in the downtown area near Fulton, et cetera. But there are all these other neighborhoods around here that run from downtown up to the Tower District and so forth. That all supports downtown. it creates an environment, it creates a sense of community, it creates identity for downtown. So I think the idea of really concentrating on this, on historic and cultural resources in the downtown area is an important one. This is a unique opportunity also because there are historic building codes that can be used for historic buildings that can help you get through issues of ADA, Title 24, and so forth. And of course, there are tax credits. But the promoting the idea of a new city beautiful by linking historic preservation and public art together really is a wonderful idea, and I think there's an opportunity here. And you've seen a little bit of it in certain places already. Noise and safety. Safety, obviously, is something to protect your citizens, make sure the citizens aren't injured in any way, natural disasters or other kinds of calamities, but also certainly noise is an issue that is all part of that. The noise, really the sources of noise predominantly in Fresno are on this map, and it sort of makes sense. This map would be hard to argue with. It's the freeways, it's the major arterials, but it's also your airports. And so the future traffic development will create even more noise. And that really, the noise element goes to issues of how to accommodate that noise, how to buffer it, setbacks, and so forth and so on. Healthy communities is an element, as I mentioned earlier, that's an optional element, but we think it's a strong one. And you should know that the public really asked us to do this. The public demanded that we think about making San Diego not only a city of complete neighborhoods, but a city but a healthy city. It improves the neighborhoods, it improves quality of life, and it's an important element. It's one that is that we're seeing all across the country and cities paying a lot of attention to this aspect. It's got some components to it that we think are important, and they really do result in better health and a better public. You need a support system to help people achieve health care. You need access to health care. You need access to all the places people go. You need to focus on people's diet, which is something about providing healthy food opportunities that sort of overcome some of the food deserts that might be around. There's education to it. And then, as much as anything, you need an active population. And so an active population means more biking, more walking, places for kids to go and play and run and jump that's safe, that are easy, that are accessible. Those are all easy things to do, and they're linked to land use. The public transit is even part of that. FACTS serves about 17.5 million annual passenger trips annual trips per year. Actually, your bus system is really pretty good. This map shows a location of systems in quarter-mile radius. You can see every place where there's green, there's somebody within a quarter mile of a bus line. You have about 60% of the residential land is easily accessed by bus, and about 94% of commercial land is. Chapter 11 is the housing element consistency. You have a housing element that was not too long ago updated, and it will be updated again in 2015. The current was updated in 2008. And the general plan, if you look at this chapter 11, it's pretty interesting. It itemizes all the elements of your housing element, all the parts and policies of your housing element, and describes how the general plan basically implements your housing element. Chapter 12 is the implementation section. This is an important one, we think, and I think particularly you as the City Council need to look very carefully at it. And it's got some things in it that we think are important to make the implementation section effective. There's a table in the back of the plan that you'll see. It establishes roles and responsibilities of who should do and take care of what actions to make sure that the plan is implemented. It establishes some timelines and goals. There's also a process that it proposes of an annual report to the City Council. and a process of a 5-year review period by you. Every 5 years, it suggests that you review the implementation section and how well it's doing. The priority there, it also involves some priority incentive areas. You had an infill and finance task force that has begun to put together some implementing elements incentive pieces, incentive policies that might incentivize development, and that really should become part of the implementation program. The other piece of it is sequencing of development. By the way, the growth areas are divided into two broad areas. There's an area 1 and an area 2. The difference is there's plenty of infrastructure, and in this map, it's the dark sort of brick color versus the more purple color. The growth area 1, there's plenty of infrastructure to support new growth in those areas. So once this plan is adopted, new growth will be able to move in those areas right away. Growth area 2 is a different story. Over on the east side, it's subject to the city-county MOU. And then on the west side, it's really subject to a very difficult area of providing infrastructure. So that area won't be able to be developed till there is infrastructure. But the rest of those areas in the brick color are going to be ready to go as soon as you guys approve the plan. So the next steps are, as we mentioned, we are at the green dot. We're still there. The next steps are to release the development code and get all the comments from everybody, including you, on remembering August 18th for the general plan document, September 8th for the environmental impact report, and then towards the end of this year, we anticipate that all those documents will be before you for your approval. That is the end of my discussion, and I hope this helped everybody, and if you have any questions, I'm sure that Jennifer will be happy to.
Sir, what was your name again?
I'm sorry, what?
What was your name again?
My name is Mark Steele.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
Very good job.
Thank you. Again, we wanted to provide you with an update, a workshop on what's in the draft plan. We encourage citizens to continue to provide public comment and will be available for any questions as we go along through the process. The actual public hearings will occur when we bring back the document for formal approval.
Jennifer, I think what we're going to do now is very unusual because we have a council member in Montana who's due to call in for a 3 o'clock item. What we're probably going to do is go into closed session. That's where he's going to call us first. We're going to go in closed session there. Then we're going to come back out. Council members, I think, will have a couple of comments. They probably won't go down into details today because it's like the initial workshop, but we probably still have a couple of comments from council. And so we're going to actually put a little postponement on the workshop. We're going to go in a closed session now, and then we'll come back. And I'm thinking, I just checked with the city attorney, he thinks will roughly be about 30 minutes.
Okay.
So we'll be back.
We'll be happy to answer questions when you're ready.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Settlement in that matter, 6-0 with Councilmember Capriolio not participating. And in the other case, in the City versus Doug Vegem, a settlement was also reached, 5 in favor, Councilmember Capriolio not in attendance, and Councilmember Quintero voting or abstaining. And a copy of that settlement will be available momentarily.
All right. And that is more directly related to the next issue, but we're going to return to the general plan update for a few minutes for council members that wanted to make comments. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So thank you, Jennifer, and your crew for letting us take a little break there to get into closed session. And I think... Weren't you just completely done? You were completely done? Okay. All right. So those of you that are just now joining us, we had a kind of our first workshop, almost I feel like a preliminary workshop on the new 2035 general plan update. And I think there'll be other opportunities for the public and council to engage that process. And I'm going to ask you about that, Jennifer, when I ask you back up. But it wasn't an opportunity for the public to speak anyway, but it is an opportunity for council to make a couple of comments. Councilman Zhang?
Thank you. Mark or Jennifer, it doesn't make a difference. Either one. So let me put this disclaimer out there. Obviously, I haven't read the entire package. I did read some. But on just the affordable housing piece, how extensive are we going to be looking at that, and then also dealing realistically with the NIMBY issue? And the NIMBY issue is not in my backyard. I've had to deal with that several times up here already. We all want affordable housing. We look for it, and depending on what type of affordable housing that we're talking about, sometimes we end up clustering it in a certain region, and that's not the best way to develop those type of growth opportunities. I want to make sure that we're at least equitably distributing it throughout the different areas of the city. How do we put that in our general plan growth, making sure that the community input is there, constituents input, our council, and whatever other interest weighs in on it, that later on, out of the whim of the next group that changes, it becomes, you have a certain segment that's within the area that's directly impacted, but then makes a move to change that piece of the general plan that affects what we're trying to do.
Certainly. So in the draft general plan, there is a consistency with our current housing element chapter. We're just now beginning the process of adopting a new housing element, and that will occur in 2015. And there will be a lot more discussion about location of housing. I will say that we have worked really hard in this plan to ensure distribution of a variety of housing types throughout the community, so that affordable housing could be built in a variety of locations to ensure access to transportation and jobs and schools and parks and shopping.
Okay. The other suggestion, or at least, and I don't know if I remember seeing this, but the discussion of gentrification, and maybe this is the more appropriate time as the dialogue is happening to talk about this issue instead of waiting it until we have to deal with it. That we are clear about our goals and objectives of what gentrification is and what we're trying to do in terms of improving our neighborhoods, but also giving opportunities for our residents that live there, that are invested in there, that when they do make those improvements and they do the things that they have to do, that for whatever reason they do not become the first one to move out of there.
Right. Absolutely. One of the goals that Mark talked about was preserving our neighborhood's character and the community values, and that comes with taking into account everyone who lives in a community or in a neighborhood. We all provide value. We all are part of that community, and ensuring that fabric remains intact even when values go up, investment occurs in the city. So, not directly addressed, but certainly addressed in the sense that we want a neighborhood that has a multitude of housing options and it allows people to invest in their properties without being pushed out.
Okay. My input on that is that I may look to make sure that it's clearly defined. Okay. And it's in there somehow, some way, because I've seen it enough that when the issue gets discussed up here, it was never talked, but it was talked, but somehow it's not written. So at least it'll make people to be consciously aware that when we invest in our older neighborhoods and when we invest in those areas, that we are investing in the people first. And so how that works, and I think there are some models across the nations that have addressed that early, and I think this is probably the appropriate way to address it right now as we're going through this process instead of the after effect of a general plan being completed.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
We'll take that note.
Was there, in terms of the neighborhood, when we talk about walkable neighborhood or community neighborhoods, that there is an item in there that talks about kind of a workforce center within the neighborhood or economic development center that works closely. Barely briefed that, and I wasn't sure what that was all about.
In our new growth areas, there's a lot more opportunity to ensure that there's a mix of land uses, not just residential land uses or civic land uses, but a broad mix of land uses in all of our growth areas, which would allow people to have employment opportunities within the neighborhoods. It's harder to insert that into established and existing neighborhoods, and obviously we're trying to maintain character in those neighborhoods. So along our high-intensity transit corridors and in the new growth areas, there's definitely much greater opportunity to provide for a blend of those land uses.
Okay. Maybe I'll set a time and talk with staff or you, and you guys can give me a better layout about that particular concept and how is that working.
Sure.
But those are at least the initial three that kind of come off my mind as we're going through this, and what I briefly touch on the extensive general plan that is before us. So thank you, and thank you, staff, for doing a tremendous amount of work up to where we are.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Jennifer, the screen is clear, so I'm just going to move forward. If another council member wants to jump in, they can as well. So I also appreciate all the hard work, and even really predating when you joined our staff, at the city. I don't even remember when this project started. I know it's been years. So we want to definitely appreciate everybody who had a hand in it. This is the document that we're looking at, and it's pretty cumbersome. And so I got it about on July 2nd, I think. Is that correct?
July 3rd.
July 3rd. And I've made some headway, but it's a lot. And so I wanted to talk about the process a little bit, because if you really think about it, even when you guys prep us in front of council on a workshop on a certain project, we'll take the same amount of time, 30, 45 minutes on a project, but we get to become almost completely informed about that, and the public gets to hear it too. On this one, when you took your 30 or 35 minutes there, it's like the briefest overview. It's just like, here are the chapter headings and stuff like that. We definitely, not only don't get a chance to really get into the weeds, we really don't even get very far into, the material. So let me ask a couple questions. Today I'm going to, and I'm very interested in what we do with this, but today I just want to talk about the process a little bit. Okay. So when will Fresno residents and citizens who are concerned, and though they might not be many compared to our total population, but when will those that are concerned in these type of things get a chance to engage between now and the time council votes, or between time now and that we adopt this plan?
We are taking written public comment on this draft through August 18th. We will continue to go out and meet with groups. We've been invited to speak to various groups to answer questions. We'll continue to do that. Anybody who has specific questions can certainly call the long-range planning staff, and we'd be happy to answer those questions or attempt to answer those questions throughout the process. The formal public hearings will occur when the final plan, after all of these comments have been digested, the council has made their comments, we digest these, bring it back with the full environmental report as well. So the draft environmental report is also out for public comment through September 8th. And so we'll probably have about a month there where we're really having to digest and see what it is, what those comments are, and how to incorporate them into our drafts and bring back a final document for your consideration.
Okay. I know I went the other night for probably about 2/3 of the meeting you guys had at City College, which that was a good job. And I was glad to see the number of people there, because we need as many people that want to know about this. We need them to engage. What we definitely don't want to do is something that's happened to the city. Rather unfortunately, sometimes it's the city's fault. Many times it's not really our fault, where we have opportunities, people don't take advantage of them, and then once a vote's been made, they think, well, why didn't I get a chance? And so just to let you know, and I've let you know privately, and I'm going to mention it publicly as well, I'm going to actually ask for a little bit more time on this. So we, at the 45 days, really the way I look at it, 45 days to really digest a 540-page document. It's just not enough time. So I'm going to ask, not today, but I'm going to come back and ask. I know there's several more weeks before that 45 days is up. Yep. I'm going to ask for a little bit more time. I haven't made a final determination on that yet, but I am getting different members of the community let me know that they would like a little bit more time. So, then in the process, a lot of times on something this big, something that happens this rare, once every 10 years, we go through this whole process again. Although it's called the 2035 General Plan, I heard Arnaldo, I think, mention the other night in his presentation that in all reality, it probably will get updated in about 10 years. And we just kind of keep moving the ball forward in the future, but we update it every 10 years. And so still, every 10 years makes this year special and makes this time special. And so whenever that happens, in my mind, I think I want to address concerns that I have, and then I can have an option. I can either call you to my office, which we have, and then we discuss a certain thing, like Councilman Brandau, what is it you need an answer to? And then you do a fantastic job. It might take 20 minutes letting me know what that one item means. On something like this, I think we need to have opportunity to have some of those questions out in the public. And so I don't know what that means, Jennifer. I don't know if that means that we should plan on a couple more workshop type meetings here where both the public can comment and council can comment, and we can just start talking about different things that we see. So I'm going to look into that as well. And I'm not prepared to make any big suggestions today, but I am concerned about the process of getting our public aware of this document that will essentially be trying to guide their lives and different decisions we make in the city of Fresno for a long time. There is a couple of things today. Neither one of them are also down in the weeds, but they're still kind of process information. And one of them is, so for people that trying to learn all this stuff, we have the general plan, and then we have the MEIR, and then we have development codes. Can you really quickly tell me, like, quick definitions, what those three things are, how they work together, and so forth?
Sure. The general plan is a set of policies and objectives that the City Council has said, this is a vision of how we would like to see our city develop, how we would like to provide services, how we will continue to grow and prosper as a community. So it's really a policy document and asks that specific things happen going forward. One of which is the development code. So really the council has the opportunity at this time to make sure that then development standards, how property is actually built upon, how infrastructure is provided to that property, density, setbacks, all of those details of how a property is developed then would come forward as part of the development code. So that's an implementation tool of the general plan. And the MEIR, this Master Environmental Impact Report, really has the ability to cover any kind of impacts that could occur because of the land uses that are proposed in the general plan. and allows us, it's a self-mitigating plan, so the mitigation measures have been built into the plan so that we have an opportunity to allow development to occur. We can streamline development. We can make it easier because we've already prescribed where we think it can occur and in what manner it can occur. So those things all work hand in hand to make this document a reality.
Okay. So a general plan is more like when it comes to the land use issues, Chapter 3, where I'm spending most of my time, it seems like. So in Chapter 3, it's land use issues. The general plan is the part that tells us that these are the different types of residences we can build in the city of Fresno. We're going to shoot for this many low density, this many medium density, this many high density, right? And then the development codes are more specifics about each one of those, like this type has an 8-foot driveway. I know we had some debate, and we probably are going to continue again. This one has an 8-foot driveway versus an 18-foot driveway. Right. And so that's in the development codes,
correct,
right? Okay. And then the EIR kind of oversees all of that and says, in this area of town, you can do this. You know, is that correct?
Well, it says what needs to happen if a shopping center is put in place. How many vehicle trips does that generate, and what does that mean for the community? Are there certain things that developer must do to mitigate the impact of those vehicle trips that are created by that shopping center?
Right. Okay, and that makes sense. That's a better explanation than my simplification. You're right. So the things that we do have impacts upon the environment, and that's what the EIR oversees, all of that.
Environment and people, yes.
Okay, perfect. Now, when I first saw it, I thought it was a little bit disjointed, but then I've had a couple of other people talk to me about this, like, why would we, if all of those things work in unison, why are we separating them all out? Why would we bring the general plan when the development codes aren't ready yet? And that way, if we pass the general plan after its 45 days, then even though we've passed it, it's essentially kind of in limbo. And then here come the development codes. They might take several more months. Why don't we just put all those 3 items together, even if it means waiting on the general plan, and bring all those 3 items together, give a big vetting time since they all work together, so that people can kind of say, okay, I can see why we want, here's the type of house and here's how we build that type of house, all at the same time, rather than they might get nervous about, here's the type of house the city's demanding, but we don't get to see the details of that type of house. And so I've heard some concern about that. So
there are a couple different ways that you can do it. You can release all at the same time. And it does make it a lot more cumbersome for everyone to read. As you said, this is a large document. We really wanted to spread it out to give people a lot more time, because by the time the council does begin to consider the general plan, the development code will have been out and be ready. But if there are significant comments that the council has on the general plan, that there are any changes that need to be made, that could impact the development code. So it was an opportunity to get that feedback, to see if we need to implement or to inject any of those comments into the development code, so that as we're bringing this forward to you for consideration, we will have a really good sense of what it is that the development code, it will already be out. It'll immediately follow for the council to adopt. So they'll really come together at the very end within a very short period of time, maybe just a couple meetings of each other.
Okay. And then and I know you're our head of planning, but I know that there's lawyers within the city attorneys that are working with DARM on the general plan update. So I don't know which one of our lawyers that might be, but I have a question. When we bring these things out individually and not all at the same, is that you, Shannon? All right. I'll wait till you get up here, Shannon.
Shannon Chaffin, City Attorney's Office.
Right on, Shannon. And Shannon, is it true that today is your last City Council day in front of us?
It is, as a matter of fact.
And how many years have you worked for the City of Fresno?
Almost 10 years.
Well, I want to give you a hand for all the good work you've done for the City of Fresno. Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you very much.
Well, Shannon, we're going to put you on your spot on your last day then. So when we bring these different parts of the same plan out separately, do you feel like that leaves us open up to some criticism, legal criticism about maybe piecemeal? We're doing a plan piecemeal without somebody getting to make comment on the whole thing. Does that leave the city open to any type of criticism?
I mean, the city may be always open to some sort of criticism, but from a legal perspective, as long as we have a consolidated general plan that is released to the public and everybody has the opportunity to review it and to participate in that process, we have satisfied the procedural requirements.
Okay, cool. Because I've heard some concerns there that the city could be charged with rolling this plan out. I mean, just like any builder does when they bring down a plan, rolling something out and then you get a chance to change it once it's been approved. So here, I just want to make sure that we weren't going to be on shaky ground there.
And in fact, under state law, they assume that you have a certain period of time after you adopt a general plan in order to update your development code. And that could even be 1 to 2 years afterward. And in this particular case, my understanding is we're moving within a matter of weeks to put the development code immediately after the general plan. So I would say that would definitely qualify as the reasonable period of time in which to do that.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Shannon. And once again, thanks for your work for the city of Fresno.
Thank you all very much.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. I think I had... Let me look at my notes here. Excuse me for a second. Okay, Jennifer, now, there's one thing I want to clear up early because it means something to me, but then I also heard it meant something to other people the other night at City College when you was a similar workshop and presentation. So you guys had completely made the presentation, and then they opened it up for questions and answers. And those questions and answers, and it was a good meeting. They had a lot of questions and answers, probably 25, and you guys were there a long time. And
64.
How many?
64.
64 questions. Wow. Well, I cut out, let me tell you, at about number 25. But I seemed like the questions were kind of in these groups. Mm-hmm. One of the main groups was about this document being a legal mandate. And if I could summarize, it was the type of question whereas, here's something that we're putting forth as a guideline. I believe it's a guideline from our communications, but I need the public to hear this. So we're putting it forth as a guideline. But if something in here doesn't happen, then it's not a legal mandate for that to happen. It's just a guideline for that to happen. Is that safe to?
So in the introduction, there's actually a list of when items should be considered something that the city is going to do, a shall or a must, and things that are wish lists, things that the city wants to do, it intends to do, but for fiscally constrained reasons it might not be able to do. And again, this is a policy document of the council. It directs future decision-making, ordinances, implementation tools like the development code, like any kind of incentives that might be brought forward at a future date. This is a policy guidance. So it's not saying that exactly what's written here will occur. It's saying, here are the things we'd like to see occur, and here's the method in which we will make it happen. In the implementation chapter, there's a really great table that literally combines every single objective and policy in this document into one table. It assigns who's responsible and over what period of time we anticipate that might occur. We have promised to the council that we will provide annual updates on how we are doing. An annual report, and then every 5 years the council can go back and see if it needs to update these policies, if these policies still make sense based on the current market conditions in our community.
Okay, cool. Kind of an example of this, and it's really not too far down in the weeds, but this type of example would exist throughout. There's a page 3, chapter 3-18 that says, locate roughly 1/2 of future residential development in infill areas. And I think nobody in the city is surprised that this plan is focusing on infill. And so this says roughly 1/2 of future residential development would be an infill. And that means roughly 1/2 would be outside of what's defined as infill. And say you have these market forces and where people want to live and people want to buy homes in the city of Fresno, then they put demand upon builders to build those homes in the city of Fresno. And say people want to live outside of the infill areas that we have designated as infill areas. And then 30% of that 50% gets built out. And we see that the infill projects are lacking despite our best efforts, to push them along and to encourage them through development code or whatever. But still, people who are buying homes and living in certain areas of town, they're essentially every one of them is making their own decision despite our goals. And so we've done 30% of the 50% non-infill, but maybe we've only done 5% or 8 or 9% of the infill goals. There's no legal part in this book that says, whoa, okay, now we have to stop this legally in its tracks. And we have to force all building in infill areas to catch up to this over here.
Correct. So the council initiated the general plan in 2012. There were certain objectives in that initiation document, and that actually references an exact sentence from that initiation document that the council said we would like to see roughly 1/2. Roughly is defined in the plan, and it is even more than an approximation. And approximately is also defined. So there are certain things that the council said, gee, this is something we would really, really like to see. We're going to put tools in place to try and incentivize it, to try and make sure that it occurs, to take advantage of infrastructure that already exists, to prioritize and get a return on investment on infrastructure we've already put in the ground. Here are things that are important to us. So roughly 1/2 is a pretty broad range based on this plan. And then again, annual report, 5-year updates, the council can go back and look at it and say, gee, we're doing a good job, we need to continue, or we're not doing a good job, we need to stimulate more, or we need to make some changes. So it's definitely the prerogative of the community along with the council to make those decisions and to have that conversation. But there is nothing in here that says you must meet, this house must be built and in infill versus another house in new growth areas. So we have designed the land uses in such a way it can accommodate that build out during our horizon year.
Okay. All right. I think that, so if I'm hearing you correctly, we have goals and then we have implementation tools to help us hit those goals.
Mm-hmm.
But both of those things fall short of saying that this is the only thing that we're going to allow to happen, and or if this other goal does not start to get met, that by no means means we can't meet this other part of the goal.
Correct.
Perfect. I think I'm done today then, and I just want to clarify that. I'm going to be, just so the public knows, I'm going to be very engaged. If you have questions that you would like to meet with me about, any member of the public that's either here or watching on local cable, feel free to contact my office, and I'll be able to be a voice as well. And then I'm also going to be asking for an extension of time so we can take more time with this 540-page document. And then I'm also probably going to eventually be asking if we can have a couple more meetings, as painful as they sometimes are, for those of us that hear it over and over again. we appreciate your department for sure. But those meetings, a couple more opportunities for the public to engage us. So, but thank you very much for kicking us off today.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, let me get back to my agenda now. And I think we are at the 3 o'clock timed item. Actions pertaining, am I correct? Is this where we're at now?
Yes, and I might offer an introduction if you would like me to. In light of the litigation resolution, I can offer an introduction if you'd like me to.
Okay. Actions pertaining to the initiative measure to repeal the 4-year water rate plan and required council action. And so, do we make any type of a presentation to start that like normal?
If you would, I'll introduce it right now and explain where we are.
Yes, please do that.
Okay. Council, before the council are two choices resulting from the initiative process begun by the Vagan proponents for the repeal of the water rates approved by council in August of 2013. There is litigation pending that the city filed to challenge whether or not that initiative was legal and could go forward. That litigation has not reached a final result in the courts. But nonetheless, today the parties have agreed upon a settlement of those claims, and as part of that settlement, the council is prepared to take action today. The two choices would be to put it on the ballot in November of 2014 or approve an ordinance repealing the rates approved in August of 2013. So that's where we are right now.
All right. And then now, can we go out to the public first, or?
Yes, it can go to the public first.
All right, then.
A staff presentation is not required unless they choose to.
Perfect. All right, then. We are going to go out to the public, and Mrs. Hunt, you've turned in a card, and so we'll let you go, and then we'll let Mr. Al Smith go, and then we'll go to anybody who's yet to turn in a card. You don't need to turn in a card, but we'll let these go first, and Barbara, you're up first.
I'm going to beat that parking meter outside, too. I'm glad it worked out this way. Well, Mr. President, we heard what the attorney said right here. And you already know the people that's got these litigation going in court. And by my agenda, it says, action pertaining to initiative measure to repeal the 4-year water rate plan and require council action. Then at the bottom it says, submitting to city voters the ballot measure relating to resolution number 2013-143 and 2013-144 that adopted the 4-year water rate plan for November the 4th, 2014 general plan. But when I went and got the charter for this issue out of the office right here, city clerk office, a few moments ago, section 1225, water meters prohibited. The city shall not directly or indirectly, 1, install or require the installation of water meters at single-family housing units. 2, bill or otherwise levy charges for single-family residential water consumptions at a, where am I at? At a meter rate. Or 3, charge the property owners or tenant for the cost of installing, maintaining, or removing residential water meters from single-family residents. And this has come from the City of Fresno Charter, and it was ratified in 1992, the general election, November the 2nd, 1992. But what I'm reading is, all this whole process is illegal. See, we listening to the water department, utilities, and everybody else, when we got charters in there, goes by all this, and I've been telling you guys this. We're not even supposed to have meters out there in the first place. And all this court action, all this money you're going to spend for the city of Fresno is ridiculous because your charter, this is your charter. This is your section. And it's all in there, big liars. It goes down to the franchise people. It goes down there also to talk about people with bonds and how you're not supposed to give all this land to all these people. If you get a bond, we didn't mortgage the city of Fresno and everything else we got. but we can go through the formalities and acting like it, like this land issue. We can't do that. Because when you take that bond money out, they say you put the bond money in a separate pile from the city of Fresno, and then this other part here goes somewhere else. Well, we got all kinds of bonds out here. Then it goes down further to talk about the franchises we got up in here. That's the money. You guys got to get in there and read these charters. I got charters from 1900. I got them from 1800 and something. I tell you all the time. I am not illiterate. I have my master's in government, California School Board Association, and by law, you're violating your own charter. I'm going home. Have a nice day, sir.
You too, Barbara.
Oh, you know what? I sure can't walk without this. Me and them gopher holes out there I'm falling into. I've got 5 acres of gross candy out there.
All right, Al Smith, glad to have you with us today.
Good afternoon. It is afternoon. Council, Al Smith, Greater Fresno Area Chamber of Commerce. After dedicating 2 special meetings to understanding this complex issue as to the water, as well as conducting additional research, the Fresno Chamber of Commerce's Governmental Affairs Committee agrees unanimously, I would point out, that improvements and enhancements to our water system are just important. They are overdue.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you. Walk carefully. They are important, they are overdue, and they are vital to maintain the health of our community and our residents. A quick look at what is happening right now in Los Angeles should be a recent reminder. 93-year-old pipes giving way, 20 million gallons of water, precious water, causing flooding and property damage that will probably run in the millions. That is not unlike the pipes in many sections of our city. So the Chamber has heard from both sides on the issue, from Councilman Brand and from Mr. Vagan. They both believe that we have some very valid points. After much review and discussion, while the Chamber is not typically supportive of rate increases, we believe that reinvesting in water and required infrastructure benefits the entire community. We rely on you, our leaders, to provide certain services, and water delivery is one of the most crucial. Unfortunately, city leaders of the past, you're having to deal with an issue that's been kicked down the road, and it is now time that we must address this important issue. We realize that it's complex. We appreciate the questions that have been raised. We have been satisfied with the answers that we've been given. With all that said, we urge the City of Fresno to rescind the rates, start fresh as soon as possible, hoping the opposition will agree to a thoughtful bond notification process without restrictions. We believe that whatever proposal is developed should include a water treatment facility as well as new infrastructure. We believe this route will only delay the project by several months, but otherwise it might be several years. If that path is not viable, the Chamber would support the City Council sending Measure W to the ballot. We would then encourage a no vote on W. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Vagan.
Thank you, President Brandel and members of the council. Doug Vagan, Fresno. Well, thank you for the signing off on the settlement. I'm very happy, and I hope the community will be ready to roll up their sleeves with us. I hope the Chamber will join us. The clause in there is very important about us all getting back together and restarting and taking a hard look at not only the water availabilities, its systems, its answers, its solutions, how we amortize and how we put the cost on the people of this community, from my impression, to be more fair and equitable to everyone as we solve these problems. I believe it can be done. I felt from the very beginning it can be done better than it was proposed back in June of last year. But now we have this, and I thank you. I mean, it was a hard task, and you had to do what you do, and I did not disrespect anybody for taking their stand on these things. It's just part of the process. We got to where we were because the California Constitution allowed us to do what we did. Now we have another chore. We are all citizens of this community. I hope, in earnest, with this council and the mayor and whoever else would join, that we can sit down through this 6-month period and really come up with some answers that if we have questions and you are in such a position with your staff saying absolutely, absolutely no, we'll come back and say these are the reasons why. We are very open-minded about these things. I hope we can take those steps together. I'm very proud of the fact that we're standing together right now at this particular moment in time, agreeing to take these next steps together. So thank you very much for signing the settlement agreement, and onward and forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vagum. Are there any other members of the public that would like to? Yes.
Good afternoon, President City Council. Kerry Catalano, 1715 North Adeline. Thank you, Council President Steve Brandow, and all of you that are here today. Walked a lot of neighborhoods, thousands of neighborhoods, doors, and talked to residents about this issue. There is no argument that we need to invest in water security and water delivery of our future. No argument at all. A lot of the residents in District 1, to which my council member currently serves, are just concerned about the rate increase. They believe it's too severe and too quickly. They'd like to see the council members to consider rescinding that, something I would strongly support, reevaluating their rate structure. We have a lot of low-income residents and a lot of families struggling, and they just absolutely say, we're all faced with major budget constraints within on our own household, and we need to look at a way to restructure these rates that we could afford them while still investing in our future. I support the investment in water infrastructure. I think we need to do it. So many people before us have done it, but we also need to be very sensitive to the families throughout our city that are struggling every day to buy groceries, to put gas in their car, just to make the basic ends meet. But no one's disputing the fact that we have to make the investment. They're only asking you to take the time, a little bit more time, to hear what they have to say. So I would encourage you to reverse your decision, to spend some time educating the public on the need of this infrastructure. They feel it was a little bit rushed. And I have to tell you, one day I hope to sit up there with all of you. But the public opinion does matter. So please consider the reversal of that rate increase today. Thank you.
Thank you, Kerry. Any other members of the public like to address this issue, this item? All right. Then we'll come back up to council. And council might call up staff or ask the attorneys a question, or might even call somebody from the public if they wish. I'm going to start by making a motion to repeal the rate increase and accept the terms of the settlement. And so that's a motion by myself and a second by Councilman Olivier. Councilman Brand, I'm going to let you start with comments, and then we'll just move as council punches up.
Thank you, Council President. This is a big project. This is the single biggest public works project ever proposed for the city of Fresno. So it should receive a lot of scrutiny. There should be a lot of transparency in how we put this together. And I've agreed to move the process forward because I believe with an investment this big and the impact of rates on the entire city of Fresno, that if there's any way we can try to find a better way to deliver the product in terms of cost efficiencies, rates, and so on, that we should do that. But as we go forward in this next phase, there's going to be an investigation. And this investigation and examination has got to be done on facts that can be substantiated by qualified professionals. We can't rely on personal opinions, personal political agendas, or unsubstantiated conspiracy theories. So what I want to do is, as we go forward, to set the record straight, is examine those things that were brought up in the last year in opposition to the plan that the city had done. And there's at least one item I'm going to agree upon. But I'm going to start out with the assumption, and these are from documents that were presented by Mr. Vagum and others. One was that the rates are going to triple. The rates that were proposed on a 1-inch meter, that's over 96% of the accounts in Fresno on a single-family home, would have doubled, not tripled. As we go forward, we got to stick with facts. There was a claim that somehow we had access to 20 million acre-feet of water in the Sierra Nevadas. I don't know any source of that, and I'm going to assume that was just somebody with best wishes. Most of that snow, when there is a good year, ends up going out to the Pacific Ocean. There's also been questions about, our aquifer. Is it really as bad as it is? And is Tommy here? Esqueda?
Just stepped out.
Okay. I don't know, Mr. Vega made some comments too about certain areas of the city, you could go down 20 feet and get water, and probably you would if you were next to a canal or to a fully full flood basin. But those challenges are real. We've lost at least 7 feet of water in the last 7 years. And as we go forward on any claims, we need to make sure that they're substantiated. Tommy, would you come up forward? Thank you. I have a few questions for you.
City Council.
Last week, there was a statement made about the Southeast surface water treatment plant that's proposed, that if we built that plant, the water that would be processed would be pumped back into the aquifer, and somehow that water would, I guess by gravity, eventually go to the west side. We'd lose the water. It would end up in the west side with some farmer benefiting. Could you comment on that?
Right. So the design of that surface water treatment plant will receive water out of the mountains, and we will treat it, and we will pump it to the distribution system. We won't pump it back down into the ground. So it'll be distributed throughout the city. The finished water transmission mains that are part of the project would distribute that water throughout the 130,000 accounts we've got.
So we're not going to see the water end up in the west side?
Correct.
Okay. There was another thing was a written material that the rate structure includes perplexing and irrational calculations on how water is used, standby charges, water volume meter changes. And I know I read the study, the 2010 water study. Could you comment on how the methodology and how rates were determined?
Right. The rates that are currently in place now were developed as part of a 2013 rate study. Mm-hmm. It was built specifically on the cost of service model. Mm-hmm. So basically, you pay proportional to how much water you use. For example, one of the things we looked at that I just recently looked at would be on the capital charge. Mm-hmm. The capital charge. If we took the $326 million that's out there right now being proposed for the water plant, it's allocated based on how much water that you use. If we just set a flat rate for everybody, it'd be about $186 a year. But because we have the rate structure designed to recover it based proportionally, you would actually pay your fraction of it based on how much water we use. So we looked at it at very different levels.
So these are based on very sophisticated mathematical models based on the fixed rate charge as well as the volumetric charge. Correct?
That's correct.
And based on the meter size too. Okay. Let's stand there just sit down for a second. I'll go on. Okay. In the last year, on several occasions, Mr. Begum has made reference to the 2008 water study, that the study itself had underestimated the low-income people and the high poverty in Fresno, because it mentioned 2.5%. I think anybody here would know that's low, that there's actually about 25% of our population is in poverty. And I'm going to ask Tommy to come up here. So I asked Tommy to explain why this statement was done. And Tommy, can you explain what happened on that?
Right. So I looked back at that 2008 study, and specifically what the question that was being responded to was, as a condition of doing water supply planning in the state, you are required to report the number of low-income housing units in the city.
Housing units.
Housing units in the city. And there's very specific criteria for how you would characterize a housing unit. A low-income housing unit. One criteria is, does it receive any type of federal funding or federal subsidy? Second one, does it receive any state subsidy or support? And when you look at those two criteria just in the city, there's about 2.5% of the 190,000 units that fit those two very specific criteria for housing units.
So the reference, actually, the 2.5% was to the number of affordable housing units as defined by HUD and tax credit low-income properties. It was not a reference to the population.
That's correct.
Okay, so because that statement was made with the insinuation that the city had made an error and that the city was insensitive to low-income people. So it was simply a misreading of the statement.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Tommy. The next item was the protest notices. that were mailed out, and Mr. Vegam had alleged that about 46% of our population are rentals, and I would agree it's probably close to 50%. And out of roughly 100,000 rental units and probably 110,000 single-family units, that would presume about half the people didn't get notices. But the reality is half of the people that live in the city of Fresno live in apartments that have master meters. The landlord pays the water. And I had met with a group from the Apartment Association Board about a week ago, and I'd asked, we have a lot ourselves, and this probably represented half the rentals in Fresno. I asked last September, did anybody raise their rents as a result of getting a water increase rate? And they had a higher rate than residential, and everybody said no, they didn't. So the landlords, or half the population, absorb those rates. Of the 110,000 people, about probably 25% of those single-family homes are rented to renters. And this is why I will agree with Mr. Vegam that I believe those are ratepayers. They should get the notice on the Prop 218. And as we do this second phase, I think we're going to make sure that anybody who's paying a water bill, be it a renter or be it a property owner, should get a notice on that. But really, about 12% of the population, those roughly 25,000 people, were the only ones that didn't have an opportunity to get the notice. At the chamber debate last week, a reference was made by Mr. Vegam on the 2013 CAFR. That's the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report that the city has to do every year. And basically, the allegation was there was a reference to Measure W, and somehow this implied a negative impact on our credit rating. And actually, it's on page 29, and it's really more or less a statement of fact about Measure W being out there at the time. And Karen Bradley, could you come up? And there were comments about a going concern, which we all know about the city of Fresno. And one of those big items, of course, was these internal loans, and the city did pay off $36 million. All those internal loans are now officially paid off. There are now policies in place that I've written that will prohibit any future deficit financing without having council approval. But as far as the credit rating agencies, would the credit rating agencies, in your opinion, consider a city that has made the commitment to improve its infrastructure as a positive credit rating or a negative credit rating?
Positive. The credit ratings are concerned with cities that basically do not take into consideration setting monies aside for infrastructure improvements, because the concern is if you do not keep up with the improvements or plan ahead, you could have a catastrophic event similar to what Los Angeles had just this week. And then you don't have the opportunity at that time to issue bonds to make the changes. Mm-hmm. And do you have the fees or the money set aside to, obviously there's going to be huge improvements that need to be made, and bonds cannot be issued overnight. So what the rating agencies look at are the cities being proactive and planning ahead for these type of improvements and setting rates aside such that basically, one, you can do some pay-as-you-go for improvements, and then secondly, start building the set-aside revenues to pay for debt service.
Right. And since these were enterprise revenue bonds, there was an identified funding stream in the ratepayers, as opposed to a public safety or a parks bond issued 5 or 6 years ago that had really no reliable, identifiable source of repayment.
Generally speaking, most enterprise-type bonds, particularly in the area of public works and public utilities, they're generally issued as revenue bonds. And what that means basically is the repayment is the revenue stream coming in from the rate set for the ratepayers. And they look at those as being very stable because there is this known source of revenue coming in.
Okay. Thank you, Karen. About a few days ago, Tommy Esqueda and the team at the DPU. Yeah, no, just for the public too, if they want it. Just leave some out. The clerk's going to hand out a couple spreadsheet illustrations of the impact of not having the capability to process water in the city of Fresno. This covers the period of 2007 through 2013. And what this chart does, or graph does, it illustrates on the left-hand column, if you look at these, the amount of water that we were allocated from our contract from both the Kings River and from the Friant. You can see over that period of time, we got an average of 150,000 acre feet. And of course, in current times right now, where we wish we had 150,000 acre feet. And if you look at the columns to your right, the first one is the treated. That represents the Northeast Surface Water Treatment Plant, which averaged about 20,000 acre feet a year. And that next column is recharge, which is the recharge basins, which averages about 48,000 acre feet a year. And the fourth one is transferred, is a small transfer of 15,000 acre feet. But if you look at the far right, you're going to see underutilized amounts of water. So over that 7-year period of time, the city water table dropped 7 feet, about a foot a year. During that period of time, we lost 558,000 acre feet. That's roughly a 3.5-year supply of water based on an average consumption of probably about 141,000 acre feet per year. Roughly 80,000 acre feet per year. If you look at the second one, which is less colorful, has longer, it takes the same basic data during that 7-year period of time, but presumes that the Southeast Surface Water Treatment Plant, in tandem with the Northeast plant, were in effect during that time. And you see they have the capability to produce roughly 110,000 acre feet per year that they can process, and they can make potable. Had those two plants been online for that period of time, instead of losing 558,000 acre feet, we would have lost 57,000 acre feet. It would have saved 500,000 acre feet of water, 3.5 years of water supply. That dramatically illustrates the value of a surface water treatment plant. And I would be the first one to admit it's expensive, but I can't think of a better way to illustrate the value. And Tommy, if you got anything you can add on to that, feel free to comment.
Make sure I see the data here. Yes. No, I think you've done a great job of illustrating what the modeling of what the world would have been like, what Fresno would have been like had we have had the surface water treatment plant. The other part is that we would continue to we still had sufficient water from our allocation to continue groundwater recharging. One of the things we observed when we did this modeling exercise was that currently today, as we sit here, we are in a negative situation in terms of how much water we pull out of the ground, 141,000 acre feet, versus how much we recharge, which is about 48,000 acre feet. If we would have had the surface water treatment, and that's about an $82,000 difference. 82,000 acre foot difference. If we would have had the surface water treatment, that goes down to about 9,000 acre feet difference. So it's about a factor of 6 or 7 better for the.
Could you explain, probably better than I can, exactly what a surface water treatment plant does?
Right. So, surface water treatment plant is a facility that is constructed, takes a surface water supply source. In this case, we have mountain water that we use. It comes through. There's a flocculation sedimentation process. Get the water chemically conditioned, and you run it through filters. And then after you run it through the filtration process, you disinfect it, and then you distribute it through the water to the distribution system. The beauty of those facilities versus our recharge. I mean, the recharge is very valuable, but with the water plant, every say 100 gallons of water that the ratepayers purchase, we can count for about 100 gallons, and we can deliver 95 of it to their meter. Mm-hmm. On the groundwater recharge basin, again, a very good system, but we can't count for 100% of the water. So if the citizens have paid for 100 gallons of water to put in the basin, we can account for maybe 65% of it. We can maybe deliver about 75% of it to their meter.
So if I ask you, how many acres of recharge basins would it take to equate to the capability of an 80 million gallon a day surface water treatment plant?
Yeah, we've estimated that we need an additional 1,200 to 2,000 acres of land to equate to what you might be able to get out of a surface water
Could you
treatment plant.
possibly, because the land for recharge has got to be specific soil, sand that percolates. Could we even physically find that much
Yeah.
land in Fresno?
We have not attempted to find it, but I can tell you it would be very challenging to find that land. So there's two things about the land that we would, the land acquisition process or the search process that we'd have to overcome. One is, where's land available? And then even if we found land that was available, is it suitable for recharging water? So those
Right.
are the two criteria we
Thank
need.
you. And I know the land is about roughly 50 to 55,000 acres, so you can do the math. It's a lot of money. Now, on this water that I just gave you the illustration that we lost over 500,000 acre feet. Are we paying for that water every year? In other words, we got 150,000 acre feet average during that 7-year period of time from both, starting with Friant. Do we pay for that water whether they use it or not?
Correct. On the so we have the two allocations. We have 120,000 acre feet of water that is allocated to us on a normal year behind Pine Flat. We pay a fee for that, whether we get 1 gallon, 1,000,000 gallons, or no
It's a
gallons.
fixed fee.
We pay a fixed fee for that amount of water. And on the Central Valley project, there's two cost components to the water that sits behind the Friant Dam. There's a fixed charge. It's about $18 an acre foot. And then the balance of that we pay as a variable charge based on how much we actually receive.
So we're actually losing money. by not
You're
being able to
paying
utilize
for a
the water.
resource that you are not utilizing.
So in other words, if we had by not having that water available, we're spending money on the energy to pump the water out, the labor, the repairs, maintenance, etc. So there, in the end, it all comes out of the meter and what the consumer pays.
That's right.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Tommy. At our meeting at the chamber last week, Mr. Begum, and he's made some other references to additional financing options, and that's good. We should look at all the options that beyond the Prop 218 process to finance the water treatment plant. And several times they've talked about a special assessment district, and a special assessment district basically is a district where there's a specific purpose that you can establish a nexus to a specific area. So by way of example, if you had a Sunnyside area and there was broken water mains, that area could draw lines around the area affected, ask the residents to vote. I think it takes a 2/3 vote to form it and a 2/3 vote to approve a special assessment for that specific area. But a special assessment would not apply to the surface water treatment plant because that surface water treatment plant will serve the entire city of Fresno. So you could also consider a Mello-Roos type, or what they call CFD, Community Facility District type of bond. That would basically essentially be citywide. I guess you'd define it citywide, and you'd have to float the bond on a two-thirds vote. You could do a parcel tax, which is more of an ad valorem tax, where it's as tax per value. The city itself could do a special assessment tax independently. Of course, we could do the Prop 218. And I had Tommy Escueda examine the current rate structure we have right now in terms of roughly there's a $410 million total capital program. About $326 million is slated to be financed. $84 million will be pay as you go. And most of that $326 million is the surface water treatment plant and the related components to that. So the question would be, if you just totally pulled out the $326 million portion of the entire finance structure, what impact would that have on the rates? You'd think logically you're taking 80% of it out, you'd probably drop it 80%, but you'd only drop the rate about 45%. If you only did the $84 million pay-as-you-go, fix the water mains, all the infrastructure, your rate would still go up about $14. The portion that's related to the bond is $10. The reason it's disproportionate is because it's being financed over 30 years, so it has a tendency to smooth the rate out. I know Mr. Begum had mentioned a fee of $60 on a assessment district. I ran the math running $326 million, have a 25% reserve requirement, bond, selling cost, based on about a 5% loan, 30 years, and it comes out to really about $120 per month, or $120 per year, not $60 per year. I'm just doing the math, so whether we did it through the Prop 218 process or a CFD, I don't think it'll come out significantly different. The distribution as far as how it would be paid in the equity would be that if it's on a CFD, typically it's a per parcel assessment. So everybody would pay $120. So if Al Smith had a 6,000 square foot lot, he's paying $120. George Hosseter has a 25,000 square foot lot that would probably use 4 times the water. He's going to get the same assessment on his property tax. So it's going to be difficult in some of these other scenarios to ever get a truly equitable cost because it's almost impossible. I think the one we have now recognizes the fixed cost and the volume cost. So I didn't see anything there. And believe me, if somebody brings something to me, I'll look at it and see if there's a better way to do it. I'll consider it. The primary focus, the cornerstone for this protest movement was the sprawl to McCall. This was the SEGA, the Southeast Growth Area. The assertion was that this surface water treatment plant, located near Olive and DeWolf, I believe, was located there because of its proximity to SEGA, and SEGA was the future growth area of Fresno. And I went to this last time. I'm going to do it one final time to totally debunk the idea of SEGA as a catalyst or a source of why we built this water treatment plant. I'm going to go back again to the 2003 MOU with the city and the county that provided, among other things, that the development of SEGA could not be done until the city achieves a figure of 60% infill. And based on our current level of progress, that's going to take some time. The county cannot rezone any area within the city sphere. They can only do it outside. In 2011, I spent about 3 or 4 months with Councilman Borges and Councilman Zhang studying SEGA. And the committee I chaired came out with findings. And one of the findings was SEGA, the growth projections back in 2004, 2005, 2006 were grossly exaggerated. They had, for example, I think they predicted by 2025, SEGA would have 55,000 people. If it has 5,000 people by 2025, I'd be surprised. SEGA had no infrastructure. There was no business model in SEGA. In fact, going through the numbers, the average residential lot a few years ago, the cost to put the infrastructure in was roughly $18,000 per lot per BIA, maybe a little bit higher. Copper River, which had a much more improved type of facility with a tertiary treatment, sewer treatment plant and other amenities, that was $25,000. It was estimated that the cost per lot in SEGA would exceed $50,000, which meant it had no market. The market was way over what the area was, because remember, SEGA was between Clovis to the north and Sanger to the south. That's our competition. We also looked at, the other types of infrastructure. It was mentioned, Measure C could provide some of the cost. Measure C does not have funds to cover the proposed interchanges at Thompson and DeWolf that we, from our talks back then, as I recall, were somewhere between $200 and $400 million. SEGA is interlaced with canals, $500,000 per canal to renew the canal. SEGA is a lot of problems. To my knowledge, City Manager, Mr. Rudd, there's only one development I can think of that's even near Vega. Is that a SEGA? Is that 20 acres? Please clarify that.
There is a project that was brought to my attention early on that had been approved previously before my time as city manager. There were emails and basically commitments made by the city to approve that project. I reluctantly, based on those conversations and those commitments by the city, to allow that project to go forward as a developer-initiated project before LAFCO. I have since conveyed to both the developer as well as to the executive director of LAFCO that this is an exception, and that the city, unless council determines that decision isn't correct, and I don't think you are, based on the commitments that you've just cited there, that there will be no future growth or developments approved in SEGA until which time that we hit the triggers that are outlined in the general plan update.
Okay, thank you. Really, market forces more than anything else are going to determine this, because really the cost out there to develop is so expensive that currently, maybe 25 or 30 years from now, I'm sure eventually the population will get out that direction. Really, there's just no market there aside from all the other things. The 2035 general plan, again, the primary focus is infill within the city limits. SEGA is now called SEDA, Southeast Development Area. I don't know why. Primarily it's an urban reserve, and really, I believe if it wasn't for the CVP allocation of 60,000 acre feet that kind of went in that MOU, I don't know if the city would at least take a portion of SEGA and just give it back to the county. But I don't believe there's anything there that will promote any kind of development in any of the near future. Clint, let me give these out to the city clerk. Thank you. Finally, I'm going to hand out a copy of the water grid that was prepared recently by our consultant CH2 and Hill. And on this water grid, you're going to see why this plant was located where it was. It wasn't because of SEGA. It wasn't by somebody knew somebody and gave them a good deal on the land. If you look at that map, you're going to see the Kings River is in a direct line to the east of the plant, and to the west of the plant is a city water grid. This plant was strategically located here to receive the water from the Kings River, just like the northeast plant near International and Willow was put to receive the water from Friant. So 100% of this surface water treatment plant is going to serve the city of Fresno, the existing city. It's not going to serve, at least in the near future, any growth area. So I don't see any way that SEGA had anything to do with this surface water treatment plant. It's conclusive that this plant was built to service the city. I've demonstrated the need and the value of a surface water treatment plant. And I just handed out another sheet of sources. These are the engineers, and by the way, there is a hydrologist for the city of Fresno we've consulted with that has advised the city on every aspect of the rate plan, the engineering, and every aspect of the entire capital program. So as we go forward in this process, anybody who comes forward, please, I appreciate your opinion. Back it up with a professional that has the credentials to verify it. Because we have to deal with facts and scientific data, not innuendo and opinions and so on. And to wrap it up as we get past 5 o'clock, I think what's happened is that when you prey on the fear of the unknown and this general cynicism of government in general that everybody has from local, state, and federal, and for the most part, it's well-founded. And this inherent distrust for the city of Fresno and the legacy of all the things that were done. But this is a different council. This is a different era. We need to be held accountable for what we do and not what others do. And I welcome, again, the scrutiny, any new ideas. I believe as we go forward that we're going to find some new ideas. I mean, what's been identified already has been how we deliver water, for example, to the southeast plant. I know at one time Mr. Vega made reference to the potential of a terrorist, putting something in our water, but you could do that anywhere. You could go to Hatchetchee, Millerton, a canal. But I believe as we go forward, we'll probably see some alternatives that will bring underground water from the source directly to the water treatment plant that will, one, probably keep the downtime on the surface water treatment plant by about 4 to 6 weeks. Two, it'll save money on the cost to actually clean and purify the water. And three, it'll be much safer to do that. The CH2 and Hill team has also came out with, I believe, is a better finance plan that instead of essentially selling $310 million worth of bonds and putting it all out at one time and paying it out over 4 or 5 years, that we can do it incrementally, $85, $90 million, and as we go, and they've estimated that could save up to a couple $1 million per year. Another idea, too, and to address some of the criticism as far as trying to price this outright, is a tiered pricing system, similar to what PG&E does, that you can, say, have the first 1,000 gallons at such and such a rate, the next 1,000 gallons, and city attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, as long as that methodology is done in a consistent, fair way that everybody would pay the same, can that be done, a tiered pricing system?
As long as the fee study supports that, yes.
Okay. And that would be one way to answer one of the concerns of Mr. Begum, which was that if, in theory, you have a fixed rate and a volume rate, and if everybody, by some reason, decided to cut their water in half, in theory, your water rate could actually go up because you got a fixed charge that's there no matter what. Introducing a tiered rate, I believe, would be a major step in avoiding that, and I don't think we'll get past even a 15 or 20%, but there's some ideas out there we're looking at, and for everybody in the audience, please, if you got better ideas, bring them forward, but I think that, this does deserve a second chance to take a look, find a better way to do it. There's a cost. We lose about $2 million a month. That's the time value of money, so we'd lose about $12 million by delaying it. But I think when you're looking at a project that's this expensive, this expansive, and has such a profound impact on the city, I think it's worth it. And I think that one of the items we did agree upon was to extend the rate period from 4 years to 5 years. I believe that'll have the tendency to lower the rates. So my goal would be that we'd come back probably sometime early next year, have a better program, have one maybe that's probably a little less expensive, and that in the end, the people of Fresno benefit from it. Thank you.
If I may, I know I've been up here once, but my name was brought up several times, and even in sessions that wasn't part of this group in other arenas such as the chamber. I'd just like to take a minute, if I may. It's Doug Vegum, City of Fresno, for the record. Look, Mr. Brand, I totally agree that we have disagreements. I totally disagree that some of my data is so wrong that you could take 45 minutes to lay out a pattern of improbability of me ever being able to make an accurate statement to follow up what I've said at the chamber and here and other places. The whole point of our settlement agreement to putting us together was not that we have our differences in a wall that we can't penetrate, but we can sit together arm to arm, elbow to elbow, and we start looking at these facts. And I can bring the folks that have a whole different opinion than some of your folks. You have FID players out there. You've got the USGS players out there. You've got the State Department of Water Resources. You got the ag community have stuck more wells into this basin in the last 5 years than they did in the last 50 years. Okay? We're all sharing it. We all ought to be together. We all ought to be discussing it together. So, Mr. Brand, I'm anxious. I hope you're ready to really earnestly do that. You can pick apart whatever I want to do, but I hope we can sit together and walk through this. And that's what the settlement agreement calls for, and I believe you guys will follow up on it. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Councilman Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the members of the public that spoke. Doctor, you made some very good comments. Mr. Catalano, a lot of the points that you brought up mirrored a lot of the concerns that constituents in District 5 have. So, I totally understand your perspective and sharing that information, and of course, Mr. Vegum. I need to clarify a couple points. One is that I was listed as having voted. I abstained from the vote during closed session, and my reason for that, it was a good discussion, both pro and con, and a lot of indecision that went on. And I just felt that I didn't want to make a commitment at that time because I needed to have some clarification, and there were some folks that weren't in the room that I needed to ask questions. So, Mr. Vegum, if you'll come up, I got a couple questions. The agenda today, prior to us getting the settlement agreement, which is good. Was Attachment B, ordinance to repeal, or Attachment C, resolution placed on water initiative on the ballot, and that was what I've supported all along from the start, is to let the voters decide. And it wasn't my issue as well that we didn't need to raise water rates. That we didn't need to build a southeast treatment plant. It was just that it was too much too soon and the cost of what it was going to be. And, we mentioned bonding, that type of thing. And yet all these years we've been told by the administration that we have such a low bond rating, we can't borrow. So, there's some confusion there on my part. My question, I guess, is that, and my support was to let the voters decide. Then today we get a settlement agreement, and you had basically brought forward, let the voters decide. So we're on the same page on that. What were the main deal points for you to say, okay, this is a good agreement, and the voters don't have to decide?
Well, first of all, you have the option from the very, very beginning in an initiative to repeal whatever you did when
Yes.
the initiative comes back as sufficient signatures. That's always an option, whether it's a referendum, as you remember in Measure G. You made a motion to repeal the rates right then.
Correct.
You always have that option. So this isn't anything special. I felt that it would be advantageous, since the city was making the offers, to what does it take? And a fool would have not to entertain an opponent bringing forward something, can we talk? So we sat down. I never sat down with any of the city people, but it's all lawyer, and I guess sometime later the lawyers were talking to some of the principals between each other. But the key thing, Mr. Quintero, is that the rates will be repealed, and I think you've heard everyone that came up here, even supporting the broader issue. We should start over. Chamber, council candidates. I want to do a restart. That was our number one goal. We will be able to do a restart. Now, what I want now is to hopefully we have an understanding. The people will have been satisfied. They don't have to go to the polls.
Okay.
Obviously, we will save the taxpayer a lot of money in the cost of the election, and we will also save the let's say the fundraising apparatus of a political campaign from both sides. We will be able now to, in an environment I think is, I hope, is a working environment, to actually a solution-oriented environment that everyone feels satisfied that we've examined everything, to come up with something that I believe is a better approach, can be a better approach. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'd sure like to sit with you, Mr. Brandau, Mr. Lee Brand, my council member, Baines, and whether he's a supervisor or whether he's a community activist again, Mr. Belong, I would like to have the opportunity to work with all of you folks. And Clint, you've articulated your concerns too. So look, I think we got a win-win here. I really do. Mr. Brand, you're probably perplexed by the fact of your accuracy.
Well,
and
if
some
you
of
can
us don't
address
agree.
me,
yeah, but I know, but I'm talking because he spent such a nice.
Well, he can call you up for that.
Yeah. But Sal, I want to make sure that we all understand. It's not that I wanted to take anything away from the voters. I wanted to give something to the voters. They've always asked for the rates to be repealed. They're done now. Now we got a little more. One of the things that was a motivator for me was the fact that the city was willing to recognize their noticing procedure needed to be updated. Now we got a good noticing procedure, a better noticing procedure, and I hope when it's perfected, it turns out to be the spirit of what the writing in this agreement says. And as you know, that noticing agreement that I hope that you guys will support, you did support through the settlement, that it will look now like a standout document, like when you get a jury duty.
Yes.
Most people know when they get a jury duty. I'm hoping that water rate increase or sewer and solid waste rate increase will come back and say, on your tabletop when you're around your mail is a document that you're not going to ignore. You're going to open. And we're going to make it real easy for those citizens who can't afford it. By the way, most people don't even buy stamps anymore. Mm-hmm. And they can now just drop it in the mail without having to go through that. And county elections has done this for years in areas that don't have that many voters. They turn to mail back. So we're progressing, I believe. Mm-hmm. We're progressing. Okay. So that was one of the main reasons. We brought more than just an election could bring. Mm-hmm. So,
okay.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Mm-hmm. And it's this kind of goes back a little bit to earlier this year. I was I had the opportunity to address members of the chamber, and Doctor, I think it kind of fits the little analogy that we all agreed on, was that, you know, we all want what's best for Fresno, and some of us take different roads and different paths to get to the end result, and usually most of the time it works out, you know, and at the end it's just a mutual respect of doing what's best, you know, and the outcome being what's best. So that was kind of the point I was trying to make at that time, that we're here today doing that. So, okay, thank you, Mr. Vegam, and thank you, Mr. Smith and Carrie. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right, Councilman Shong.
Thanks, Council President. Let me see if I can time this as quickly as I did with Member Quintero. Then I think I should be good. You know, thank you, Mr. Vegam, for all your hard work on this. But you know, I was an inclination to let this go to the ballot initially, because I thought that the work and the larger picture was really important to me, in terms of what this body is elected to do and so forth. It's a huge discussion, but also, you know, in terms of constituency and the work that all of this, all of my council colleague has done. And I remember even a couple of years back when the issue has come forth and notice and community meetings occurred, you know, depending on the council members, we've had multiple meetings in each of the district, whether they be at the tower to west of the 99. And, you know, you had it range anywhere from 5 to 50, 60 folks to come. And my experience has been that I think when people come in, they're initially confused in terms of what they see and what they hear, and all the things that are printed or heard. And when they have a chance to talk to our staff, or at least talk to why we thought that this was there, that most of the constituents understand the tough choices, and we're pretty supportive of it. And so you know, at least from what I've seen up here with my council colleagues, maybe the notice issue is a different one, but in terms of the efforts and the community engagements across our district, was there, and I've seen it. I've even participated in a couple of the constituents in different districts, but even in my own areas alone. But there's always that debate about, you know, hearing the publics and where that weighs in as we sit up here. And I know that when we talked about, and I wasn't sure, we looked at the water issue, and I know that you're a strong opponent of that. And the people supported no meter. We supported no meter. But meter was put in anyway because we didn't have a choice. And sometimes that happens. Sometimes the tougher choice is not necessarily what the majority is looking for. It's a tough choice that we've had to deal with. And policy up here, and I'm extremely proud of this group in terms of the tough choices that we've had to make, in terms of all the stuff that we've had to deal with coming in the 8 years, and look at all those decisions that have been made. And trust me, remember one of my arguments that night when this whole place was full and packed about the water meter and what we weighed in. And I told the group, I said, the hardest and the toughest constituent I had was my mom. She's an elderly, obviously not working anymore. Pretty fixed income. doesn't speak English that well, would fit in the category that we all say that we all here represent and fight for. But there's a different perspective, as I told my mom as well. Mom, I can kick the bucket down the road. Don't forgive me. I can tell you no right now. 2 years from down or a year down, I'm no longer in office. I don't have to worry about the tough choice. But you know what's going to happen? That other elected's going to be up here. They're not going to have a choice, and that rate that you thought you had a choice in isn't going to have a choice anymore either. That's my toughest opponent in convincing my mom, who was yelling at me, I can't afford that rate. I can't afford that pay because this is my income right here. It wasn't just about looking for her, but for our entire community, understanding that that was a very incredible and personal and yet a larger community that I was fighting for. So there are always tough choices up here that we make and that we say, you know, we represent this group, or the time is not right to do this raise or to do this tax, or we have an economic challenge, and then when the time is good, we got to let growth grow. We can't stifle it. And I think my council colleague has heard me up here several times before. Or let me know when. Because, you know, the city doesn't stop growing. Our issue doesn't stop. You know, we have potholes, we have streets, we have people. Our community continues to grow. So decide when and let me know, because we have to make tough decisions, and I'll be the first one to push that button when we decide to say this is the time. It's a tough decision. This is a very tough decision. Because I would love to see this go to the ballot, and I think the people would have a chance. But sometimes you have to make the tough decision too. So I appreciate those work. I'm looking I think we would have gotten there anyway, but to this body and our community continue to engage on it. So I appreciate my council colleague for all their tremendous work on this. And we go out there and continue to serve the best way we can and make sure that we're representing all of our constituency. Thank you.
Mr. Harding, we kind of had already finished the public portion. Okay, if you really wanted to, I'll give you a chance. Okay, come on up, and I'm calling you up. I've gotten some emails from you. I hope that you'll go into a couple of things that you mentioned in the email. I don't know if that's what all of your comments are about. You get a full 3 minutes, but in several of the emails that you sent to my office, you talked about the global warming thing and the impact of the snowpack and loss of snowpack, and also population going to 800,000 to 1 million by 2035. And so at least address a couple of those things, and then I don't feel bad for calling you up, and then you got 3 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, Lauren Harding, 3411 West Browning. I've learned to lean into this microphone. I'm tall. At the end, I sent you a long email yesterday morning about 10:30. You all got it, so I thought you might have time to look at it by today. It runs 9 pages, and on the last page I list a summary of recommendations. The point you mentioned about the big population, yes, that's what John Dugan told me. We had a Citizens Academy. I went to it in January, February 2010. There was John Dugan one night. He did his presentation. He told me the plan now is to raise Fresno's population to 800,000. I said I grew up in San Jose. In 1952, they had 50,000 people. Now it's 974,000. He said, that's going to happen here. That's the plan in Fresno. And when I talk about population, see, I'm tuned into Stanford. I had Paul Ehrlich for evolution. He's world famous, a world famous population biologist. He was on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson 25 times. That's what Carson thought of him. And he wrote a book, The Population Bomb, back there in the 60s. He didn't foresee the connection between population and CO2 and melting the ice. He was thinking more in terms of starvation if you go to 10 billion people. But now Chris Field and Noah Diffenbaugh are seeing that connection. I say in the emails over and over, look at the PBS. It was on BBC, actually. It was called The Earth Underwater. It's a stunning thing. Less than an hour, you see what happens. If you melt all the ice, we get a sea level rise of 250 feet, which will just mean hundreds of millions of people dying from floods and starvation, murder, nuclear wars, and you name it, epidemics. So that's the population end of it. The other part there you mentioned is, you said the population problem, and what? You had another point you wanted me to address.
Population and global warming.
Well, global
you
warming.
mentioned that.
Yeah, I mean, it's all over the news. Chris Field at Stanford chairs a committee called the International Panel on Climate Change at the UN. That's big gun stuff. Intergovernmental, so it's many governments, world governments get together and write this report, and they're just dire reports. It's in the B all the time that we've got to rein in greenhouse gas emissions, or we're going to melt all the ice. If you melt Greenland, you raise sea levels 23 feet. If you melt Antarctica, you raise them 200 feet. So, and then you melt the rest of it, and it's 250 feet. I read once, if you raise the sea level in San Francisco Bay by 1 meter, 39.37 inches, you do $1 billion worth of damage around San Francisco Bay, just 3 feet. Now imagine what 250 feet will do. At 25 feet, you put salt water into the delta. That's the freshwater source for 25 million people in California. So you lose the fresh water for 25 million with just a 25-foot rise. At 250, you get a big bay coming down here, clear out to Mendota. So global warming, I don't have to stand here and talk about it. It's in the news constantly. It's all over network news. It's in the B. It's in magazines. I wanted to go through just quickly my 9 points.
Well, it's going to have to be real quick now.
Okay.
Because you took.
All right. I believe the city should cancel the plan to build the second southeast plant and double the northeast plant. Instead, you could do more than double it. 2, the city should permit yard watering 1 day per week for 2 hours, not 11 hours. Fresno should adopt a slow growth policy. Slow growth instead of let's build as fast as we can, make money. The plan to add 300 to 500,000 more people is an outrage, flies in the face of climate change. The city should enter into agreements with surrounding cities like Clovis and the farmers regarding how much water everybody extracts. We could have a water budget. We don't have that. To make those viable, we should change the law in Sacramento to make the well drilling and water extraction records public. That's all secret now. Fresno should undertake the planned $133 million effort to upgrade the aging and leaking water mains. Over and over we hear, listen, we've got aging water mains. How can you people oppose it? We don't oppose it. I say lay it on. It's critical that we do that. We should urge, now this is important, on this snowpack melting. That's a very technical problem. Noah Diffenbaugh at Stanford issued a report, you're going to melt the snowpack. Okay, we need a study by him and by this Michelle Sneed, this USGS hydrologist. What would that do here in Fresno, really, if that all lands as water instead of snow? Doug says it seeps into the ground. What you see in the rivers is only part of it. And we built 2 big basins out here. So we need a study, either city, state, or federal, on what would that really do if it all lands as water. And finally, I think Doug says the assessment thing would work. Do an assessment on property taxes. If you don't do that, go to a tiered water rate structure, which Mr. Brand today supports. So those are my 9 points. And
all right.
I hope you'll look at the email. It's 9 pages.
Yep. All right.
Okay, thank you.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah.
Almost everything that I would have said has been said by somebody else up here, so I'm just going to really cut it down. I feel like I do have to say something, though. We take important votes, and people want to hear at least a little bit of our thought process. I have, I mentioned to Mr. Hostetler the other day that I've never been so split 24 hours in front of a vote, which is the best of these 2 choices essentially in front of me. And both of them have pros and cons. and in my opinion, and probably in both sides, see pros and cons on their side. And so, however, looking over what's transpired just since last year when I first came on to council, I really do believe at the end of the day, and I express this to my colleagues sitting up here, that the city can do a little bit better job coming out with a better plan. By that I mean slightly better infrastructure, water plan, and then also a better rate plan. So I think there's a little bit of improvement in both of those areas. I don't know that it would be as dramatic to satisfy everything Mr. Vegam would like to see, or others maybe. I don't know about that, but I think that there's room for improvement. And so that's why today I'm going to vote to rescind the rates, to start over, start the process over, give the citizens a little bit more time and a little bit more opportunity to jump in and let their voices be made known. I have no problem and actually agree with a little bit improvement on the Prop 218 process as well. And so I just really think it behooves us, when we're going to do something of this magnitude, to get it as best as we can, although I will say that it's never perfect, you know, and I'm sure that whatever we decide in January, it probably won't be perfect when it's rolled out as well, but we do the best that we can do, and I think we can do a little bit better on this one, so I'm going to vote to start over. I do want to say very clearly that I do believe that Fresno needs water infrastructure, and the more that you guys have forced me to continue to view this item, the more I actually believe that we need water infrastructure. So I'm supportive of the Fresno Municipal Water Plan. I just think it can be improved upon. That's my comments for today. Councilman Baines.
Thanks, Council President. You talked me into making some comments because you're right. Your comments that on important matters the public should hear some of our thought process is well stated. So I wasn't going to say anything because I think everything that can be said has been said, and there are certainly a lot of opinions that I agree with. But for me, just for the record, it's a very tough decision. I think many of us up here struggled very, very hard with what the right thing to do was. But ultimately, I think that this approach, given the situation, is the soundest way forward. I look forward to an enhanced process. I look forward to enhancements to the overall project that will benefit the ratepayer. So because of those reasons, I would be supportive of what we are doing today.
Motion. I made the motion, Councilman Olivier. The motion was to repeal the rates and accept the settlement offer.
Council, you're just repealing the rates. The settlement offer was already accepted.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Let's all vote electronically. All right, the vote is unanimous yes to repeal the rates. Councilman Capriolio is not with us today, and so that is what the city of Fresno is going to embark upon now. Thanks for everybody's patience on this issue. Oh, we already did that. Yeah. Thanks for everybody's patience on this issue and joining us today. And that concludes our... No, it concludes, but that concludes our session today. Thank you.
I can't blame a guy who's
You had to try.